Screen. Thank you, everybody. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
19.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
06.
Okay, what month?
March.
Okay. So why would you support Donald Trump?
I just think what he's doing for America, for the young men of America, is great.
You think what he's doing for America is great? What is
For the young men of America.
Okay. What is he doing for the quote-unquote young men of America that's so great?
He wants to turn America healthier because, you know, all these kids are eating nothing but processed junk, which is turning them fat and obese, which is horrible for America.
Okay, so you said he wants to make the country healthier. I would argue that he's actually making the country less healthy, specifically by saying that Tylenol causes autism, which there's no evidence to indicate. And actually, the study that he was specifically citing, he was misrepresenting, and it was actually indicating that there is no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism, taking into account genetic factors in siblings. Also, if we want to take this into account, he said that specifically there was no negatives or downturns towards not taking Tylenol, right, to treat fevers, which is just like, it's completely false, right? It's one of the safest, particularly drugs to address fevers, and untreated fever is extremely harmful to the health of the individual that's pregnant and to the pregnancy.
Yeah, all Tylenol does is suppress pain. It does. That's all it does. It just suppresses pain. And Trump is trying to stop these big pharma.
It's preferable for doctors. Doctors indicate that it's preferable, right, for treating fever. It's not just addressing.
Well, it doesn't get rid of the fever. All it does is just it reduces the pain.
It does address the fever. It does address the fever. That's just not true.
Not entirely.
How acetaminophen works? You said not entirely. You just moved the goalpost. You originally claimed that it doesn't help with fevers at all, and it just reduces the pain. And then now you're indicating that it does to some degree.
Well, it helps with the pain, and you just get over the fever yourself. That's literally all it is.
I'm sorry. Do you think that? Do you think it addresses fevers at all?
It helps with the symptoms of a fever.
Okay.
But you recover from the fever yourself. It just numbs some of the symptoms.
So I think that you need to understand, right, specifically that doctors indicate that it's helpful for fevers, right, and it addresses
for the symptoms.
If you look at the health outcomes in terms of acetaminophen, right, it is the case that it's beneficial for fever, right?
And even then, I'm talking about food, right? You liberals want to feed nothing but kids. You guys want to feed them processed junk and all that stuff, turning them fat and obese. So that way they can do nothing.
I'm sorry, you want to get rid of their food access, right? You want to make it so that they starve otherwise, right? Because 420,000 children will be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month under the context of the big beautiful bill. So under your view, children are just going to starve to a greater extent.
No, they can still get
one
food.
specific. Wait, also, if Donald Trump doesn't believe in health, right, specifically relating to science, how is he going to determine what's going to lead to the best health outcomes?
Right, because we could see, like, when you liberals want to feed nothing but the kids honey buns and stuff like that, which is turning them fat and obedient. Why do you think black kids
want to feed kids honey buns? When did I say that?
That's what when's the last time Kamala Harris has addressed any of the health problems in America? Like, kids are the one of the most obese.
Than Donald Trump. She did to a great extent than Donald Trump.
Kids are the most obese they've ever been.
She didn't want to cut tens of millions of people off of their access to health insurance. Donald Trump cutting tens of millions of people off their access to health insurance literally reduces the health of the nation.
No, it doesn't.
What? Cutting tens of millions of people? He just unironically said cutting tens of millions of people off of their health insurance does not affect their health.
It's for people. It's for people who don't need it. It's for people who don't need it.
No, it is for people who need it.
Like who?
It's specifically people who need it in terms of access to Medicaid. Medicaid, they're literally just making it harder to meet the work requirements for food stamps and for Medicaid.
Okay, what's the problem? What's the problem with that?
That's because that's going to reduce people's access. Millions of people.
Yeah, people who are already doing decent, who don't need it. The people who do need it, we're saying we're going to give it to them instead of just providing it to people who don't. And Donald Trump has recognized that kids are the most obese they've ever been in America, right? America is the only country where the kids are obese. Donald Trump is trying to stop that. right?
What
We have
policy
no,
did
we
he
have
pass to
nothing.
do that? What policy
Why,
did he
why
pass
do
to
you
do
think
that?
black kids?
Because you understand that you understand that Donald Trump is specifically gutting health and human services. He's gutting the EPA. He's gutting different health organizations that literally look over the health and safety of our food. You understand that, right?
They're not doing a good job at all. They're not. The people.
What are you talking about?
Like the FDA and stuff. They're not doing a good job at all.
For example, they got rid of the committee that looks over the health of meat, right?
Okay, they're not doing a good job. They still allow preservatives. They still allow preservatives and other artificial junk in that meat.
There's not gonna be as much enforcement on the health if it is the case that you gut them, which he's already done. So how can you actually have a greater
They
enforcement?
didn't really enforce anything.
Let me please finish. How can you have a greater enforcement of health-related law, right? If it is the case that you gut that enforcement, if you get rid of the committee to enforce it, how the hell could you have better enforcement?
That committee didn't really enforce anything. They still allowed all those artificial preservatives.
What did they replace it with?
Nothing.
Nothing. Exactly. So if you replace a board that was specifically to look over the health and safety of foods, right?
Oh, what did they replace?
Nothing.
Oh yeah, there's people
then it
who
is
took
the case
over.
that
It's not like it just went away.
Okay, what were you saying?
Sides took over. It's not like it just went away completely. There's still people looking over the process of the meat, like through that. There's still people looking through the process of the meat, like through FDA and other forms.
Okay. Can you tell me what they're looking over specifically?
It has to meet a certain standard. It has to be a certain quality, right?
What standard?
It has to be preserved well enough to even get to that part. It can't be rotten.
Preserved? So like, how do they evaluate that? How do they evaluate that?
How do they evaluate if it's preserved or not?
Yeah.
By just looking at the meat, seeing they have machines.
So you're saying like there's a committee that looks over the health and inspection capacities of the meat, right?
Of food, mainstream food in America.
What is this committee's name? Can you tell me the name of this committee?
It's not entirely a committee. It's
also
called
what
the
is
FDA.
It's
called the FDA.
But didn't Trump cut the FDA too?
No, the FDA is still standing. What are you talking about?
No, not the whole thing.
The FDA still stands. If there was no FDA, we wouldn't have grocery stores. We wouldn't have cereal. We wouldn't have milk and stuff.
Here we go. Trump administration proposes cutting FDA budget by 5.5%. Look at that.
Okay, that's the budget. That's not cutting the FDA.
You know what? It's going to make it easier to enforce, different types of laws because we need to enforce more laws. We need to cut it by 5.5%. The Department of Health and Human Services, cut that by 26%, right?
What's the problem?
Exactly, right? There's no problem.
Other things.
We're enforcing the health of this nation to a greater extent by cutting the programs enforcing the health.
We're adding that value to other things.
Like what?
I think we should be doing with that. We should be sending some to the military, right? We should be investing.
Send it to the military. That will increase the health related to food in this country.
We should send it to the future.
Send it to the
right?
military.
Raise young men in America to become leaders and successful young men instead of becoming obese, fat, and obedient like how the liberals want you to be.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what specific programs that you're going to create to do this?
We already have one big program that's starting this. It's called Turning Point.
Turning Point USA, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah, that's already a decently big program. There's other big programs.
Okay, Turning Point USA is not a source. It's not evidence of that. Turning Point USA is embarrassing.
Turning Point's entire goal is to change young men's life. What are you talking about? They don't want young men to be fat.
Tell me one meaningful thing that they've.
Because all liberals do. You do know all you eat is just honey buns. What all liberals do is just feed you nothing but honey buns and junky shit. I'm not trolling. You become fat, gay, and obedient.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all you do.
Okay, so what are people eating that makes them quote unquote become gay?
I'm saying it develops it. Like when you started early by eating all that junk shit, you start developing.
So you think eating junk food makes you become gay? Do you have any evidence of this?
I said when you start off early, it fucks with your mind.
How?
Because when you do
The
nothing,
honey buns, the sugar in the cereal. I'm telling you, it's making the kids gay. I tell you, the kids are becoming gay because they're eating Cheerios. I tell you, the Cheerios in the sugar in the Cheerios. I tell you, they're making
the liberals tell you it's okay.
Look at
stay
that.
home all day.
The kids are dirty gay. Look at that. Here, left and right. I tell you,
that's all they tell you to do. That's what the liberals tell you to do.
Dude, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. You think Cheerios are causing kids to be gay? Come on, please.
No, I'm saying causes habits. When you do nothing but sit around and eat honey buns,
flakes, I tell you.
You start when you do nothing, sit around the house and eat honey buns. You start getting addictions. You start
so honey buns. Honey buns are causing people to. Wait, so you're telling me? Wait, hold up. When I was a kid, I ate honey buns at school. Why am I not gay?
Did you sit around all day and eat honey buns?
Yeah, literally. I literally play video games like the whole fucking day. How come I'm not gay?
Did you develop an addiction?
What do you mean an addiction to honey buns?
Sitting home all day.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that everyone who's gay has an addiction to honey buns? I'm sorry. Hello, what?
I'm not saying that.
What,
I'm saying when you do nothing but sit around and eat junk food all day, you start developing porn addictions and all that. And all that stuff.
Okay, wait. So why is it moving to a corn addiction now? Are you just talking about your own experiences that like you got a corn addiction from sitting around? Okay, I don't know. Let's go on to the next individual. He got a violation for hate speech and hateful behaviors. I don't know what the hell he was saying. Let's go on to the next person. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. That was crazy, Chad. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Yo, Parker, can you hear me?
How old are you?
He just unironically said,
I'm 32, bro. It's Joseph. I go by Timepiece Gentleman. I've been in your chat for a few days now. I support the Republican Party. He won. I wanted Vivek to win. So I don't suck Trump's dick, but obviously, he's protecting women when he signed, because you always ask
hold up
what he's done. Go ahead.
Hold up. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Obama or Vivek. I think both of them were terrible, but Trump is the least of the terrible.
Okay, so you would
because when you read Kamala's book,
bro.
Go ahead.
Trying to ask the clarifying question.
I'm lagging, Parker. Parker, I'm lagging. I apologize, bro. I'm lagging. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just trying to ask clarifying questions to ensure that you can be on the stream.
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, in that context, who would you vote for, or would you choose not to vote?
I would vote for Trump because when I read Camilla's book, for example, it was nothing about what she was going to do for America. It was just basically attacking Trump. But yeah,
no, it wasn't. No,
that's why
just explaining the context of her 107 days while running.
Yeah,
that's the context in which it was in. It was not specifically. There's no way you read the whole book. I don't think you actually did. If you think
no, I didn't. I didn't read the whole book.
Okay, so then I don't think it's just that. Obviously, it's not just that. And she's not going to put her policies in that because it's a book about her 107 days and explaining the extras, not like her policy recommendations. She already had like an 80-page document going over her policies if you read it going into the election.
Yeah. So, let me ask you, what's your ideal for America? Like, do you put America first, even as from your worldview? Would you want to put America first and then still help others? I'm just curious.
Technically, to a certain degree, all of our policies are America first to a certain extent. I mean, we have policies that specifically fund things in America to a greater extent than we do countries around the world. So technically, to some extent, it's going to be America first to some degree. And I would argue that Trump's position isn't America first. It's with the rich first.
Parker, I'll be honest. My dad was because he's FAA and he's not getting paid. He was giving me a lecture. Why do I support Trump and but I was like, obviously I'm not educated enough. Because I'm more educated on like religion, the Quran, Book of Mormon, and the Bible. But anyways, so it's not really my field. So, that's why I kind of wanted to come to a middle ground with you. I'm not really into politic debates, but obviously you are. I know a lot more about that topic.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I would say on this is that Donald Trump is a threat to this nation. It's not politics as usual. I mean, he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
Are you talking about January 6th?
Yeah, and the reason
that was terrible.
He incited that is because he pardoned the violent rioters, meaning he condoned their violence that they committed. He could have chosen not to pardon them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not right. I don't suck Trump's dick. He's not God to me. He won for the Republican Party, which I am a part of, but like I said, I wanted Vivek, and what he did there was very wrong. I don't condone any violence, whether it's left, independent, right, whoever it is, Muslim, Christian. That's how I live my life, you know. So I'm not gonna ever justify anything like that. So
Okay. So I mean, is there anything else that would hold you on to supporting Donald Trump, or would you be leaning against him at this point?
I wouldn't be leaning against him. I just want someone else to represent the Republican Party, to be honest with you, bro.
Okay. So like at this point, if you could go back, would you just choose not to vote, or would you still vote for Trump?
I didn't vote. Ironically, I've been cleaning out Parker 3 years, and I didn't vote in that election. I was an addiction.
I'm talking about like if you could go back in time and you could vote with the knowledge that you have right now, like what would be the decision that you made?
I wouldn't vote because like I said, this is just my opinion. Trump is the less of the evil compared to Kamala. So I would just in my opinion.
Okay, so I am going to look for someone who specifically in that context would vote for Donald Trump. I hope that you keep watching these different debates and you critically think about these different positions, and I think it will lead.
Well, I just don't want to lie and be like, yeah, I'll vote for Trump just because because I live a conservative lifestyle. You know, like I said, Trump isn't God, and a lot of these people need to realize that. You know.
Well, timepiece. If you're still supporting a Republican by the time that the topic changes to why do you support probably Vance, which will be the next candidate, I'll give you the ability to come back up and we can have a conversation about that. I hope that I can change your mind just by doing these different debates by then, though. But I appreciate you coming.
All right, I appreciate that, Parker. Honestly, that's why I was saying in the comments, I just want to come to middle ground. You're obviously really educated and smart on economics and all this. And I hope one day me and you could talk about, certain things with my aspect with the Bible. Because I can tell you know a lot about the Bible, Parker, but that's, something I'm educated in. Hopefully we could come to middle ground on that. Obviously, whenever on your time, because it's your platform. So.
Yeah, of course. I used to do a bunch of religious debates. Maybe sometime I'll do one here in the future and you can come talk to me about that. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man.
Thank you, Parker. God bless, man. Take care.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It will help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes, everybody, real quick. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes real quick, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, 23?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump, for sure.
Okay. Why so?
I didn't feel the essence of a leader from Kamala, whatever.
Kamala. Why so?
Kamala. I just didn't think she had that je ne sais quoi, or whatever it is,
What does that mean?
She didn't have the thing to lead a whole country.
Which is?
In my opinion. Which is, it's undefinable, I think. I just didn't think that she had...
What does Trump have that Kamala Harris doesn't?
Well, first, he was already the president before. He has, he's a billionaire with a lot of different company success. I thought that... I don't really like traditional politicians. I feel like they're untrustworthy. I think that, so we needed something else.
What's bad about traditional politicians?
They're just untrustworthy.
Okay. So you think that Trump is more trustworthy?
To me, well, I'm not saying that he is or isn't. I just felt like he would have been because he already has money. So it's like he won't be under some spell like other politicians are to get money. Like they'll be under the spell of an elite, for the lack of better words. They'll be like a puppet.
So then why do you go up to big fossil fuel companies and say, if you give me $110 billion, or if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts? Why do you take a $400 million jet from Qatar? Why did he say that he was going to reduce grocery and gas prices when we know that's a blatant, utter lie, when his policy was specifically to increase prices through the context of tariffs? Why did he say he was going to drop the Epstein files when he wasn't going to do it? Why was he saying that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours, which was clearly not possible for him to do? It's almost like he, in his first administration, with 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements, is more of a pathological liar than any traditional politician you'd be able to point to in Congress.
Well, I think that he talks in hyperbole a lot, so probably a lot of those 30,000 lies are him just being exaggerative. That's his personality, kind of like the whole "I'll stop the Russian-Ukraine war in 24 hours." I feel like that was one of those hyperbolic statements that you guys can use as a lie because it
It's
technically
not
is a lie,
hyperbolic.
but
It's just factually false. It's factually incorrect. Okay, now he's
but it's
he's
a
pro-Ukraine.
hyperbole.
He thinks that he can take back the entirety of Ukraine. And
It's not hyperbolic to say what he said. Just curious, you don't think that he was intentionally being hyperbolic? Did you really think that, like, within
I think it was just a
24
lie.
hours of him getting in
I think it was
office,
just a straight up lie, right? If he says that in 24 hours he's going to get it done, and there's no basis for him being able to do that, that is a blatant and utter lie used to be able to get votes from people. If you can't tell that, I'm sorry, then you don't know how to be able to identify that with
When Joe
anyone else
Biden-
other than a traditional politician. You have to be able to identify.
Okay,
in all
when Joe
cases,
Biden
not
said-
just cases with traditional politicians.
Okay, great. Whenever Joe Biden said, "If you ain't voting for me, you ain't black," was that hyperbole or was that a lie?
I think that was a lie, and I think it was also like a racist statement. And I think that he's addressed that. I think that he should be addressing that, and I think that's bad behavior, right? And also, why are
But
we
it's
talking
sorta
about
like the
Biden?
same
Biden
thing.
wasn't
Do you
even the
see what I'm
last
saying?
candidate.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like, people, they say hyperbolic statements that obviously aren't true.
I just told you I consider that a
know,
lie.
they're- Okay, well,
Do you not consider
I
that a
think
lie?
you just kind of.
How about this? I can give
If you
you
ain't
further
vo- if you
lies.
don't vote
He
for
said
me,
that he
you-
won in 2020. Do you think that's a lie? He said the election was rigged in 2020. Do you think that's a lie?
Who, Donald Trump?
Yes.
I don't know either way. I think that it is a little fishy, though.
Really, dude? The 60
Well,
plus
well,
courts that
listen.
indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, right?
Well, it's like, I feel like Joe Biden was not really that great of a, I don't think that people were super on fire for him because even then he was kind of senile. Like, he was kind of like, his
Are you talking about Trump?
his mental. No, just let me finish. Talking about
I was
Biden. I feel like people.
I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, no. I feel like people weren't really all that hyped up about Biden, but then all of a sudden he gets 80 million votes whenever, like, the 5 elections before that it hovered around like 65 million. I just thought it was weird. I just thought it was weird. So I don't know either way. It's just something to be concerned about and deserves to be inspected.
It was. There was audits in every single swing state. There was literally 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, and it indicated all evidence that Biden won the election over Trump.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
I
Now,
guess
if you want to talk about this context, I mean, we've already looked over all of the verification numbers, right, to indicate this to be true. At this point, it's very obvious that he won the election. Who won the 2024 election?
Trump.
Okay, so I could say the same thing. No way he could have got that many votes, right? It's impossible. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. No possible way he could have got that many votes, right?
Well, people saw that election, I think, as much more like, I don't know, it's way more important to win than the 2021, I feel.
What? I'm sorry. They were both important elections to win. I'm confused how one was.
Well,
more
of course,
important than the other.
but I feel like the hype around Trump was so much more than the hype around Biden in 2020.
No,
I mean, he had gotten shot
the reason why
at.
people voted for Biden is because they wanted to go back to normal after Trump was just insane. Like, especially during COVID.
Okay, well, look, I'm just saying, this is why I don't know what to believe, because it is very fishy.
There's nothing that's fishy there.
Well, it is,
What's so
to
fishy?
me and other people.
What's so fishy?
The numbers are just, they're just weird. You know what I mean?
about them?
Like, they're just odd.
What
That,
about
like,
them?
I've already told you this, like the 5 elections before that, well, I don't know how many elections before that, it like
So
steadily was
Biden
around
Biden got the
65
most
million.
votes. Biden got the most votes of any candidate ever. Yes.
And that's just weird to me, because I could see like Obama doing that if it was like Obama versus Trump. But because, a lot of people like Obama, first black president, whatever, and he's, really great speaker, all this other stuff. But even Biden he was not, his mental faculties were already kind of like deteriorating then, I feel. So, Look, I'm just telling you there's some rulings in favor of Trump that I'm sure you were like, oh, that's fraudulent. this, that, and the other that you don't think were like honest, portrayals
you
of
have a better
justice.
chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay. It'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Well, I don't think science knows, actually.
Well, what are we doing here, dude?
Did you hear anything? This is Trump running for the election, by the way.
Yeah.
This is literally Trump running for the election. Watch this too.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check.
You love them and you know it, dude.
Dude. Can we put disinfectant by injection? Can we look at that to see if that would work at cleaning out the insides? Why?
You love him and you know it. You would shake his hand if you got offered.
No, I wouldn't. I actually wouldn't. I genuinely wouldn't. I think he's a fucking horrible person.
You would hug him if you could, wouldn't you?
Is this your only cope? Is this like a cope to like the fact that he was cognitively incoherent? Is this a cope to the fact that he's a horrible person who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol? Who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent, and an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in? Is this cope of you not acknowledging that Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Is this cope of you not acknowledging that he calls his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive? And he said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, and said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. Is that your way of coping with the fact that you voted for such a horrible and atrocious candidate and that you still support him to this day?
Yeah, he's got a weird track record. I'll give him that.
That's not just weird. That's predatory.
I guess so, man. Just still, Kamala, she sucks.
What about her? What about her is comparable?
She's actually an idiot.
How so?
I think she's an idiot. I'll be honest with you. I just
really,
don't
after all the clips I just showed you of Donald Trump, do you think Donald Trump's an idiot?
No, I think Donald Trump is really smart.
Really?
Actually.
Really? I just showed you those clips of Donald Trump and you don't think that he's an idiot? Could you show me a single clip of Kamala Harris that is at all comparable to any of the clips I just showed you of Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, I mean, first off, she wouldn't go on Joe Rogan, which would have helped her cause big time. She didn't go on Theo Von, which would have helped her big time. Just being personable with, the public, seeing her in a different light, kind of like how, because that was the main difference that we see in Trump versus her. Trump is a real person. She's more like this controlled puppet. She went on Call Her Daddy, but then she built their studio. She built a replica studio with the taxpayer money, like $1 million studio, to build, a replica studio. Just so she could have people in the room.
$1 million. You're fucking obviously being absurd. Now, okay.
No, you can look this up.
The fact that all you could bring up is that she didn't go on Joe Rogan and Theo Von and that she went on Call Her Daddy is not something stupid that she did that is comparable to something that I could bring up specifically like I did with Donald Trump talking about utilizing disinfectant to fight COVID-19 by injection, by the way. Talking about specifically windmills causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Again, no scientific evidence indicating that. Talking about how he thinks that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism, when a Swedish study with 2.5 million people specifically indicates no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account genetics and family, right, and siblings. Right. And also the fact that Donald Trump said specifically that he won the 2020 election with absolutely no evidence. We can point to plenty of the things specifically in terms of Donald Trump that he's done that are absolutely idiotic. And you won't point to any of them. You won't acknowledge any of them. I can keep going. These are just a few.
Well, thing is, dude, like, I don't. Well, you're not letting me make a
Go
case.
Go ahead. Make an idiotic case. Go for it.
If I was a man and I wanted to be a woman, I get all the luxuries that a woman, like a female, gets just from saying I'm a woman. So I get to go to the female prison. I get to go into the female bathroom. I get to do all these other things. And that's where, the waters get muddy because, sure, you can call it.
But if you're the president, I'm totally okay with you doing it. If you're the president and you brag about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, you can totally do it and I'll still vote for you. Oh my God, I'll still vote for you. Oh my God, he'll still get my vote. Oh my God! Oh my God! He'll still get my vote.
Okay, well, that was a pivot. We're just talking about men.
Me pivoting?
And women.
I'm sorry, you brought this up to pivot in the very first place. We were talking about scientists and doctors, and you were disputing what doctors had to say.
Yeah.
Because you think that they think that trans
because
identity is valid.
Because they can be paid. Do you think that they can be paid large sums of money to lie about things? Maybe, possibly.
The consensus of doctors, no, because this is internationally determined. This is internationally determined.
Okay, do you think that all those international doctors could be paid?
Every single one at the same time? No, there's not enough
sort of like
evidence.
how politicians are?
No, there's no evidence indicating that at all. And we can see the politicians getting paid. There's no evidence of the doctors getting paid, and they would have to put it in the conflicts of interest.
Pretty sure there was with the Sackler family and the opioid crisis, but okay.
I'm sorry, if you'd like to show me a specific piece of evidence that indicates the consensus of doctors indicating this to be true are just lying, go for it. Please provide me a single source saying that.
Well, I mean, I couldn't say that they're lying. I would need to, I don't know, dude. But whatever. You have your beliefs, I have mine.
You literally just said that they're lying and they're getting paid to lie. That's what you just said. That was your dispute. Your dispute to all of the scientific-based claims that I said was specifically, oh, you know what? The doctors might be paid to lie. They might be paid to lie. Like, do you hear yourself? I mean, you're such a conspiracy theorist that instead of accepting the literal facts of reality, you end up saying, what if all the consensus of doctors were that they were paid to lie? Like, do you
think you're naive. I think you're kind of naive.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. What do you mean? Because I look for evidence? You're the one that's naive. You believe things with no evidence. You call me naive, but you believed it with absolutely no evidence.
Well, because I'm saying that you
I look at what doctors have to say. I look for actual evidence and studies, and he believes things based upon whatever Trump says.
Is this supposed to be like a debate or talk, or what is this?
Well, if you say things that are coherent, I'll let you speak. I'm serious. I talk to people every single day, right? If you say something that's coherent, I'll let you speak.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is I think you're naive because you think that it's like completely out of this world that, doctors or, dietitians, all these other people can get paid because this is what happened with food. They started to say that eggs were unhealthy, bacon was less healthy than all these cereals, all this other stuff. Like, people can get paid to say things and they can kind of put it in like a technical way to make it still like a little bit truthful, but not all the way truthful. And I guess kind of get the public to believe them.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
That's not the consensus of doctors, and they can't change the difference in studies because of that. So you'd have to be able to prove that. You have to have evidence to believe that. You're believing it with absolutely no evidence. It's naive for you to think that there wouldn't be evidence of this, that you can just believe it with absolutely no fucking evidence at all. Because I can claim whatever I want about you and any evidence that you bring up in terms of what would be better for the health and conditions for us. And then you could specifically you couldn't have any reason to dispute it. And also, there's no way that you called Kamala Harris an idiot, but you have the same evidentiary basis from a scientific perspective as flat earthers. No evidence. You have the same scientific basis for what you believe as flat earthers. What if they're all paid to lie? What if they're all paid to lie?
I think you just have like a partisan bias with
Me?
anything.
I do.
Like you're
I do.
just going
Are
to believe.
there's
yeah,
no way
I
you
do.
just said that. I literally. By the way, you said that the consensus amongst doctors was wrong because they were quote unquote paid to lie, and you're the one saying I have a partisan bias. Are you fucking
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yeah, I've already said that Donald Trump.
And you called Kamala Harris an idiot. You know what? You know I need to
Yeah,
find. I need
she
to find.
is.
Watch this. Watch this.
She is an idiot. Like that's just like
No,
I think
you're
that's
the
objective.
you're the idiot, dude. You're not-
I think that
you
is
are an
objective,
idiot.
too.
I'm sorry. You're the
Smart
idiot.
people don't like me. Smart
Yeah,
people don't
Parker,
like me.
I think that you're out of your depth about a lot
Smart
of the
people
topics
don't
you
like
talk
me.
about.
Smart people don't like me. Smart people don't like me. Smart people don't like me.
It's
Oh,
very true
another
in this- very,
another
very true in this
2-second
statement.
clip that you took out of context. Ooh.
Well, he
nice.
said this himself.
Oh, okay.
You want to hear it? You want to hear the full context? I got you.
Smart people don't like me, you know, and they don't like what we talk
Well-
about. But
Well,
he's
first we would
become
need the
radical.
beforehand too, but okay.
What's up?
First we would need the beforehand too,
Smart
but
people
I'm
don't
really
like
not
me.
interested in listening to this.
What's up?
I mean, we're talking, and you just keep on playing these stupid clips.
You're so mad, dude. You're so mad. I know you're mad because I proved you wrong on every
I'm
single
not mad
point
at
that
all.
you've made.
I'm completely fine. I think your
so-
blood pressure.
I'm sorry. You
is up,
said that
if
you
any,
said that
one of
I
us.
I'm biased from a partisan perspective because I believe in science and
Yes.
doctors, dude. Because
Well-
I believe that doctors provide legitimate basis for factual evidence and scientific evidence, and because I go to the doctors, I must be partisan. Look how partisan Parker is. He believes in doctors. Look at that. Oh my God. Republican doctors,
Well,
conservative
I
doctors,
don't-
and Democrat doctors, liberal doctors. They all
Yeah, I don't
indicate this to
know
be true,
which
but they're all
doctors
partisan.
are-
I tell you.
You need to work on that on the impression a little bit, but
You need to work on your critical thinking.
ooh, got me. No, I just think you're naive. I just think you're
how
naive.
am I naive?
That's-
Can you
that's what it
define
is.
naive? Can you tell me what naive means?
Yeah, you just kind of you don't have, and we're like the same age, but you kind of just don't think from other perspectives because you think you're wiser than you are.
So yes, I literally spend my day, the entire time I'm debating, thinking about my position from other perspectives. You know that, right? I do that every single day. My job is to do that. Okay. Yes, I do think about
Yeah,
that
I
from
don't
other
think so.
perspectives. Okay. And I thought about it from
okay.
your perspective, and your perspective is really fucking stupid. That's why. I'm serious, genuinely.
curious, do you get
I've thought
paid by
about
the
it from your
DNC?
perspective, and I've
Do you
just
get
considered
paid
that
from
your
the DNC
perspective makes
really
no
quickly?
sense. What's up?
Do you get paid by the DNC?
No. Do you think that I'm paid by the DNC?
Are you paid by anybody?
People in my chat that like my content, and by the YouTube advertisements
sure?
that go on my stream, on my videos.
You sure? No one else.
No one else. I literally make money from people donating to me through Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as people
Is
can
this
support me
same
over
with Dean?
YouTube Super Chat, and in the advertisements from people watching my YouTube videos that I make.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Do you think that if someone came to you with money and was like, "Look, we want you to kind of look. We have this ideal that we kind of want to get out to the public, or whatever. We'll pay you like $20 million. You don't have to lie and say that this product or whatever is good, but just kind of like weasel your way around it to kind of make the public think it is good. But you don't have to completely say it. Do you see what I mean? Like this is the kind of stuff
I would
with-
not take. I would not take $20 million to say something I do not believe in.
Oh, okay. But yeah, but then this is the thing.
unless it's
How
like
do you-
saying unless it's like a joke or something.
But how do you know
if
that?
if someone paid me $20 million to say that the Earth is flat as a joke, I would do it. I would totally do that. But like, if someone paid me $20 million to like change my ideological views, right, on live and like always perpetuate that view, I wouldn't do that because I genuinely don't think that that's a good thing. I think that's a bad thing to do. I think that I have ethics, you know. Like I don't want to be saying things I don't believe in. I come on this live stream and I say things that I believe in.
Yeah, but then there's the thing of how am I supposed to know that you even know like the things with Tylenol and autism or stuff like that? So you can actually believe what you believe, but how do you know it's true? And then people can like, pay you to say you believe in something, but you don't
Doctors
even
indicate
actually
this
know
to
it's
be
true.
Doctors indicate this to be true.
Yeah, like who? Whenever you say doctors, who is doctors?
I got you. I can play a doctor for literally like a video of a doctor saying this. Do you want me to do that right now?
A video of a random doctor. How do you know that Trump isn't in like cahoots with a bunch of other doctors that believe differently?
Wait,
how do we come to consensus?
I already told you the study, though. I already told you the study. Do you want to look at the study?
I mean, we can look at the study, but do you think that the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world,
study, 2.5 million people.
Let me finish a sentence. Do you think that Trump, the most powerful man in the world, can talk with anyone, that he might be talking to a lot of high-ranking doctors that have been doing tests behind the scenes that have found out something? Do you think maybe possibly that could be a thing? Maybe he has more information than you about this topic.
No, he's an idiot.
Considering he has access to way more doctors and stuff.
Would you say the same thing?
To anyone, right?
Would you say the same thing with the clip about him saying that about disinfectant? That we should listen to this one. Did you say the same thing in this context?
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that?
I don't know if he's meaning a Clorox wipe whenever he says disinfectant.
Injection inside.
So what does he mean by disinfectant by injection?
He could mean a multitude of things. I think you're automatically thinking like Fabuloso. You're thinking of like Fabuloso.
What does disinfectant by injection mean? What does that mean?
You're thinking of like Fabuloso or Clorox. I mean, he could be talking about a lot of things. There are a lot of, people take juice cleanses. That could be a disinfectant.
Yeah, tell me what disinfectant by injection is when you fight COVID-19.
Fasting could probably be a disinfectant. Gets rid of the bad cells in your body.
By injection? Oh my God! Dude, how do you fast by injection?
You're literally thinking about this as it's Fabuloso, Clorox, like Febreze or anything like that.
What is it? Give me an example of what it would be. Tell me what he's talking about.
There could be a multitude of things that mean disinfectant.
Dude, tell me what he means.
I'm saying there's a multitude of things that could be disinfectant.
Like?
Parker?
Like?
I already gave you multiple examples. It doesn't mean he's talking about putting Clorox wipe juice.
What are
he's not talking about putting Clorox wipe juice in a syringe.
What are examples specifically of one that could be used by injection to fight COVID-19? Could you give me an example?
Like a disinfectant for COVID-19?
Yeah.
Yeah,
by injection.
I don't know, but hydrochloroquine is one. That's from methylene blue.
Hydroxychloroquine. No, hydroxychloroquine was not proven. No.
It's hydroxychloroquine or
hydroxychloroquine. Yes, it's
Okay,
hydroxychloroquine. You don't even know your own fucking drug name that is specifically doing that. Come on.
Yeah, but I know it's derived from methylene blue, which is a fabric dye. It's used for a multitude of things. And it helps with COVID. Same with ivermectin.
Oh my
Same
God,
with fenbendazole.
No, it doesn't. Can you give any evidence that ivermectin helps with COVID? Oh my God.
Well, first off, ivermectin has been prescribed to billions of people.
How are we doing this in 2025? It is 2025, and you're saying that ivermectin fights COVID. What are you talking about, bro? I can't even believe people are still saying this. How are you still saying this?
It won a Nobel Prize. It won a Nobel Prize. For
fighting COVID?
For fighting a lot of things.
For what?
It's like a panacea type drug, Parker.
It's an anti-parasitic.
It's not only that, Parker.
Do you think COVID is a parasite?
No, but it could be used for other things. Okay, so
how the fuck is an anti-parasitic and horse dewormer going to help here?
Just because something helps horses doesn't mean that it can't help humans.
I said an anti-parasitic.
we're mammals, right?
I also said an anti-parasitic.
We're both mammals.
I also said an anti-parasitic. Okay.
Okay. Well, a medication can have two different uses, right?
Okay, I never disputed that, but I'm just saying, how is that specifically going to fight COVID-19?
Okay, well, just because it takes out parasites doesn't mean that it can't be used for other things as well. It's been prescribed to billions of people. I think some Japanese man founded it, but I could be wrong about that. Just because, real quick.
Can you give me any evidence?
Let me ask one question.
Give me any evidence. Hold on, listen.
I want to ask a question. While we're still on this,
go ahead.
Do you think that it was ideologically weaponized, the whole horse paste comment, whenever they took Joe Rogan's face and made it like super green? Do you think that these people went into like Photoshop or After Effects, some Adobe,
Dude, who gives a who the fuck is this? I don't even. I
They
never even
made
saw this.
his face
Who's
green.
that? Who?
Joe Rogan.
Who did this?
They made
though?
his face green whenever
Who
he
did
said
this?
that he took ivermectin.
Who made his face green?
CNN. The
I
people
don't-
at CNN, the editors.
Cool. I don't
They
give a
literally
fuck.
made his face green whenever they showed that he
Yeah,
took
and
ivermectin.
Fox News lied and said that Dominion voter machines fucking impacted the 2020 election. What's your point?
Okay, this is a whataboutism.
What do you mean? You're the one bringing up CNN. I didn't bring up.
I'm
CNN.
asking you a yes or no question. Do you think that this could be ideologically weaponized, the whole horse face narrative, whenever they made his face like green, saying that he had it and he took horse paste for it? Whenever it was really ivermectin.
They said horse dewormer. No, that's true. And the only thing specifically in terms of I guess like the green face could that I guess so, but like. Do you think it was misleading that Joe Rogan was saying that ivermectin could fight fucking COVID? Do you think that was misleading? Do you think that was false?
Well, considering this is anecdotal, but he was healed within like 2-3 days.
Dude, you can't make this shit up, dude. You can't make this shit up, dude.
Okay, here's another question, Mark. Joe Rogan.
Oh my god.
Joe Rogan.
Dude, stop.
Joe
hold
Rogan
up,
having a net worth.
Stop.
No, I
Let
have
me
to ask a question.
No, I'm sorry.
I have to ask another question.
I just let you ask a question. I'm gonna ask my question. Give me any.
Okay,
evidence.
then I'm asking you one after.
Okay, well, first you better provide me any evidence that ivermectin fights COVID. Provide evidence.
Okay, I can't right now, but I mean, I can look it up. And
Go look it up right now. I'll give you time.
I would. Okay, well, I really don't feel like it, man, because I can
Aw.
find something.
Go look it up.
Can I ask you a question really quick, and then I will?
No.
Okay, I can't find any. You're right.
Oh, go look
So
it
can I
up.
ask you a question?
Go look it up. If you don't, I'll just kick you. If you do this, I'm gonna kick you. I'm not gonna deal with this. You are already on the
I'm
edge of being
conceding the
kicked because
point.
it's so ridiculous. You don't actually
I'm
think
conceding the point.
you're not actually conceding it. You're just doing it so we don't have to talk about it.
No, but I'm saying that I'll go look it up.
Go look it up right now. If you don't, I'm gonna kick you. Unmute yourself without looking it up, and I'll kick you. I'm serious.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
bye-bye. There he goes. Look it up, bud. Gabe, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Ebot, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. 666, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Ida, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Ida. Beers, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Ebot, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some
Okay,
W's for
that one
Ebot
on
in the comment
H.
section right now? Thank you so much, Ebot. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
so
that
much.
one
I
on
really
the
appreciate it,
not
Ebot.
H,
Thank you.
sorry.
I want you to actually find a source. DRG,
I
thank you so
found
much
one
for
on
the
the
$2.
NIH.
Can you stop cutting me off? Jay, thank you for the $5. You didn't even find a source. You're just bullshitting. Thank you for the $5, Jay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Naya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Naya in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I actually don't. You could specifically through the context of Instagram DMs. But thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Brooklyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. Lee, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yobani, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Yobani. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Yobani in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Carolina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Jennifer with the $20. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Charlotte, thank you so much for the $15 for the DNC payment. Thank you so much. Sherry, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Devin, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Justin with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Justin, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Sherry, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And then Nikki, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Vanessa with $1. Thank you. Tyrone, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Pamela, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Pamela in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Pamela in the comment section, right? I really appreciate it. That's incredibly fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now, as well as if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Gabe, thank you for the $2. Feisty, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Roberta, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much. As well as, oh my God, holy shit. Anam, thank you so much for the $150 on Venmo. Holy shit. Anam, thank you so much for the $150. That is crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Anam. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Courtney, thank you for the $5. Probably 100. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. All right. So why do you support Donald Trump? Or sorry, I apologize. Go back to what you were saying. I apologize. That was muscle memory.
Yeah. So let's look at another person. Joe Rogan, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't you think that he has like the top doctors in the world? If he has the access to the top doctors in the world?
No.
Like probably way more enthusiastic doctors than like a normal doctor you'll see at like a local.
If he has
Like he has the top doctors
If
in
he
the
has
world.
access to the top
And they
doctors,
prescribe
he
him
was
ivermectin.
choosing to not believe them.
I mean, look, it's not like he's getting like a low tier 1-star doctor. He's getting like 5-star doctors, and they prescribe him ivermectin.
And he's choosing not to believe legitimate doctors. Ivermectin there's no evidence of indicating that it's beneficial for fighting COVID. What was your source for that? Let me hear.
It was on the NIH. It was a 5-day course of ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19 may reduce the duration of illness.
May reduce what?
The duration of illness. It's on the NIH.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's take a look at this. One, this hasn't been peer reviewed. Two, where does it say that it reduced the duration?
I don't know. This is the thing of why I didn't want to look.
This.
This is why we shouldn't look up a source in the middle of a debate. We should have sources already.
I gave you time to look it up.
Yeah, but did I have time to read the whole thing?
No,
this is the problem.
Because you didn't take the time to read
it. Like this is why I probably think that you're not you don't know the depth of the things you talk about probably because you think that you can just do this sort of stuff. You can read a study in 2 minutes and it's done. This is why I think that you have partisan bias.
I'll give you more than
This is why I think you have partisan bias because this is probably what you do with the Tylenol autism thing. You looked up something. You read the first paragraph and you thought you knew everything about it.
I'll give you 2 minutes. I'll give you more than 2 minutes, I mean.
I'm not. Look, dude, it's going to take like 10, 15 minutes for me to go through this thing and read it.
This is from 2020. This isn't very conclusive. I can find you stuff from 2024 and 2025 that indicate no.
Okay, sure, but I'm not even going to have time to read it. So it's like,
do you want me to give
this is why we should do this offline.
Okay, then how about I kick you off and you could do it offline?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Okay. Have a great day, dude.
Later, bud. He got kicked for misinformation anyway. As soon as we said that, bro got kicked for misinformation. Yeah. Suzanne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Suzanne. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. I think I have to hit a restart here on the TikTok stream. I recommend everyone to go over to the YouTube stream. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I'm going to hit a quick restart on the TikTok because I've got multiple flags, okay? And I don't want to lose this account. That would be very, very unfortunate to lose this account. So we're going to hit a quick restart here on the TikTok account real quick. I'll be right back. Literally 15 seconds here on the TikTok account. If you're on YouTube, we're still going to be staying live. And Jim R, send a guest request back. You said that I need to quit drinking the Kool-Aid. So send a guest request back when I hit a quick restart. If you're a Trump supporter. Alrighty, I'll be right back in 15 seconds, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that. Because rather than paying it through taxes. Does it make sense?
I understand. Yeah, that's why I was hesitant in saying like the whole. And I didn't want to go that path, right? I know you've had many discussions about this, but overall, remember the whole Iran deal, right? With like that was conjured up during Obama's time, and how like Trump was saying, "Oh, this is because of very weak leadership," and like, yeah, this is why I was so afraid of America having these weak leaders, because you can have other countries taking advantage of this, right? But Trump is very strong, right? He can just bite through this, right, and say, no, we're not going to accept any of these deals, right, that might undermine American sovereignty, right, and might like be harmful and be destructive to America, and so we need to stand up for these values, right?
So
and that's what Trump has been doing.
Can you give me an example of anything that Trump has done that was specifically led to those conditions?
Yeah, he abrogated the Iran deal, right? That was great, right? America was sending $400 billion, right? Like he canceled the deal and he said to Iran, looked at the Iranian president's face, Khomeini, right, and told him, "You're not going to build any of these weapons," right? And they followed through, right?
They did, right? They literally did build them.
Yeah.
Right, and that's why Trump said he had to bomb them.
Yeah, and he followed through by bombing. So he bombed them, right? And then they got very afraid of him, right? And that's what the American leader should be, you know. And that's why we needed someone tough like Trump, not like some weak
so
person
I
like
just
Biden.
want to let you
right?
know there were reports that indicated they only got set back by a few months. You know that, right?
Yeah, but you know that Trump still wants to engage, right, in these attacks against Iran, right?
Okay, so
which is great. You would think that's great,
so
right?
you're saying he's going to have to continue bombing Iran over and over again.
The nuclear sites, yeah.
So he's going to keep doing that over and over again rather than just keeping the nuclear agreement that he had prior that had surveillance of these different nuclear enrichment facilities 24/7.
No, because they were doing these things underground, right? They were getting $400 billion.
They were doing it underground. Then how are the bombs doing anything? How do you know where they specifically have these facilities if it's underground?
Listen, Parker, isn't it better for you to destroy these plants than to just keep them alive
if it's underground? How do you know where it is?
Oh, because that's the whole point. You wouldn't know where. I mean, you would just infer that.
So then,
it's
how are you
underground,
going to be able to bomb? You infer, so you're just bombing random places in Iran and hoping it hits a nuclear enrichment facility.
Once they finalize once they finish the job of creating these weapons, then they put it overground, right? And then they might then pose harm, right, to neighboring nations.
So again, you keep saying that, but then how do you specifically know where the nuclear enrichment facility is if it's underground? If it is the case that you're trying to bomb them?
Oh no, because you
wouldn't be able to. No,
because
you're just bombing random areas in Iran.
No, because the underground thing I was saying is because you were suggesting that they should have kept with the deal and surveillance the plants, right?
Underground, then you specifically are just. Then how are you going to be able to identify that to bomb it? I genuinely don't know how your approach is going to address it.
No. So I'm saying no. So I'm not saying that they're currently doing it underground, right? I'm saying if we were to have let them have the plants, then they might have done it underground, right? But now they're not doing it underground because we've destroyed their plant.
We did let them specifically, and we understand that we had surveillance over this. And it was the case that they were not enriching uranium at that point. And you would say that given that contract or that treaty was specifically in place, that they would have been doing that. So what evidence did you have that they were doing that?
No, that was just like an abductive inference, just the inference to the best explanation. So it wasn't like something
if that inference were true, we would have seen that.
Well, maybe, right? So maybe they were doing it. We just aren't absolutely certain, right?
They already are. So they already are. They're already underground.
They might be, yeah. Unfortunately, that's why we need to keep on fighting them, right? So to ensure safety for the world, right? Yeah.
You're not doing that by
and Trump is doing that.
You're not doing that by bombing them because you don't know where they are.
By bombing their sites, their nuclear. You
don't know where they are if they're underground.
Okay, but whatever is left over, so maybe they're doing like a double operation, overground and underground. So we are just taking care of the overground, right? Let's just take care of this first.
We
right?
already had that. We already had surveillance over that under the context of the nuclear peace agreement.
But surveillance isn't enough, right, Parker? You want to take more drastic measures, right? Like this, just surveilling things, right?
Explain to me. It's definitely more sure.
But by destroying their sites, we can now be more sure, right, that they're not going to be
because they can just rebuild them up.
I thought that you were saying because of a sexual issue, right? Oh yeah, if it's just about these business dealings, then that maybe we can. Yeah, so I thought it was over.
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse as well. That was a jury unanimously.
Not convicted over this. Not convicted over this, right?
He was held civilly liable.
Yeah, but I care about convictions over sexual rape or any of these allegations that were done because these are terrible, right? I can't vote for someone.
So then you must not care about undocumented immigrants coming to the country because it's not rape or murder, right?
Oh yeah, these should be like deported, right? Like you would agree.
Oh, well,
These are
why?
illegals.
Oh wait, oh, it's illegal.
Oh, because
oh wait, but you didn't care about Trump's felonies.
Oh, so it's
you didn't
only
care
over
about
these
that.
business dealing. Because with business you can always do like a lot of mistakes in paperwork and stuff like that. But when it comes to illegal immigrants, right, illegal aliens coming into your country, they might be like a
Undocumented
part of a gang, right?
He intentionally did so to hide the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. That's why he committed the crime. That's what he was determined to have done. It's not just a mistake.
Oh, the hush money is because he cheated on his wife, right? So he wanted to hush things.
And he was hiding the hush money
but that's not a crime. Yeah.
Listen, the hush money's not a crime. The falsifying of business records to hide that so it doesn't affect your election prospects is a crime.
I agree but that's not going to be a crime that's sufficient for me to deter me from voting. Like other crimes that are more heavy, right?
Coming to the country undocumented is not going to be a crime sufficient enough to deport someone.
No, it's very sufficient. Right? This one is completely sufficient, right, Parker? Because they might be a gang.
It's completely sufficient to not support Donald Trump. Then you shouldn't support Donald Trump. You got to be hard on crime.
No, but
law and order. Don't vote for criminals.
But these are two completely different. These are two completely different scenarios. What is
he broke the law, though. He broke the law.
No, but remember that's not by principle, right?
He broke the law, though.
Yeah, but one of them is like a slight. One of them is a lesser crime than the other, right? Because the other it might be a. Yeah.
So I actually think that the lesser crime is coming to the country undocumented because you didn't do anything to harm the country. Under the context of this situation where Donald Trump specifically falsified business records, he did harm the country.
Wait, why did how did he harm the country?
Well, he limited our ability to have the information about the fact that he cheated on his wife while she was pregnant.
That's not harming
which
the
would have
country,
been relevant
right? That's
to the
his personal
election.
life.
Well, that's relevant to the election.
No, but that's his personal life. That's we don't need to pry into people's personal lives. That's his personal life. He wanted to give her the hush money. Like that's not harming the country. That might be harming him, his personal life, right? But the undocumented illegals, right? They can kill. They can like do crimes, right? Like they can like analyze people, right?
They natural born U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants commit crimes at multiple times lower rates.
But that's not.
God.
Yeah, but that's not going to be a sufficient. That's not going to be like a sufficient clearance of the daunting issue at hand, right? Like they might be a part of a gang, right? They might like grave people, they might unalive people, right?
So we need to not allow this. Oh, if you're worried about people getting assaulted, then why'd you vote for a guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Oh, because he wasn't convicted, right? So until you give me that conviction,
a jury determined that he was liable.
But what does that mean? Like, is that like a conviction, or like what is like civil libel? Is that like him being? Wait, I don't really understand what that means.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
So right now I'm actually in Egypt, like traveling, and right now I'm in Egypt, but I do live like in Los Angeles. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what the time is right now.
Could you name 3 other cities in California?
Yeah, I was Sacramento, San Francisco, Berkeley. I lived in Berkeley. I actually went to UC Berkeley, right? And Oakland, right? The neighboring. Yeah.
Okay. I was just clarifying. Because you didn't know what a civil court was.
I live in the Valley.
Clarification.
Probably close to you, right? I'm in the Valley.
Yeah. So, in terms of what's it called?
San Fernando Valley. Yeah, for anyone in the audience. Yeah.
So for what's it called? I'm sorry. What were we on? You just randomly said that I got caught off.
So you asked me. Okay? So I asked you about the civil. What does civil liability mean, right? Then you told me, where are you located?
And I said, so it's a determination that he was guilty in a civil court.
So he was proven guilty
in a civil court.
And how? Because I don't know anything about law, right? So that's why you're going to be educating me on this. So then, how's that different from a criminal case? So if it's a civil, does that mean that what happens then? Like, if he, like, is that like how is that different from a criminal case? So being criminally liable. So if is he criminally liable?
It's not in a criminal case, it's in a civil case. The distinction specifically is based upon the different type of punishment that you can get. For civil cases, it's typically financial. In criminal cases, it's typically going to be like prison time. And then there's a difference in standard of evidence, preponderance of evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, so Parker, I don't care about these civil cases. I care about the criminal cases because.
Okay, well, watch this. Watch this.
Yeah.
Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse enter the country legally?
No, because
not?
I don't know.
I thought you don't care about civil cases.
So okay, maybe okay. I'll allow for that. I'll allow that for if someone maybe for civil cases, not criminal case. Because if he hasn't been proven in a criminal case to be guilty, then there's something there, right? There's something
So you would let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse legally immigrate to the United States?
I don't think other countries have the same justice system, right? So if they're civilly liable, that might be equating like criminal liability, right? In that case, they would be. Then I wouldn't trust them being in the country.
Let me clarify. The civil liability is the same type of determination, right? As what we have here in the United States. So would you like to answer the question?
Yeah. So no, I wouldn't let them in the country.
Okay. Why not? I thought you don't care about civil cases.
Because it's you said grape, right? Yeah, I cannot allow for grape.
Okay, so then why would you vote for someone? If you wouldn't let them legally enter the country, why would you vote for them if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Was Trump liable for grape?
Forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is grape.
Oh, that's what he's liable for?
Yeah.
Oh, then I'm very much against that.
So you don't support him anymore?
Yeah, it might. Like, I'm gonna have to double check on this, but if that's true, right?
Look
then
at
that's gonna
essay AP News.
Okay. I mean, if that's true, then
but it is for any forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is grape, right? And under New York law at that time, it just defined it in a different way, but it's still forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will, which in a colloquial sense we all consider grape. And under the law right now, it would be considered grape. But at the time, the law was just, worded in a weird way.
Yeah, this is something I'm going to have to search for more. But okay, just granting you, right, that this might have been like, and let's be a little bit explicit, like grape, right? Then I'd have to be against that, right? Then that might push me. Because remember, I told you at the beginning, right? If he was found guilty of grape, right, then I wouldn't have supported that. Or supported him for. But barring that, just bar that, right? Then going back to the argument of him being the strong alpha male leader, right? And you would agree he's this very strong, tough guy, right? This is what's needed for American leadership, right? And he's been doing a good job against these harmful countries like Iran, right? And destroying their plants, right? And keeping the world safer, right? By the bit.
So you're still willing to vote for him even though he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
No, so I'm going to double check. So if I grant you, right, that this is true, right, that he was liable for grape, right, then I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay. All right. Go look it up.
All right.
Trump libel essay.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for the 3,100 people on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And in the pinned comment on the YouTube, Estella, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Jessica, thank you so much for the $1. And Shung Lee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yotze, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
January.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think I'd still vote Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because I eat beef tallow.
Do you want to give me like an actual reason?
I'm not low test, Parker.
Okay. How do you? What are your test levels?
Exceedingly high.
Like what?
Beyond your comprehension.
Do you even know what your test levels are?
Yes, I do. I have them right here.
Okay, what are they?
I'll show you. I went to go get a test earlier.
Go ahead.
Let me get the paper.
Tell me, what are your test levels?
I eat beef tallow, so you should already know it's like really healthy.
Do you want to tell me? What are your test levels, bro?
950.
950? Okay.
957.
957? Really? Really? Really?
Exceedingly high. Exceedingly high.
957 what?
I don't know how to pronounce the medical because the doctor told me, but on the paper it says DL, so I don't understand that.
Nanograms per deciliter. Okay. Also,
So it's really high, right?
Also, I have 1,000.
And I drink raw milk.
Well, I just want to let you know mine is 1,000, and also I just want to let you know
That's not true. Show me.
I don't have to show you, but mine's 1,000, bro. What are you talking about? Mine's 1,000.
No, you're lying.
Not only is mine 1,000.
Partner, you eat seed oils. You eat seed oils. I know you eat seed oils.
W seed oil.
You're a seed oil pioneer.
W seed oil. W seed oils. So
No, you see, low test.
Also, I just want to let you know that Trump unironically has low test because he's old. Your testosterone reduces
but if you vote for Kamala, you have low
time.
test.
Your testosterone reduces over time. So would you agree with me that?
Yeah, but he's old. That's not fair.
Would you agree with me that?
You have to compare it to his young test.
Would you
have to compare it to when he was 30.
Hold up. Would you agree with me that at least right now I have higher testosterone levels than Trump?
Yeah, because you're younger than him, dude.
So does
That's
that
not fair. Age affects all of us. He didn't choose to have low test
So does that mean that like I'm more of a man than Trump under your view?
Yeah, I would have voted for you over Kamala, most definitely, because I'm higher
No,
test.
I said more than Trump. So would you vote for me over Trump? because I have higher
Dean's
test?
low test too.
Wait, no.
Dean's low test too.
I have higher tests than Trump. So would you vote for me over Trump?
Yes.
This guy's trolling, dude. Dean, do you want
No, I'm not. I'm serious.
Tom, what's up?
Dean, you're a seed oil. You're a seed oil pioneer too. I'm not listening to you.
Wait, Tom. I actually have a question. You said that you eat beef tallow.
Yes, I eat beef tallow, and I drink raw milk.
Yeah.
And I have a Liver King diet. So
what? I have a question. What is beef tallow?
Oh, he doesn't know.
And I take ashwagandha too.
No. Listen. What?
And
is
I
beef
take
tallow?
ashwagandha. And I take ashwagandha.
What is beef tallow?
Dean, I just eat it because someone told me to.
What is it?
I eat it because
literally, what is beef tallow? Answer my question.
Dean, you know that there's an odor that
He can't answer.
No. You know there's an odor that emisses from your I think it's your back too, from your back, from higher test levels, like your sweat, it smells a lot stronger. If you were in the gym with me and you smelled my sweat, you'd be like, oh my god, this guy's test is insane.
So beef tallow is just
this guy.
condensed beef fat. Did you know that? So you're telling us that you just eat fat?
Sorry, sir. Can you say it again?
So beef tallow is just beef fat. So are you just telling us that like
No.
fat?
Beef tallow helps produce testosterone.
So
It's
you
like
just
squatting.
are you just telling
Parker,
us
you
that
eat
you
squats, Parker?
are you just telling us that you like literally eat fat for a meal?
No. I consume it. I didn't say I eat it. I
What's
put
the
it on the side,
relevant
like I spread it
distinction
on my toast. You know my toast? I spread it on
here?
toast.
This guy's weird as hell. man.
Guy, dude, I can't, man.
Here, are you down to ghost for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm down.
But I'm
That's
gonna
so
restart my TikTok app and then hop back in the queue. I have a really weird glitch.
Oh, I got you. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Jen with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jen. W's for Jen in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Jen. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here real quick.
Obviously. Okay.
Why so?
But I want to. Okay, before we start though, can I just ask a question?
Go ahead. What's your question, bud?
So, I've noticed like 3 days ago that you made a point about that we should do hyper-specific tariffs on companies who commit child labor.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you agree with that statement? Like, is that your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay. So, about your earlier point about hyper-specific tariffs on companies who commit child labor, I think that's almost physically impossible because companies like such as Shein, you know, like they're doing bad things, they're exploiting children. They could sell their facilities to subsidiary companies which could avoid these tariffs. And your idea is an intelligence quagmire, and it's just almost impossible, really. I'm not saying it's America's like problem that they should solve this, but the least they can do is tariff these countries, including Argentina and China, who, Argentina, China, India, because they are in international labor union, INU. They act like they do something, but in reality, there is so much agricultural corruption. They are exploiting children, and I think Americans, they can at least tariff these countries. Now, I
have a very quick question, Nicholas. So if Donald Trump tariffing a country such as Argentina would help in the mitigation of child exploitation, does this mean last week when he gave them $20 billion to help bail out their economy and stimulate it, that he was actually propping up child exploitation?
Okay, I want to make a clear statement that this should be an intellectual debate, and the reason why they give $20 billion is because, well, first of all, the corrupt, it's libertarian government, basically. Government intervention has been decreased in Argentina. So what Trump did is to support these capitalist countries, he gave $20 billion. Now, I think Biden had more tariffs on China than Trump did. I don't know, you can fact check me up on this, but I'm pretty sure.
Respond to the specific point that he made.
But it's an intellectual fact. It's like a statistic that Trump gave $20 billion to Argentina.
So is he propping up a government that specifically does not even ban child labor?
What? No, that's absolutely stupid.
Okay, so then what's your response?
Right. Well, now if you're just saying that, that's stupid to assume that him stimulating their economy would help prop up child labor, then undermining their economy by imposing tariffs on them wouldn't help in diminishing child labor, right? Because it's two sides of the same coin. If economy equals diminishment of child labor, such as you're suggesting, then if help economy equals propping up child labor. It would just be the inverse of your claim. But because you're denying the inverse of your claim, you'd be contradicting yourself by accepting the claim to begin with.
Okay, so Dean, I've talked to you 2 days ago. I'm gonna be honest. I've talked about this clearly. I'm gonna be honest. I'll say something later, but to answer this question, it doesn't directly support Argentinian, exploitation of, children. No, it doesn't directly support it. He just supports the government. I don't see your logic. I'm sorry. I think I'm slow, but
the government that doesn't completely outlaw it.
They did outlaw it because they're in international labor union, but they're not really. Yes, but they're not really doing anything to
propping up a government that's not doing anything about the laws that they have to enforce against child labor.
Well, it's a problem that they should fix, and I gotta say, Trump never actually did it. No. I mean, you can make an argument that Trump never actually made a direct statement that he's tariffing these countries just because of child labor.
That's also.
I just realized that. So, yeah, that's a fair point. I'm trying to argue this from both sides. I'm gonna be honest, and I've said this earlier on Dean's stream, but I'm not really a Trump supporter.
You can tariff the subsidiary companies.
You can. It's an intellectual quagmire. It's literally impossible.
No, it takes investigation.
So you're gonna spend money on an investigation in China?
Yeah.
That's so stupid. Why would you just waste money on such a little thing
to try and reduce child labor?
I mean, it's not of our problem, it's their problem, and the least we can do is tariff these countries.
So then your whole original argument is gone. Okay.
No, the least we can do is tariff these countries without losing any of our profits.
Okay, so tariffing does limit our profits, dude.
And then I also just want to
it does open more opportunities for Americans, but that's yeah.
I also just want to point out, so you said that specifically tariffing companies that are exploiting child labor wouldn't be effective since they could just send their products through a subsidy company. Well, specifically tariffing countries that support child labor wouldn't be effective since they could just send them through subsidy countries, right?
Okay, well, I just wanted to make a point that okay, yeah, I agree with you, Dean. We've talked about this before, I think, but what I want to say is I'm trying to argue from both sides And before you kick me, right, I changed my mind like 2 days ago. I'm not really a Trump supporter anymore. The thing is, I like bipartisanship.
Dude, change your mind. I'm happy you changed your mind. Thank you so much for changing your mind. We really appreciate you changing your mind. We are just looking for some debates with people who currently still do support Donald Trump. We appreciate you changing your mind, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
November.
Okay.
Do that sound 18?
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Because he's better.
Why?
Well, I don't know. He just is.
Cute cat, by the way. Momo.
Thank you. She's a cute cat.
Oh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, how are you? I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes and no.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure, but I'd probably still say Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
06, December.
What month? Okay.
December.
And why do you support Donald Trump then?
Well, because of some of his immigration, foreign, and economic policies.
Immigration, foreign, and economic policies. So which
Economic,
immigration,
yeah.
foreign, and economic policies?
Do you want to start with foreign policy?
Up to you.
Sure. Is that good? Foreign? Okay.
He left. Okay.
Dude.
What is going on, bro?
I can help you try to find a guest if you'd like.
Yeah, if you would like to. In the meantime, let's get the next person up. If you want to support, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat or in the pinned comment on my YouTube, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just gotta say, I'm fucking.
Okay. What is going on? What is going on? Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Which person said yes? Is that Maddie?
Ultimate Maddie.
I do too, bro. I do too.
Okay. And Kamo, do you support Donald Trump as well?
Yep.
Okay. How old are each of you?
Sorry, I think I loaded in a couple too many guys. My bad.
You're fine. Okay. Actually, you know what? We'll just have everyone come back. Go back in the box, and I'll have you up next. We'll start with Maddie. Maddie, why do you support Trump?
Support Trump for his immigration enforcement policies and economic policies and decreasing our taxes to individuals.
Enforcement and taxes. Okay. All right. So what do you like about his tax policy?
The fewer taxes, the better, with no tax on tips and just lower taxes for individuals. Taxation is theft anyway, so.
Okay, you think all taxation
Good to pay
is theft?
less.
Therefore, Donald Trump's plan for tariffs is theft, right?
At point of gun.
Yep. So Trump's plan for tariffs is also theft.
I don't think we're going to war with anybody that's not paying any tariffs.
What? I'm sorry. Who do you think? Wait, what is a tariff?
Let's say tax on import.
Yeah, and who pays the tax?
The country or company that's importing the goods, and
The
sometimes
company,
they do
the American
increase prices
company
to
importing
pay
the
for that.
product. the American company importing the product. Therefore, under your view, that's theft, right?
No, the company that's exporting it will also pay. I mean, it's
No.
not just the import.
No, they don't. The American importing product pays it to the government, and it's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution.
So no company from China that would be tariffed is paying any tariffs, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they're not paying the tariff. The tariff is paid by the American company importing the product, and it's passed down to the consumer.
So why would another country care if they were tariffed at 200% then? If we're just the ones paying
reduces
it?
how much business they get in our country.
I don't think that's accurate. I mean, I know that prices can be.
I have a degree in
prices can be increased.
Matty, it's
that's great, but
and how that would reduce business. Think about it. If there's a 200% tariff on Chinese goods and American importers would have to pay that tariff, it would essentially increase the price of the product by 200%, right? So
if they did.
Right, and obviously with an increase in the price of a good, you'd see a reduction in demand of the good, right? And obviously Chinese exporters wouldn't want the demand for their goods to be reduced.
Well, I'm talking about the other country.
No, you specifically asked me if the Chinese exporters don't pay the tariffs and the American importers do, then why would the Chinese exporters care about having large tariffs imposed on them, right? They'd care because it'd significantly reduce the demand for the goods that they sell, because the price of the goods that they sell would go up by 200%.
Well, it doesn't go up by the exact amount of the tariff. I mean, right now we're seeing companies eat a lot of the percentage of the tariff, so the prices do not go up.
Well, we're talking about the price going up.
What's happening right now?
Importer, not the price going up. We're talking about the price of the good going up for the American importer by 200%.
Yes.
Right.
But I mean, if it's lowered, if the amount that they sell is lower, they're going to make less money.
If the amount that they sell is lower, they're going to make less money. Are you talking about the Chinese exporters?
Yeah. Yes, the exporters.
Right, which is why they would care about the tariff being imposed on them. So do you see why that was a little bit of a redundant question to ask? It's pretty obvious that they'd care about that tariff because it'd reduce the demand for their good and reduce how many individuals are purchasing their good.
Yeah, that's what yes. I mean, they would care about it, yeah, but
right. So there you go.
I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing.
So do you support the tariffs?
The ones that we've had so far being used as a negotiating tactic, yeah. I mean, if other countries can tariff our companies, then why can't we tariff other countries?
How could you support tariffs in any context, given the fact that you think taxation is theft and you're a free market libertarian? Are tariffs not a restriction on the market and impose forceful taxation by the government amounting to theft and enforcement?
I'm not completely 100% free market libertarian.
Okay, so you were... So then you support restrictions on the market, right? So
there's a little nuance in life, so that's fine.
So you either don't think that taxation is theft, or you support theft.
Yep, he supports that.
No, that's not necessarily true. I mean, I don't support taxation as being that there are some situations where taxation is okay, but I'm just saying that less of it when there's already a lot is a good thing.
Well, then Kamala Harris would have been a better president since she wanted to disproportionately reduce taxes on the most Americans by cutting taxes for 130 million American citizens in the middle class, and she didn't support Donald Trump's broad, expensive tariff plan of imposing taxes on every other country in the world.
You're assuming that Kamala Harris made a campaign promise that she would follow through on when she was already vice president and wasn't doing half of any of what she promised to do as president.
Okay, well, obviously she wouldn't be doing the things that she promised to do as president when she was still serving as vice president under Biden. That's kind of how presidential platforms and agendas work, my friend.
Well, I mean, why not? Why wouldn't she be
because if she did if she did do some of the things that she ran on president for as vice president of Biden, then she wouldn't have run on them for the presidency. Think about it this way. When somebody is running for the presidency, they will always be running on policy that they haven't already implemented. That is just always true, right? So, like, imagine that when she was working under Biden, that they were able to get that $25,000 home subsidy passed, then she wouldn't have run on the $25,000 home subsidy, and she would have replaced it with another new policy that they hadn't passed.
Exactly.
And you'd be asking that same question, well, why didn't she just do it under the Biden-Harris administration? It is necessarily
wouldn't, because
paradoxical.
No, I wouldn't be saying that, because if she had actually gotten things that she had promised done and as vice president, then she would have had a track record to run on, and then we would have
She did do things as
probably assumed that she could do other things.
She did do things as vice president. In fact, her and Biden passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, more than Donald Trump did in his first or second term, including things like the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, and so forth.
Only because that the Senate and Congress were so split, and so many votes had to come down to her
Can I ask you a
because
question?
the votes were so 50-50.
Can you name a single thing that
the only
J.D.
reason.
Vance has done as vice president?
A single thing that he's done.
Yep, as vice president.
He visited the troops.
He visited troops when? Where did he visit troops?
I mean, it's pretty. There's several videos of it. I mean, you asked me
Okay, so
to name a
couldn't
single
we,
thing that
couldn't
he's
we just
done.
say that she visited the border?
I'm not sitting in front of a computer.
Do you agree that Kamala Harris visited the border?
I agree that she visited the
So
border.
she did something.
Did a terrible job as borders are too.
So do you at least agree that she did something as vice president?
Oh, I'm sure she's done some things. I mean, she ran the border into the ground and caused us to have the
Really, what did
mass
she do to
immigration
run the
enforcement we're
border
having
into the
right now.
ground? What did she do to run the border into the ground?
Did not enforce immigration law.
So what was her authority to enforce immigration law?
She was the border czar. That was her.
Really? So
that was her portfolio
Can you
project.
give me any source that she was a quote unquote border czar?
If you got a few seconds, I can look it up for you if you like.
Go ahead. Julian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Julian. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always. So good to see you. So good to see you. So good to see you.
Yo, this came in like maybe 20 minutes ago at this point, but I did just see it. Jessica, thank you so much for the $87 donation over on Venmo. As well as Jessica, I just read the message that you accompanied to your donation, and just know that I really fucking appreciate you for reaching out and telling that to me. And I'm really happy to hear that your son's on the right track in life. And seriously, Jessica, $87, that is a fuck ton of money. I really appreciate you for your kindness and your generosity. Please show some love to Jessica down below in that chat, y'all. Thank you so much, seriously.
Absolutely. Boston, thank you so much for the $10. Glampire, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Glampire in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And then Mad Scramble, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Did you find a source, sir?
Yeah, I've got homelandhouse.gov.
What's the title?
Unburden herself with the responsibility in August.
What's the title? I can't hear you while you're out of the app, so you have to come back into the app to tell me, just letting you know.
Borders, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Borders are Kamala Harris unburdened herself is the first little part of it. New York Post reported on it. I mean, I'm not sitting in front of a computer, so.
Okay, well, New York Post, I was laughing at the New York Post part, and you are, because you're on your phone. That's a computer.
But I can't switch in and out of the app seamlessly.
Where does it say that there's evidence that she was a quote unquote border czar?
I mean, it literally says it in the title that she was the border czar and that she relieved herself of her duties in August of 2024.
No, they just claim that she was. This is a right-wing media source that just claims that she was a border czar. There's no actual source for being a quote-unquote border czar. The only authority that she was granted for specifically the border in dealing with the border was to raise private funds in Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity. So that's actually the reason why more people came to the country. Or I mean, not more people came to the country. That's why she limited what authority she had in limiting people from coming to the country. She didn't have any other authority to enforce the border like law in any way outside of that.
Well, the executive branch enforces law, and the immigration laws were not enforced during the administration she was a part of.
I don't think the executive enforces the law. What are you talking about?
That's in 8th grade social studies that the executive branch enforces the law. Your local police officers, your federal agents, they're part of the executive branch of government.
Wait, local police officers are not a part of the executive branch of the government.
They actually are. I mean, that's 8th grade social studies stuff, guys.
No. So I mean, there's a few things there. So I could say that they can enforce some laws, but they're not the enforcer of the law, if that makes sense. Like, they're not the only enforcer of the law. There are some laws that they can do to specifically enforce laws.
Actually, the guest is actually kind of right. So the Constitution delegates the power to enforce laws to the executive branch. So, like, per the wording of the Constitution, that is true. But
I was disputing the idea that they were the enforcer of the law, right? They're not the only enforcer of the law, correct?
No, they're not the only, no. But they do, and there was a refusal to do anything about several states and cities that weren't enforcing immigration law.
Okay. So, what specific authority was she granted to be able to deal with this?
What specific? I mean, are we just focusing on Kamala Harris now as far as why I support Trump? Because why I support Trump has little to do with Kamala Harris, but I would have voted for Trump again over her. But what authority does she have? I mean, she's part of the executive branch. The vice president's given portfolio projects to do. It's not just a placeholder.
Okay, you said she's given authority by the president. What authority was she given by the president?
She's given portfolio projects to complete.
Such as?
I don't have them all in front of me of everything that happened in those 4 years.
Okay, well then she would only have authorities within those specific things granted by the president, correct? So the idea that she was the border czar, one, was not granted by the president. Two, was not specifically granted in terms of practically any other authorities outside of the ones that I mentioned.
What was it that you mentioned that she worked with? What was the exact thing that you said?
To raise private funds in Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here.
Well, how would that reduce the likelihood of people coming here?
Because it builds up economic security in those nations.
And you think that's the only reason people come here?
No, that was just one of the main reasons that she was specifically addressing.
Yeah, but it was very ineffective. So that's it's okay to not vote for people. It clearly is true if there's millions of people that have come over illegally.
So again, what specifically? We're not from the countries that you're talking about. We saw a reduction in the amount of people coming to the country and documented from those countries.
I mean, we saw an increase in total.
Yeah,
so it wasn't very effective.
But she didn't have authority over the enforcement of immigration law in that context.
But she worked with those who did, who didn't do anything about it.
So what could she have done?
She didn't speak out against it.
She did. She told people not to come. So if you want to talk about this in general, like what could she have done that you think that she should have done?
Well, she could have, instead of talking about what a great presidency that they had, she could have completely thrown Biden under the bus, and it might have actually gotten people excited to vote for her, because she should have
just said that
we're not doing enough. Yeah, there's times that you can actually say that we're not doing enough and we need to be doing better. You don't actually have to just clap and celebrate every little move that you do, even though it's wrong. I mean, she could have said that, hey, there's New York City, please stop giving 4-star hotels to illegal immigrants to stay in, $300 a night
Undocumented
hotels.
immigrants, those are states too. I thought you believe in states' rights. Those are asylum seekers going through a legal process of immigration.
Well, states should not have the right to.
States shouldn't have the right to provide access to social services for legal immigrants.
They were illegal immigrants.
They were legally in the country. The
there were
asylum
people-
process is a legal immigration process.
Yeah, the asylum process was being abused during that time. That is another problem with the Biden
You could say
administration.
that it was being abused, but that doesn't mean that they were undocumented.
Well, I mean, they still didn't need to have $300 a night hotels stays for every night when we're a country
I don't
in
know
crippling
where
debt.
specifically that was the case. Now, if you want to address this, you're talking
York
about
City.
in terms of severe weather. So you'd rather them be on the
No,
street
that was for
in severe
months.
weather?
Severe weather for months.
Wait, it was not $300 a night areas for months. I don't know what you're talking about. Would
It
you
was
like to provide me a source?
4-star hotels.
Provide me a source for that, and also for illegal immigrants, asylum seekers. I don't know if they can work in the beginning when they first get to the country. So, given that they can't work, they should definitely be provided housing until they can pay for it.
Also,
themselves, right?
Well,
also, it's worth pointing out that what you're talking about, like the 4-star hotel, it's going to be a Hotel Roosevelt, and Hotel Roosevelt shut down, and then the state repurposed it into housing for asylum seekers. But you got to keep in mind here, like the reason why asylum seekers are being offered, right, like free housing and like even in some circumstances small monthly stipends in some of our states is because they're not legally allowed to work anywhere, right? So I think it's like a big humanitarian issue to suggest that, well, we could have refugees and asylum seekers come into the country and then not give them a work permit so they can't make money, and like what are we going to expect them to do, starve to death living on the streets? Right? And because, ultimately the power of the purse falls to Congress, sorry, not the power of the purse, but like the ability to like authorize work permits falls to Congress and state legislators, which have not been able to pass legislation to give them immediate work permits because of the GOP, right? Instead, they subsidize them until their asylum seeking process is finalized. The obvious solution.
Oh, hello?
Sorry, I cut out. The obvious solution to the issue is to pass policy to hire more judges at immigration courts to expedite the amount of time that it takes to process an asylum claim, and to immediately authorize them for work upon entry into America. And the Biden-Harris administration tried to, tackle 50% of this by attempting to pass a bipartisan border bill to hire more judges specifically to expedite asylum claims. So they're not being subsidized by local governments for like a year, and instead their claim would hopefully be processed in like 3 months. But then Donald Trump turned around and shut it down. He told the Republicans to vote against it. So the only person you have to thank for like ongoing degraded immigration laws surrounding asylum would be Trump, right? And not the asylum seekers, and honestly, not the Democrats.
Well, Trump wasn't even in office, but the
change the fact that
as far as the asylum,
to vote against it.
As far as the asylum seeking goes, I mean, we had asylum seekers that were from countries that they had to pass through Mexico to even get to the U.S. They could have remained in Mexico, which was a policy that was working.
No,
and they didn't have to come all the way to the United States.
They remain in Mexico to like where they wait during the process. So how could you have a process for the process?
Well, because I mean, we could have things at the border, facilities at the border for people to stay at until the process can be.
So within the United States
can be taken care of. It doesn't necessarily have to be within the United States, but at the border.
So within Mexico. So you want them
it can be if it's right at the border.
So you want them to stay in the country in which they're seeking asylum from.
I mean, if it's right across the line.
If it's right across, okay. So
I don't know anybody that would have a problem with that. I don't.
Okay, so you want
I don't
it in
think
the
they
United
should come all the
States.
way into the interior of the country and get free. Free healthcare and free everything.
So one, you want them in the United States. Two, you want to pay for their housing. You want them to have free housing.
I said I don't want them to.
Wait, but like if they're going to be
into the interior of the country,
you said you want them living in a quote unquote camp. Wouldn't that include housing?
Well, not out in the middle of the wilderness. I guess not. If
So you're
it's a
saying
legitimate
they should have to live in the
asylum
middle of the wilderness while they wait to claim asylum?
I just said not.
No.
I just
okay,
said
so then
that
where would they be living?
A nice facility.
Okay, so a nice facility, so
facility.
housing. So you would pay for free housing.
The housing at a nice facility, yes, that's not the same
Yeah.
thing.
So by the way, he just wait. By the way, he just
when are they coming to your house?
He just advocated for
When are they
asylum
coming to your house,
seekers coming to our country from the federal government to be provided a free housing. Right? Is that what you just said?
Well, when are they coming to your house?
Wait, no, I'm just asking. You just said that they should be allowed free housing, right? Under your view, the federal government should be paying for the housing, not the states.
This isn't the gotcha you think it is. I'm talking about at a facility at the border. That is not the interior of the country in a 4-star hotel.
But wait. Okay, so
with
then
free health care.
Okay, so you still are okay with paying for people who are going through the asylum process.
Legitimate asylum seekers, not the.
And again, the hotel you brought up
were,
was not even in usage. Okay, it wasn't even in
It's
usage.
not one hotel. It's not just one hotel. You can't cherry
what
pick
other
one
hotel were you
little.
talking about?
One little hotel.
Little.
Again, I'm not sitting in front
What other
of
hotel
not
were
sitting
you
in front of
talking
a
about?
computer. We're talking about things that happened. Talking about things that happened 2 and 3 years ago. I'm not sitting in front of a computer.
I can
But
give you
there's
time.
many sources that I've seen. There's many sources that I've seen that it's been more than just one Hotel Roosevelt.
Okay, so then I'll give you time to go look it up if you'd like.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, for sure. In the meantime, I'll think someone and then bring someone up real quick. I'll think a few people and then bring them up. Bring up another person, I mean. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. SGB, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, SGB. Thank you so much. Thank you for the autumn leaves as well. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Nina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Joshy, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Joshy. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Joshy in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Joshy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Joshy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Alrighty, everybody, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on the YouTube. Plus, as well, as long as Dean's up here, make sure to support Dean as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Dean, how were your debates yesterday? Oh, I think Dean might be busy.
I found it if you're ready, unless you want to ask somebody else something.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Or sorry, you were saying? That was a muscle memory. Did you find it?
Yeah, there was the Roosevelt and something Key NYC was another one, but there were many hotels that participated in the program.
So they participated themselves. So the hotels themselves decided to participate. Okay, what's wrong with?
Yeah, they did, and they took a lower rate for each room for the federal government to reimburse them.
Okay, well then what's the issue?
Because my tax
Private
dollars
business
being used for
decided
that.
to do it. Okay, so you have an issue
my
with your
tax
tax
dollars are paying for it.
So you have an issue with your tax dollars being used. Okay, well, did you know that the tax dollars were being used specifically to the facility that you're advocating for?
I'm not saying my tax dollars shouldn't be used for anything. That's completely ridiculous.
Then what was your issue?
My issue was that it was being used for
Wait,
the
do you live in New York?
amounts of money in the interior of the country.
Do you live in New York?
Federal government funds were being used to reimburse those hotels.
Those were state funds.
Yes, they were. No, the federal government reimbursed them.
Wait.
The federal government reimbursed them as well.
Actually, I need a source on that. I'm not quite sure about that.
And the federal government gives money to states anyway.
Can you give me a source that shows that the federal government reimbursed the hotels for that?
Do I need a source to tell you that federal funds go to states?
Wait.
I need a source for that.
Different claim.
Is this guy claiming that
It's not a different claim.
funds are used to subsidize undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, in the hotels. He said that they were the ones that paid for them.
Oh, for asylum
reimbursement.
For asylum seekers, legal immigrants?
He's talking about the hotels.
It was an abused policy, y'all. The policy was abused.
So yeah, federal funds can be given to legal immigrants and residents, right? But like,
okay, so if someone
are you gonna allow me to finish speaking here, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Maddie. But if you want to make that claim about undocumented immigrants, then you're wrong. The Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996 strictly prevents federal funds from being spent on social benefits and programs for undocumented immigrants. And like, once again, you want to continue to speak about like problems with like the asylum seeking process, right? I think that there's a lot of them, and I think that the responsibility falls to our government. I think that it takes way too long, and I think that we're doing something wrong by not granting them work permits. Once again, I told you this last time, the very obvious solution, right, isn't to like elect a fascist that thinks that immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country, that does nothing in terms of effective policy for immigration, but rather the solution is to pass effective policy for immigration, more specifically asylum, to expedite the amount of time that it takes, to reduce it from a year to like maybe a month, and then also to grant them work permits. But I mean, complaining about these issues while not recognizing what the issues specifically are head on, and then in turn attempting to connect the dots very loosely to supporting somebody that is not pro making the system better, but rather against the system altogether, like Trump is, right, is very like bad logic and devoid of like critical thought or reason.
No, I mean, the federal government does give money to states. I mean, once they get their federal funds, they then create budgets and allot stuff to it. So if money comes from state government, federal funds could prop up another one of their programs so that they can pay for that.
Yeah, I'm unaware how federal funds would plan to supporting like benefits for asylum seekers. I can tell you that it's legal, right? I'm just not sure if like states actually do it. But regardless, But one moment, Maddie. Regardless if they do or not, I feel like you didn't really respond to the meat on my bone in my last argument, right? Because I feel like you're just kind of like complaining about like legitimate issues with the asylum seeking processes, like once again how long it takes, or the fact that they can't work. Right, therefore they must be subsidized by local governments, right? And then you're just using those real issues to entail like wrong conclusions, like supporting Trump. Like, what the fuck is Trump doing about this? He's not doing anything, right? He's just like against the system altogether, right? He wants asylum seekers to stay in Mexico, which increased humanitarian rights disasters because of higher rates of DV, murder, violent crime, so on and so forth, putting them into these precarious situations where they were in harm's way, right? I would say we as a state have an obligation to ensure that they are escaping harm's way, not in it. And B, once again, literally the solution is, for the last and final time, I don't know why you won't respond to this, to make the process go faster and to give them a work permit from the moment they enter into the country. The only reason why local and state governments feel an obligation to use the taxpayers' dollars to subsidize asylum seekers is because asylum seekers literally cannot go out and work. They can't work. If they can't work, then they can't make money. If they can't make money, then they can't pay rent or buy food. If they can't pay rent or buy food, then they're going to die, right? So the local governments are preventing these refugees that are escaping political or social persecution from dying by offering them subsidies in the form of free housing and monthly stipends for food. Wow, how do we stop that? Well, we prevent them from dying due to starvation by giving them the ability to work in our country to make money to pay for food, right?
For legitimate asylum claims. If it's not a legitimate asylum claim, then that's what I was talking about. But I do have to go. I just wanted to make
but
sure
you
I
want to
told you
incentivize the process to go quicker, like the legitimate asylum claims, to identify whether or not it's a legitimate asylum
legitimate ones.
The only way to actually incentivize that process to go quicker is if, one, for example, people are in the country, right, and two is to actually fund those systems to go quicker, which the bipartisan immigration bill specifically.
I gotta go. Good talk though.
Okay. All right.
He's gone. I'd actually say that it's like cruel and unusual punishment for our state to not give somebody the legal ability to work and then in turn not offer them subsidies to like fully support their basic needs.
Yeah, totally right. That's actually ridiculous. Barbara, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I know, right? I looked it up. It was like $150 a night typical rates, way lower than like what 5-star hotels are in the area. They're like 5-star hotels in the area are like $400 to $1,000 a night. Andrea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Andrea. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Andrea in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. All right, let's go to the next person here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald? Is there a way you can turn off the background noise? Or is there a way you can go to a different room? I apologize. It's just the background noise is actually, I think, louder than the guest was. So I think it would have been really hard to hear him. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. 1 month?
January.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
So I'm happy that he's sending military to the cities. I saw your video, Dean, earlier. I don't think it's illegal. I've looked into it. There's a act called the Passe Comitatus Act. It states, so this would be going to your point, right? The U.S. military cannot be used for civilian law enforcement inside the United States. Although there is an Insurrection Act, states the president can federalize the Guard, but only under specific laws like an insurrection.
Right. So in order for the National Guard or any member of the military to be able to function as a domestic police force under the Posse Comitatus Act, right, the third clause of the 14th Amendment has to be invoked, which would be, the insurrection clause, right?
Yeah.
So right, he hasn't invoked the insurrection clause, which means that they can't function as a domestic law enforcement agency, which means Donald Trump's directive to them was illegal. And B, if he did declare an insurrection to allow them to do that legally, oh my God, we would be living in a martial law type country.
I disagree. It's happened multiple times in the past, right?
I think it's absolutely egregious.
It's happened with Eisenhower in Arkansas, 1957. Happened with George Bush in 1992 during the Los Angeles riots. It can happen. Maybe he should say it's an insurrection, because it is. If people are going against government authority and destroying things, there was. I have it up. There was.
So wait, going against government authority and destroying things is not an insurrection.
Destroying federal buildings.
Can you
destroying federal buildings?
Okay. So wait. So I have a question. Why do you support Trump even though he pardoned people who assaulted police officers on January 6th while inciting an insurrection at the Capitol?
Listen, I disagree. I don't want to make any strong claim on that, but I do think what happened on January 6th was terrible, and nothing should be nothing like that should happen to the United States government.
Okay, so then why do you support the candidate that literally not only incited it, but pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots?
Listen, that's not exactly what I'm talking. Can we get back onto my topic with the riots happening right now in
Isn't
Portland?
this relevant to that?
It is. Okay, they destroyed. That was an insurrection. Okay, they broke into the Capitol. That was wrong. I do think, though, that people destroying government buildings for protest is wrong, too. And I think that is an insurrection. There was $2.3 million in federal damage done. I
don't think that's necessarily an insurrection. I think that you'd have to define an insurrection. But in terms of this, again, that's still, if you care about that, well, then you must care about when Donald Trump pardoned the people doing it and who literally assaulted police officers on January 6th. Right? Because you can't give an example of Democrats pardoning people who, were committing insurrection.
Okay. Listen, I don't agree with everything Trump has done, but I do agree with that certain thing. Just like I would say that I agree with Trump more than I would Kamala. At least.
In what ways? Because like it sounds like in this context you agree with him less because he pardoned again the people assaulting police officers at the insurrection that you're claiming is such a big issue with.
I have all right. Let me think. I agree. I disagree with that one thing he did, right? But then I don't feel like he's turning a blind eye to the stuff happening in other cities that is violent for, like, I don't know. But
okay.
yeah, I don't feel like he's turning a blind eye to random stuff happening in cities, like violence.
Okay, so that is a random act of violence that he just turned a blind eye to. And also,
I don't think
if you think that not deploying the National Guard is turning the blind eye, well, then he did that his whole first administration, because when there were higher rates of violent crime in D.C. in his first administration than every point than when he first got in office under the context of the Trump administration here in 2025, well, then because he didn't release them at any point in his first administration throughout the whole time, well, that means he just turned a blind eye to the violence that happened at D.C. at higher rates than what it was at the end of Biden's administration when he handed it over to Trump.
Okay. You should, like, I'm not saying I agree with everything Trump has done. Like, I did not agree with the stuff he did with I'm just saying that I do agree with him sending and deploying the National Guard to these cities.
Okay.
I could bring
you have an issue? Okay. So if you have an issue with that, then what do you like on him? What do you agree with him more on than Kamala Harris? Because that's what I asked you.
I don't think I agree. I don't know one thing that I agree with Kamala Harris.
No,
I mean, I'm sure I have. Look,
no,
do
you know one thing that you agree with Donald Trump on that you don't agree with Kamala Harris on?
I think Trump's been more strict on the immigration, which I think is good. I don't think that deporting people back to their country is a terrible thing. I don't think so. If they're illegal, I think that's like the bare minimum, because you might as well. I don't have a real, like, I'm not. I don't have all this stuff written down.
Okay, so then you must say that Donald Trump needs to follow the law when deporting undocumented immigrants, right?
What did he not follow along?
He's undermining due process rights. He thinks that he doesn't have to uphold due process.
If they are not citizens of the United States and they came in illegally.
Yeah, the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, indicates everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is granted due process rights.
Right. Do you think that the Constitution only applies to citizens, Preston?
No.
All right. So undocumented immigrants have due process. It's a simple one. Really, really simple one.
Can you agree that people who come into the country illegally should be deported?
No.
No. If they've not committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I see no good reason to deport them.
That doesn't make sense to me, because they came in, like, all you're doing is really like putting them back to the place they did before they did the illegal thing.
Would you ever vote for someone who committed a violent crime? Or not violent crime, who committed a crime?
Yes, Trump.
Okay, exactly. So, like, you're willing to overlook a crime.
Did he get convicted? Did he get arrested?
He was convicted and sentenced. He just wasn't given punishment because he's president.
Obviously, I would vote for somebody then. I would vote for Trump. I voted for Trump.
So what's the big issue with the misdemeanor when you don't have an issue with the felonies?
The misdemeanor is literally taking back what they did that was legal and putting them back into the country. I feel like putting them back into their country. I think that's really simple. I think it's a really simple thing to.
I mean, I think it's also a simple thing to not vote for convicted criminals and convicted felons. Pretty simple.
If somebody does something illegal, so say somebody steals something from a store, right?
Well, this is your view, not mine. This is your view, but not mine. You have such an issue with any violation of the law, right? So you have a huge issue with Trump violating the law.
No, listen to this. If somebody takes something from the store and they get convicted of the crime, would you take that thing that they stole from the store and give it back to the store, or would you just let them have it?
It depends on the context. Sometimes the store doesn't want it back. It depends if they've done something to it.
Because the product may be damaged, right?
Used it. Yeah, if it's
But say
damaged or
it's
something.
not, say it's still in the box, it's perfect. Say they stole a TV, it's not out of the box, they didn't open it yet, and they convict that person. Would you give that product back to the store?
Yeah, if the store wants their property back, then
Yeah,
you should give it.
what's the
They
issue
should
with
give the
that?
property back.
I'm saying that all you're doing is taking back that thing, the person that did that, the person, all you're doing is redoing the thing that they did illegal. I'm trying to phrase this correct, but
No, I mean, no, we're just providing a pathway to citizenship for people who are in the country.
yeah, but you're saying they shouldn't. I think they should go back to the country because you're just undoing the thing that
they
did
should be
illegal.
allowed to stay in the country. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, what's the reason of kicking them out of the country to have them come back anyway?
Right, and we also have like a lot of like really good reasons to support offering them a path to residency or citizenship. Like it is like incredibly beneficial, not just to them, but it's beneficial to us. It's beneficial to the country, right? Like legal immigration is a great thing. So why would we want to deny a pathway to legal immigration to undocumented immigrants in America?
You said legal, not. I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I did say legal. That's why I think that we should offer a legal pathway for immigration to undocumented.
Well, I agree with you. I agree
It
with you.
helps them. It helps us. It helps the country. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, you should go. You should go legally.
Oh, so then you support mass amnesty, which is antithetical to that of mass deportation.
You should mass deport people who came in illegally.
Wait, but I thought you just said that you agreed that legal immigration is a great thing. So why don't we just make them legal immigrants by offering them
No, I do not.
citizenship?
I do not agree with that.
So now legal immigration is a bad thing? Do you want to defend that premise, considering our falling birth rates, exploding national debt, and the GDP and government revenue contributions that legal immigrants make on an annual basis?
I did not say that people who are already in this country should just be, you're legal now as soon as you come in illegally. Because that is
so then why is legal immigration bad for undocumented immigrants?
because they didn't go through the process to get in the country.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the outcomes of legal immigration on the country and all to do with your personal vendetta against the misdemeanor that they committed?
All right, so I don't know what kind of crime stealing something is from a store.
Like which one? Could you
give it back to the store,
please seriously
even though-
answer my question? Right? Is the reason why you don't like mass amnesty the idea of offering a legal pathway to residency or citizenship to undocumented immigrants because of the impact that mass amnesty would have on this country, or like some personal vendetta against the fact that they committed a misdemeanor? Like which one?
Let me look. Could you explain mass amnesty to me, please?
Yeah, it's just literally offering a legal pathway to residency or citizenship to undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so these people should be sent back to their country, and then you should give them a legal way to come into the country.
Okay. So you're not answering my question. I'm gonna ask my question again. I'm gonna be very clear with my question. Right? Do you disagree with mass amnesty? Right, which we just defined. Because I'm still in the middle of my question. Because you think it like somehow hurts the country or like bears negative impact. Okay, how does it hurt the country?
Say somebody that does crime, and you can't actually look at this person to see if you want them into our country. Say somebody's like doing terrible crimes in Mexico or wherever they came from.
Oh, like a process of vetting. No, that would be included in mass amnesty.
Okay, so you're going to process these people while they're in our country?
Yeah.
That does not sound very smart to me.
Why?
Okay, so say somebody's doing crime. You're just going to let them run around in our country without being legal?
Actually, so if there is like an undocumented immigrant with like prior violent offenses, you'd be able to identify and deport them or throw them in jail significantly easier and faster if we were to do mass amnesty compared to mass deportation.
So why don't we just be stricter on the border law?
Okay, well now you're completely changing the topic of conversation.
I'm not. Why don't we just be stricter so we can check these people before they get into our country versus being in our country illegally?
Yeah, like for example, if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, we shouldn't allow them in the country, right?
I agree.
Oh yeah, so if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, we shouldn't allow them in the Oval Office, right?
Was Trump convicted of sexual abuse?
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. So the same reason why you say someone shouldn't be allowed to legally immigrate to our country would be a similar reason why maybe they shouldn't be allowed to be president. I think there's more qualifications to become president of the United States than there is qualifications to become a legal citizen through the context of immigration. So if you're saying that something specifically is imposed as a qualification for the context of immigration, seemingly that's also going to be applied in the context of being president too, at least, right?
Would you allow somebody that's committed sexual abuse in Mexico to be in here, and we have to do we get to look at this person while they're running in our country, and doing crimes. They could be doing crimes in the country.
If they've
right?
been, if they've been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, they should not be allowed in the country. I agree with you on that point. But the point is then
so how would
saying
we know?
that you
How would we
shouldn't.
know?
Wait. The point is then saying that you shouldn't allow someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse to be president of the United States.
Answer you won't answer my question. You just keep taking it back
Go
to
ahead, what's your question?
Okay. Why would we allow people to come in illegally if they did sexual abuse? Isn't that kind of dangerous for the people that are already in our country?
I said they shouldn't be allowed in the country.
They shouldn't be. So if you're not going to be strict on the border, how are you going to stop them from coming into the country?
It will be easier for us to identify anyone who's committed a violent offense if the government and law enforcement isn't focused on deporting people who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. And instead we offer them a pathway to citizenship. You understand that, like, law enforcement will have more time to try to deport people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and identify them as well, right?
Okay. Yeah. But if we start over, right? Let's do a hypothetical. There's no people who are undocumented in our country right now, and then they start coming in. Would you rather have a strict border so we could check each one of these people before they come to our country and then let them in, or would you let them come in illegally and then do the mass amnesty thing?
I would rather a legal process of immigration that allows for people to go through the legal process, that incentivizes people to go through said legal process because it's so quick. And if people were to come through the process undocumented, it's very, very likely that they wouldn't specifically meet that set of criteria of not have committed a violent crime or bad crime. If it is the case that if they had not done so, they would just be able to go through the legal process very quickly. So if you create a legal process that goes very quickly, it incentivizes people to go through said legal process. If you create a legal process that takes forever to get into this country, if it takes years on average to be able to get into this country, people are going to try to come to the country undocumented because they can't wait the time. Because it's ridiculous to wait that much amount of time. So provide a quicker legal pathway to citizenship, and naturally it will be the case that people go through said legal process to a significantly greater extent given that they meet that set of criteria.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that, right? Make it a quicker way to come in legally.
Right now it takes too long. So stop blaming undocumented immigrants, right, for literally doing something that every single person could understand that they would do, and it doesn't have a harm on our society. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, our legal processes of immigration would not have limited them from coming to our country. So if our legal processes would not have limited them from coming to the country, well, then providing them a pathway to citizenship where they can stay in the country is literally okay because they would have been allowed to come through the process legally anyway, given that we had a justified legal process.
I'm not talking about people who have not.
One second, Preston.
Go ahead.
Because I got plans at around 5, I'm going to go start my live so I can make sure to get a full 4 hours in. I appreciate you for letting me out, man.
Of course, man. Of course, man. Have a great live.
Thank you so much, Parker. You take care.
Take care.
Okay. I am not talking about people who have not committed violent crimes. I'm talking about people who have committed those crimes in our country, which is dangerous for the citizens of our country, correct?
Okay, well, people who have committed what crimes?
Violent crimes.
Okay, if they've committed a violent crime, what are you saying about them?
That they should be deported.
No one's disputing it.
Okay. So why not be stricter and not allow people to come in illegally, right? Would you agree that people should not come to our country illegally?
Okay. I think that they should go through the legal process if it's quicker. Go through the legal process. I don't.
You think that we should not worry about people, the millions of people coming through our border illegally. We should not be worrying about that at all.
We should be worried about what's happening to them, given that they're in the country undocumented, that people could exploit them. We should be providing them a pathway to citizenship. We should be providing them a pathway to citizenship because we care, because we're worried about them in general. I'm worried about them. I don't think that they should be negatively treated in this country. And the fact that they're currently under a status right now where they can be negatively treated to a greater extent because they don't have said legal status, right? I want to be able to provide access to said legal status to a greater extent by providing a pathway to citizenship for people who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. There's seriously no good reason We right now do not have a justified process in terms of how long it takes to get into the country through said legal process. Okay, it takes years on average for people to be able to get into the country. That is way too long. Instead of putting billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars into militarizing ICE, put those hundreds of billions of dollars into the legal immigration process to make it go significantly quicker, so that we can vet people quicker and that we can have a better overall process for everyone that is safer for everyone, including undocumented immigrants right now.
Okay, so you'd be fine just opening up the border. Everybody come in. We'll see if you're good or not. We'll mass amnesty.
Mass amnesty with a vetting process. Yeah, like you understand, the amnesty has a pathway to citizenship with a vetting process within it.
So you just let everybody in.
If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, yeah, what's the reason why we should deport them?
How would you know if they're creating a violent crime or bad crime without
the pathway that a citizenship has a vetting process?
They wouldn't be undocumented. They wouldn't be undocumented then if we're checking them before they come into the country.
Exactly, we're giving them documents.
We're giving them documents.
Yes.
So that's not undocumented. That's not illegal.
Exactly. You're providing them a legal pathway to citizenship.
But you're fine with people coming in illegally.
Again, I just said that because it is the case that our legal processes take too long in order to get into the country. I don't think that they should be punished given that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country.
Listen, I strongly disagree. It was nice talking to you.
Why? Why do you disagree? Do you have reasons?
I've been telling you my reasons. You keep saying, you know, let's just let everybody in, mass amnesty. We'll check if they should be in our country. But I'm saying we should be checking if they're in our country. We should be checking, make them legal.
I want you to view it from my perspective for a second. More people will be vetted under my system than yours. Because under your system, right, people do not have an incentive to identify themselves to authorities if they're already in the country undocumented. If they're already in the country undocumented, under my system, they do have the incentive because it will give conditions, right? So obviously they have an incentive to go through that process. So more people will be vetted under my system than your system.
Okay. You're fine with illegals or illegal people coming in.
Undocumented immigrants. Yeah.
Fine. You're fine with undocumented people, which means we have no idea about them.
I mean, you have no issue with the president committing 34 felonies and being convicted of that. But you have a huge issue with the misdemeanor of people coming to the country undocumented.
I do. And I think that just like if somebody stole something from a store, that should be given back.
I have a question. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Have you ever had an adult beverage in your life?
I have not.
Never?
Nope.
You know what? Good for you, man. Good for you. Have you ever like driven over the speed limit?
I have.
You broke the law, bro. Hold this guy accountable. Okay. Hold this guy accountable right now.
I did, but how are you going to punishment for going over the speed limit in your eyes? If you're going off the same thing,
I think it depends on how much, and it depends on the context, right? Because, like, I mean, like for example, in California, especially on the freeways, the speed limit that it says is not the actual speed limit. It's not. You go the speed of how everyone else is driving. That is not the actual speed limit, okay? So obviously, you know what I mean? Like in some contexts, you know, it's going to be treated differently. If you're in a school zone, you know what I mean? Right? There's kids around. That's treated differently. Speed limits in that context are treated so differently than when you're on the freeway, right? And it is the case that like it depends on the flow of traffic, you know?
Yeah, but you can't. If you could go back and change that person from speeding, would you? And not allow them to. Because you could go back and send them back to their country after they did it illegally. They came illegally.
Yeah, just right? So like, for example, there's context with this. If someone's come to the country undocumented and they have not committed a violent or bad crime, and our legal processes would never restricted them from coming to the country if we have legitimate legal processes that were good in the very first place, then why should they be deported? That's my point, is that there's certain contexts. In the same way that there's certain contexts in which speeding, right, specifically, even though it breaks the law, it's not going to be something that we think we should be held accountable. You're not going to say I should be held accountable for driving on the freeway yesterday, dude. That's ridiculous. That's absurd.
You should. If a cop was there and he saw you speeding, would he pull you over?
No.
He would not pull you over.
No, I'm serious because it's the flow of traffic.
Okay. If you're speeding way over the speed limit, would he pay you over? Would he pull you over?
No, it depends on the flow of traffic. I'm serious.
Okay. If you are illegally speeding, would the cop pull you over?
If it's way above the speed limit, they will totally pull you over.
Okay, and you get a ticket, right?
Yeah, no one's disputing that. But like the point is, I'm saying is that even though it breaks the law to a certain extent that you're going over the speed limit, right? Because of the context of the scenario, because it's the flow of traffic in the area, right? It is the case that we don't have an issue with it.
Listen,
the point I'm saying is that like we give people so much grace when it comes to committing crimes in the country like that, right? And we don't think that they should be punished in those contexts because it's within a certain set of contexts that, again, it's totally fine to us, right? And that's what I'm saying is here true for undocumented immigrants. If they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, seriously, our legal processes, if they were legitimate in the first place,
so what should
and
be the
it was
punishment?
quick for them to come to the country, our legal processes would not have restricted them from coming to the country. And if our legal processes would not have restricted them from coming to the country, there's no benefit to deporting them.
So what should be
It's
the
actually
punishment?
negative.
What should be the punishment for that what's it called? Misdemeanor, or I can't really say it.
If someone's come to the country undocumented and they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't believe that they should be given a punishment.
There should be no punishment.
Absolutely.
Which would make it not illegal, which would make it not a law.
No, it's just not enforced in that context. But like it is enforced in the context in which people have.
You don't think that the border should be...
It is enforced in the context in which people have committed a violent crime or bad crime. There are lots of laws on the books. Not every law is enforced. Right now, we're on an app right now where it's banned, it's illegal, and it is the case that we're currently using it and it's operating because the law is not being enforced. Okay? You've got to understand that context.
Okay, if it's not enforced, it's not a law, right? Like you can't speeding's enforced, or speeding, you get in trouble for speeding, you get a ticket. Are you saying that there should be some kind? You don't think there should be any punishment for entering the country illegal, which is just
undocumented?
Why wouldn't everybody just come to the country?
Hey, dude,
why wouldn't every single person come in
This
illegal?
app is banned under the law. Okay, the app you're using right now to debate me, it's banned under the law. It's not being enforced by the Trump administration, okay? You don't have an issue with breaking the law in certain contexts. You're literally doing it right now on the stream.
Let me fact check you on it.
It's currently an illegal app. You're on an illegal app. You're utilizing an app that is illegally operating.
I think it's crazy that you don't think there should be any punishment for
You think
coming in
it's
the
crazy?
country illegally.
Should there be punishment for the people operating TikTok right now? For operating TikTok, for the servers that are run here? Should there be punishment for the people using it?
I'm trying to find something that says it's illegal, but
It is. There was a TikTok ban. You can look up TikTok ban, and it will show you that the law was changed because of the TikTok ban. It was an aspect of the bill.
if you go to my my
This is
thing
heavily
with the
reported on.
stealing,
The fact that you haven't seen this while utilizing TikTok is kind of crazy. How often do you use TikTok?
I usually watch Instagram Reels.
Okay.
Mainly, but okay, we have a strong disagreement on if that law should be enforced. So thank you for your time today. Have a good day.
No, hold on. Before you leave, though, can you acknowledge what I just said, though? Can you acknowledge that, like, some context it makes sense that we don't enforce the law?
No, it's a law that should be enforced. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Okay, he has to leave now because he's currently on an illegal app. Okay. What? Come on. Oh, that's so funny. I might try one more person, and then I'm gonna probably get off, and I might get on later. I might do something like that. We'll see. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they just left. That person talks shit in the comment section all the time. Join back the live, bro. I'm serious. That person talks shit in the comment section all the time. Come on, please send a guest request back. Please. I saw their name and I'm like, I have got to add them up. Come on. All right, let's go to the next person. Everybody, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 40 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do. In one regard.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump all the way.
Okay, why so?
As a gay man, I feel that things are going to be better for gays because the gays have, for whatever reason, decided to assimilate and forget their own communities. And with Trump in power, they're scared. They're starting to get back together, get off the apps, go to the bars again, hang out, be a community. I think that's good. He's a uniting force. I feel like he's a cancer, and we're getting treatment now.
You've got to be trolling.
So-
Can you just admit you're trolling? Can you admit you're joking? I genuinely, I just don't know if I could take that seriously. Like, I just want to make sure that, like, what I'm dealing with. I think they're definitely joking. Hello? Did they leave? Okay. Okay, I think that they left. Okay, we're gonna go on to the next person, everybody. I think that was definitely someone joking. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. I think someone accidentally joined. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
November 9th, 2004.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I like his policies on immigration. I like how he's trying to secure the southern border. I like, mostly just immigration and all that.
Okay, what about
like
immigration? You said just secure the southern border through what policies?
First, we can start off with he's trying to keep jobs for Americans with this new H-1B rule. I'm a computer science major, so this can help me. The same argument
you have for taking down H-1B to this extent specifically would be an argument to ban all immigration. So do you want to ban all immigration?
No, I don't want to ban all immigration. I just want to keep most jobs for Americans because I feel like the tech industry right now.
So then what evidence do you have that immigration lowers wages?
Well, I'm not saying it lowers wages. It's just taking the jobs away from American college graduates like me. and
taking the job. So you don't want competition? Is essentially what you're saying?
we can have competition. We just can't have the jobs like permanently for people with like from China or India or something like that.
So you're just saying you can't compete?
What do you mean we can't? No, it's just
You're just saying that you need a bump in the
can
market
compete.
artificially
We can-
because you can't compete.
we can compete. It's just it's so.
It
rigged right
sounds
now.
like you think that you can't.
These companies are just going to get random
You
workers
can't
from.
compete in the free market. You can't do that. You need to artificially impose a tariff. That sounds like a you don't really believe that America's so great, man.
Well, we're not getting.
You
rid
think
of
that
them,
America
right?
can't like compete with the rest of the world?
Are you looking at the tech scene in the USA right now? It's like 100% either Chinese or Indian. You can agree that it's like mostly Chinese.
I'm sorry. Do you have an issue with that? If it is the case that that's true, well, I'm sorry.
I don't.
What? I don't. Can you give
but
me one? Can you give me statistics on that? Two, if that's true, why would you have an issue with it?
Okay, I don't have an exact statistic on that, but I would say I don't really have an issue with it.
I think I found your source, man. Hold up. Hold up.
Found my source.
Yep, I found your source.
All right, yeah. Funny, man. That's funny. That's so funny. And it's not like he's even removing the H-1B. He's just adding like a fee on it or something.
Yeah, that's why would you think that that's good? I think that's bad.
More money into the, I mean, if they're worth so much for the job,
Isn't that going to reduce the productivity of our economy?
How would it do that?
Yeah, because you're talking about people through the H-1B visa program, which is specifically like going to be like high skill, high productivity jobs, right? That people are getting.
No. They're giving random people. Don't say that they're highly skilled workers. They're giving like random people.
What are you talking about? They absolutely are. What?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Isn't there like two types of the H-1B? The EB1 is like the skilled, and the EB2 is like the
wait, but the fee applies to both, right?
Yeah, I think it does.
So then, like, what's your point?
Because now we're trying to limit the amount of H-1B.
So then I have a question. In that context, can you answer the question?
What?
Can you answer the question?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. So fuck, I kind of lost. We were talking about let me remind myself. I was gonna try to use that to remind myself. It sounds like
I think it does.
So then, like, what's your point? Oh, H-1B fees. Yeah. So, why would you want to impose the fee then? Sorry.
Just to make sure that these companies, the people that they're bringing in, are like worth the visa. I mean, if their values that much, they can.
There's already the process would be determined by the private company, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then what extra process would you have to put in place, comparative to what exists now?
I'm talking about if the companies pay the fee, they're basically proving that the person is valued that much that they can benefit the U.S. market, like the U.S. The job that much. If they can get.
So why do you want to put a fee on top of this? So again, it just sounds like you're trying to get rid of your competition because you think you can't compete, man.
I absolutely can compete, but we're not trying to get rid of them. They can pay the 100K and they can come inside, but they can if they're really valued that much, that you have to replace them with American.
I'm sorry. Why do you need to do the extra 100K fee? Like, why? Isn't that crazy?
The companies can pay it.
I'm sorry. Like, wait. So you just want to start imposing taxes because companies can pay it? Okay. So then we should impose higher taxes on rich, companies, right? They can pay it, right? They can pay it, right? You know what, Chad? They can pay it. They can pay it. Oh, now they can't pay it. Now they can't pay it.
Well, nah. I think it's clear that these people are just.
They can pay it, Chad. They can pay it until. Oh shit! No, they can't pay it.
These companies are literally just going to random countries and picking up workers for cheaper. Like they're literally getting paid cheap because they're from other countries.
Wait, so no, can you answer the actual point though? Can they pay it or not?
Pay the taxes or pay the
100K, which is actually a lot per person. That's a lot of money.
They probably could pay the taxes, but we're focused on the visa right now.
They probably could. So you think the average company could just impose an extra $100,000 per person a year? Okay, so what do you think the minimum wage should be?
The minimum wage?
Yeah.
Maybe raise it a little bit.
What would you like to raise it to?
Sorry, what is it right now for like most jobs? Well, it depends on like where you're at.
$7.25 federal.
Maybe raise it to like 9 or something like that.
Okay, so $9. Okay, $9.
Yeah.
So by the way,
Federal,
that's not even close to 100,000. So you think the average company, in the context of the situation with H-1B, should be able to afford $100,000 a year per person, but minimum wage shouldn't do $100,000 per person for each company? So why are you applying these double standards for companies?
So they can hire, people that went through American colleges.
Oh, so you want to reduce your competition because you feel like you can't compete?
You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I do.
You know what, buddy? How about you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, man? You don't think America's so great because you think we can't compete. You think America's so horrible and terrible that we can't compete with the rest of the world, and that's why we're just going to lose out, right?
We probably can, but these companies like Microsoft...
Oh, we can? So if we... Wait, hold up. So if we can compete, why do you need the tariff?
So the companies can limit...
Or not the tariff, my bad. Why do you need the tax on the H-1Bs?
So American colleges graduates come first and then H-1B visas.
Wait, say that one time?
So people that graduate from American colleges come first and then they can go to the visas, because right now they're just like hiring whoever.
So again, it just seems like you just like want to limit the competition. So how about you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps? How about you use your own reasoning? People should just have to... How about you just get a job, right? How about you just get a job, dude?
All right.
I'm serious. How about you just... you ever thought about that? You just get a job, bro.
I guess we disagree. We disagree on that.
Wait, no. So hold up. So now you're not... So now there's... You don't have to do it. You don't just gotta have to compete with the market. You don't just gotta have to like find a job, right? You have to like limit the competition in order to help yourself in that.
I would argue that we're not really limiting the competition.
That's exactly what you just argued for. That's the reason why you said it should be in place, is to ensure that specifically it's American-made businesses can get it over, or not American-made businesses. American students can get in before like students from abroad.
Yeah.
Right. Into these work programs.
And because
you're essentially arguing for something that you didn't earn yourself, right?
I feel like we both earned it, but
in the market, because in the market you didn't earn it yourself. You have to put in the tariff to help yourself earn it. Artificially boost yourself up.
Yeah, but before the tariff or whatever, it was. Basically, if there were two graduates, like one American, one foreign, they would just pick the foreign one for like no reason. Probably because they get paid
What do you mean?
less.
What do you mean for no reason? I'm sorry. You got out competed, and he's mad. You're just coping. You're just coping. You can't compete. You can't compete, and then you're mad, and it just like that's clearly
the
what
foreign
this
one's
is.
getting paid
So,
less.
by the way, I just want to let you know, international students coming to the United States benefits the universities that they're going to. You want to know why?
No, I agree.
Because
No,
those
I agree with that.
universities decide to enroll them. That's actually
I
a
agree with
market that's a market exchange.
I agree with that.
Did you know
I think international. I agree. that
So why are
international
you
students-
limiting companies, private American companies, from their freedom to have people enroll from all around the entire world, and also the freedom of companies to hire people through the H-1B process?
I agree that international students that graduate from American universities, they should get prioritized. But I'm not arguing against.
So you have to boost yourself up because again, you cannot compete. You want less qualified candidates into these positions.
They're not bringing in more qualified candidates.
You're actually arguing to put less qualified people. I thought it was all about the skill set and the qualifications. About
it is 100%.
About so if it is, then why are you trying to limit people from being able to come to the country? If it's all about the skill set and the qualifications and merit-based achievements, well, then you shouldn't put any type of restrictions because of merit, right? That could affect that, right?
I agree, but let me tell you what's happening right now. We have, for example, we have two mediocre people, right? One American, one foreign. They just pick the foreign one and pay him cheaper. They pay the foreign one people.
Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean mediocre?
Like, I'm just giving you like an example. Both are on the same level. They just give the foreign one less money. So the companies give the foreign one less money, but they can't do that anymore with the 100K. They now the foreign one's worth more.
The person coming from a foreign country. So your argument is that specifically people immigrating to the country reduces wages. Is that your argument?
It reduces jobs and wages. Yeah.
Okay. So then would you say that that's also true with having more children?
Having more children?
Yeah.
Doesn't that increase jobs?
No, wouldn't that decrease wages though because there's more people, right? Or wouldn't that happen with any other form of legal immigration? Do you think legal immigration in general lowers wages?
No. I support legal immigration, but
you just said it lowers wages. H-1B visas are a form of legal immigration. You just said it lowers wages.
I'm talking about this visa specifically, not illegal immigration.
Wait, that is a form of legal immigration.
Yeah.
Okay, so why would legal immigration in this situation lower wages, but not in other situations?
Because in other situations, let's say the OPT. I mean, not the OPT, the O1 visa, like what's it called? It's like a rare visa to get. You actually need to be I think the top 3% of your field to get it. That's something that.
So you're saying that bringing people into our country that are more skillful or in the quote unquote top 0.3% specifically is going to be worse for our country?
No, that's better. Like the O1 visa is better than the H1B.
Then why do you want to put you're saying a different visa program?
Yeah, the O1 visa. It's like the top 3% of.
By the way, that having neither of those are taken. I'm confused how you're saying that one is taken away or something.
No. The O1 is not taking away. The H1B is the H1B is taking away jobs because it's 50,000. It's I forgot. It's 300K applicants per year. The O1 visa is 50K, and the O1 visa is the top 3 of your field. That one's actually worth it. The H1B
what's
is
the distinction between the two that makes one worth it and not the other?
Okay, the O1 visa. I think you have to be the top 3 in your field to do it. So you're already very skilled. And it's only 50,000 applicants per year. The H1B is 300K applicants per year.
You're just saying how many applicants. What about the process do you disagree with?
The process is the H1B. You don't. All you need is a college degree to get it. You need a college degree to qualify for it, and the O1.
So that's specialized occupations.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's a specialized occupation, then why would that be worse if you're saying that people with specialized intelligence or specialized within their fields in terms of their abilities or something, that specialty occupations, that they should then be able to be allowed into the country and that it would be better for the country? It seems like in both scenarios it would be better for the country, and that you're just not willing to admit it with the H-1B visas.
I think the H-1B visa is the only visa that's not beneficial to Americans. Would you agree? Because it's not beneficial. The H-1B visa
is literally just a form of legal immigration. That's all it is. So are you saying legal immigration in general, right, lowers wages? Or is it only when they're in specialized occupations?
Yeah, only when they're in like jobs like that. And the
So
H-1B,
what
I
you're
think
so what you're saying is that we should have legal immigration. We should just prevent people from coming to our country if they have specialized occupations.
specialized occupations if they're
So-
like average. If they're average, yeah, like the H-1B visa.
So
only,
how could limiting people with specialized occupations at all be better for the economy? Wouldn't that be better for the productivity and the innovation of our society to have people with like who are coming to our country with specialty occupations as well?
No. I think listen, the H-1B visa is mostly you hire like average people from foreign countries with a college degree. That's it. You can find those with American graduates. They're like the same thing, but they hire the foreign one and pay because they cost less.
Then if you can, then why don't companies choose to do that?
They do.
Okay, then why do you have to artificially impose a barrier of $100,000 per person in order to incentivize people to hire people from America
Because
who are not through the
100K
H-1B program?
The 100K for the H-1B visa, it proves that the person coming inside is worth $100,000. Is worth the fee to come inside. It's no longer like an average person is coming inside taking doing an average job. The 100K proves that they're worth it, and it's a one-time fee. It's not like a.
Okay, do you have like a source or anything? Because you're obviously just yapping, bro.
The source, I just watched that video with Trump, and I also read a few tweets from the press secretary.
Okay, you saw something from Trump, and you looked at what the press secretary said. That's not a source.
I mean, it's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, them just making claims is not evidence of it being true.
You want like an actual document?
I want like an actual source, not just like a claim from the Trump administration.
I saw it on the news too. It's like on CNN.
Fox News?
Yeah, no, CNN.
And where did CNN say that? I don't think CNN reported on that.
You can search up CNN H-1B new fee, and it'd be like the first link. I just got it from there.
You got nothing, bro. Alright, I'm about to get off. Is there any last words?
No, I mean, I like most of the things you talk about. It's just we disagree on H-1B visas, but that's fine.
I mean, there's no basis in evidence for that, but I mean, in general, like, is that the only reason why you support Trump?
It's not the only reason, but there's more.
Okay, can I ask you one question before I get off?
Sure.
Would you vote for someone who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
Okay, I see where you're going with this. No, at most cases.
No, you wouldn't. So you won't vote for Trump, right?
In most cases,
you wouldn't.
probably
You
not.
wouldn't vote for Trump in most cases.
In most cases, probably not.
So you would. So you would.
In some cases, yeah.
Okay. In some cases. Okay, that's kind of
We
crazy.
can talk about the protest and
Would you vote for someone who incited a violent insurrection who was also held civilly liable for sexual abuse?
There's literally no proof in that.
And I'm just asking you, like, would you vote for someone who incited a violent insurrection and was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
No.
No, you wouldn't?
No, there's also no
Well,
proof.
Trump has incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and he also was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Therefore, you wouldn't support him, correct?
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about E. Jean Carroll. There's zero
Hold
proof
up.
of that.
I'm sorry. Wait, there is proof. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Which one? The E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah, there was evidence submitted in the case. Tell me what piece of evidence you dispute.
Like her coming out saying that she would love to be raped.
That's not what she said. She never said that. That's fucking gross of you to say. Get the fuck off my stream. That's so gross. I'm gonna get off for now. I'll probably be on later for a little bit. I was gonna get off now and split it up for today, and I was gonna hop on later. That was crazy that guy just said that. That was actually nuts. I will see everyone later. I love everyone so much. I would recommend everyone to go to YouTube, like the stream. Everyone go to Dean while he's live right now. Go to Dean's live. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. I will see everyone here in a bit. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then I'm gonna get off for today real quick, or not for the full day, but I should be back a little bit later for at least like an hour or two maybe. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jason, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Said, thank you so much. I really appreciate the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Ashley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Neon, thank you for the $5. Ashley with the $5. Thank you. As well as Bad Gamer, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let me catch up on Venmo and PayPal, and then I'm going to get off, everybody. Grace, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Wendy, thank you so much for the $10. Jessica, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Jesus, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I've caught up. If I missed anyone, I apologize, everyone. Go over to Dean's Live. I love y'all, everyone, so much. I'll see everyone later. I'll be on here at some point later on. Good night, everyone. Or good night. Good day. I gotta click this. All right. There we go. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? Sorry, I'm setting up everything. Give me 1 second. All right, I just set up everything on YouTube. Seems like we're all good. Is the audio all good? It sounds like it's fine. Sounds like it's good. We're gonna start getting the debates up here in a second. We're gonna have like 2 hours, I think, right now. But we're gonna do some debates for a bit. I split up the live stream today because I know Dean said he had to get on a little bit earlier today, and I already had started at that point. So I was like, you know what? Might as well just split up the day a little bit. Thought that was a good idea. What's up, everyone joining in? Do make sure to hit that thumbs up if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen and help get it out to more people. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen right now. There you are. There you are. What's up, everyone joining in? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. What's good, everyone joining in? Johan, thank you for the $2. Welcome back. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm glad to be back. It's only been a few hours, so I'm glad to be back. Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting the debates up here right now. It's about 2 minutes in. I typically start adding people up around right now. Let's start adding people up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I love you, Parker. I love you so much.
They definitely are not a Trump supporter. Monique, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up,
bro? We're getting 2 lives in 1 day. Is this Christmas, bro? What is?
Yep, we definitely got some supporters. 2 lives in 1 day. Yes, absolutely. How's everybody doing? Do give it a second for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let me click on, make sure I can see myself. There we are. Alrighty, let's get it going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I only support you playing Farm Sim.
Okay. Interesting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everybody, we are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you.
Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
What was it again? 2003? Sure.
18, 2003. Wow, that's interesting. I'm going to have myself join so I can see the guest box. Because I genuinely couldn't see the guest box. Because it just says it's loading. That's so weird, right? Wow, it does that with every single person who's being added up. I think there's a glitch on my TikTok right now. I might need to hit a restart on my TikTok. Why is it doing this? I wonder why it's doing this. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. To the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Dean is having trouble too. Interesting. Dean's didn't load all the way today. That's interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Oh, did I just disconnect myself? Okay, I did. You know, it naturally disconnects itself. That's what it's doing. Okay, why did it do that? You know, did Dean hit a restart and did it fix there? That's so weird. Why is it doing this? No? What? He did a restart here. Should I try and restart real quick? Because it did like kick me out. So I think it's going to keep doing that. So I'm going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I recommend everyone here on TikTok to go over to YouTube real quick. I'll be right back here on TikTok. Give me 1 second, everyone. Give me 1 second. I'm going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why so?
I like his, I wouldn't necessarily say his, but just the stance when it comes to, I don't know if I can say this word, but T people, the T in the other. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Sorry, I had got the call. You said what policy? Not necessarily a policy, but something. I remember he had stated something about, like when he, you know, his stance on sports and bathrooms and locker rooms and things like that. Like, you know what I'm talking about.
Would you ever vote for a man that walked into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent?
No, but basically that's what trans women do.
Well, that's literally what Trump did. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. And an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in. So you clearly wouldn't support him in that context then, right?
Absolutely not. But I support.
Okay, so seemingly you don't support Donald Trump then. So.
Well, you gonna let me finish or no?
Well, it's you just essentially argued that you don't support Donald Trump anymore, right?
No, I didn't say that. You didn't let me finish. You interrupted me. But I don't support that. But I do still support his stance when it comes to the T community. You could support one area of an individual or one stance that a person has and not support others, right or wrong.
But you said you wouldn't vote for him if it is the case that this was true. Therefore, under this context, you wouldn't vote for him, right?
If I knew that information prior, no, not necessarily. But as for what I'm speaking about,
No, like the question I'm asking people is like, if you could go back in time with the level of knowledge that you have right now, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for? And it seems like you just wouldn't vote at this point.
Sure.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for people who in that context would vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. At least we could get you to change your mind right there. Let's try to go on to the next individual real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates.
Yo, Parker. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
April.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Donald J. Trump.
Why so?
Because I think he's the best president we've ever had.
I think this person is trolling. So we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yotsup, how old are you?
63.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, why so?
He's a man on a mission. He does what he says, and he knows how to work the system. He was taken advantage the first time out, but that time's gone. And payback's a bitch.
You said that he does what he says. Did he end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Did he drop the Epstein files? Did he lower gas prices and grocery prices?
You and I both know the Russian war is very complicated. I can't say he hasn't tried very hard to do it. Most likely he's going to do it in the very near future.
But he clearly hasn't done it in 24 hours. He didn't lower gas prices. He didn't lower grocery prices.
Well, first, come on, gas prices are manipulated abroad. That's not a local thing. That's not even a U.S. thing.
Then why did
That's
he say that he said that he would reduce gas prices? That's what he said. He said he would bring down
They
grocery
reduce them
prices.
as much as the U.S. can, but OPEC manipulates it. When the barrel goes up and goes down, it does not reflect on the pump like you would think it would.
Okay, so then the gas prices going up under the Biden-Harris administration, that wasn't due to the Biden-Harris administration. It was actually due to the agreement that Trump signed with OPEC to cut oil production, right?
Biden was an empty suit.
What? So then he couldn't have caused gas prices to go up. So it must have been Trump who specifically signed a deal with OPEC to cut their oil production.
Trump is doing a lot of things to reduce it. We're opening up Alaska. We're opening up all those. We have lots of oil. We have lots of gas. The Biden administration, the Democrats, are the ones who don't want it this opened up. They come up with this green policy, which is a bunch of BS. You think the rest of the world cares about our green policy? Do you think the rest of the world? No, they don't.
Yes,
not everybody cares. Russia was polluting everywhere.
Well,
a lot of people do.
I don't think our standard's going to be Russia.
Well, definitely not Russia, and definitely not China.
Okay. Okay. What's your point?
What's your point? You're the one who raised it.
What? You're the one who said that they didn't care, and then I can give you a point that that's not a basis of whether or not we should care.
Trump cares a lot. Trump is trying to reduce it. It's complicated, but he's doing a hell of a job. He's a man that gets things done. He signed so many executive orders. He knows how to work the system.
So what executive orders did
everybody's afraid of him because he knows how to work the system. Everybody played dirty pool before. Now they were all in trouble.
What executive order did he pass specifically to increase oil production?
He's opening up all the fracking everywhere. He's allowing them to drill in places that they never did before. He's removing regulations along the coast.
Okay. So did you know we actually don't even have much higher level of oil production in the United States? We have a what is it, around what? It's a very small percent. Is it 200?
It doesn't happen instantly. Just because you go ahead and change something, it takes time to actually to see something happen. You know, unfortunately,
I mean when Trump was here October of last year, it was 13.53. This year it's 13.64. And last month it was 13.53. So the same as literally. Actually, this is from July. This is the latest data we have. We might even actually be at the same level.
But that's not something instantly that gets created. just because you change a policy doesn't mean you can appreciate something tomorrow. It just doesn't work like that. They have to. You gotta build plants. You got to do a lot of things. Just like they're opening up and they're building chip plants. I mean, it doesn't happen tomorrow. I mean, it's in the works. These credits for businesses are in the works. He's bringing a lot of businesses back to the USA.
So why has domestic manufacturing investment declined since he got in office?
A lot of people are tightening their belts.
Wait,
because
so if he's brought back
you
jobs
heard
to
of
this
AI,
country,
I'm sure, right?
if he's brought back jobs to this country, how come unemployment has increased since he got in office? How come the jobs report has gone down and we have lesser new jobs since Trump got in office by 7 to 10 times of what we saw last year under the Biden-Harris administration? And why has domestic manufacturing declined?
Because of AI. 3 years ago, you didn't hear AI. Now that's all you hear. Listen to CNBC.
How would AI cause our domestic manufacturing investment to decline?
Well, if you're talking about employees, a lot of people are going to be replaced.
Domestic manufacturing investment.
What are you talking about, abroad? Other countries?
No, in the country. Domestic.
I think we're investing in our country. I think they're going to build new plants. He's got a lot of deals. He had the heads of so many countries sitting on a round table, not even a round table, a long table, and brainstorming what the greatest ideas we could do and what can we bring to the table. And I mean, a lot of people gave commitments. I'm sure you know it. They gave billions of dollars in commitments. Biden never had that idea. Biden wouldn't even give a conference. He avoided his own staff. Everybody was supposed to not know he was half dead.
So can you tell me why this is the graph of domestic manufacturing investment under the administrations? So take a look at this.
It takes time to appreciate it. Just because they commit.
Watch.
We committed, these companies committed to billions of dollars. You expect it.
Okay, he won't.
When somebody commits to a project,
well, wait.
Amazon commits to building, building warehouses across the U.S. It doesn't happen tomorrow. It happens soon, but things take a while to. You gotta plant your seeds to harvest later, and that's what he's doing. Unfortunately, a lot of presidents never do it more than their term. He's not only planting his seeds. You're going to see when he's gone, he's probably going to get 2028. He's going to do like Bloomberg. He's going to get extended just in 2028, just like Bloomberg did in New York City. You'll see. And beyond that, you're going to see the Republicans. The Democrats are done.
So Trump can't get extended. It's unconstitutional for him to do that. Are you saying that he would violate the Constitution again and try to go for a third term? That sounds like you want a dictatorship. That sounds like you want someone to be a king.
Anything could be changed. That's why you got erasers on pencils.
Well, I'm sorry. You need like 2/3 of Congress in order to do that. You're not going to get 2/3 of Congress.
Let's see.
And also, you'll see Obama come back and absolutely drop his ass off.
Obama. Have you heard from Obama lately?
Again, if you get rid of the amendment that restricts people from running for a third term, Obama is going to come back and absolutely dog walk Trump.
His wife was afraid to run. They would have had a better shot with his wife.
She just doesn't want to be involved with politics.
Well, he could have been behind her, but his wife was afraid to run. If they were strong,
I don't know why you say afraid to run, right? It's the case that she just didn't want to be involved with politics. Now, take a look at this. This is real manufacturing investment, right, under the different administrations. This is when Trump gets in office right here, 2017. Listen, please.
The numbers don't mean anything.
Wow. He won't even let me speak. He won't even let me speak. Do you want me to mute you, sir?
Because the numbers don't mean anything. It takes time.
Sir, I'm trying to explain something to you. Can you please be quiet?
You want instant satisfaction. It doesn't work like that.
Holy shit, man. I was quiet. Can you shut up, please? Listen. Okay, look. 2017, this is when Trump gets in office. Okay? This is when Trump leaves office in 2020. Right? You see how it was less than when he originally got in. That was 4 years that he had. This is under the Biden-Harris administration. You see here is when the Biden gets in office. Boom! Massive increases. And here is when he leaves, right here. And then you see decline under Trump.
Like I said, it takes time.
Under his first admin, he still declined. So he's declined under his first term. He's declined under his second term. It looks like everything that he does in his life has declined. His businesses he bankrupted. Now he's bankrupting the country. You got to come back into the app for me to be able to hear you, man.
Okay.
So Trump is worse for bringing back jobs to the country, and he can't run for a third term. And it's the fact that you want him to be in office for a third term is actually fucking nuts, dude. Actually nuts. Steven, when you keep swiping out and back out, I can't hear you, man.
Hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. You keep swiping back out. You gotta see me. If you can't see me, then I can't hear you. I currently can't hear you at all right now. Now I can hear you. Now I can't hear you.
Okay.
Now I can hear you.
Okay, I can't see you, but I hear you. All right.
All right. I hear you now.
All right. Come on, Trump's a winner. Yeah, he's unconventional. I mean, he took them by surprise.
Hold up. Why do you want him to run for a third term?
Why not? Look what he's doing. He's changing the world.
For the
nobody, nobody could do what he does. Furthermore, nobody would accept it from anybody else. If Biden or anybody, well, Biden was dead, but if anybody else tried to do it, they would get such a hard time. But if it's Trump, oh well, it's Trump. So to give him a
exactly, you just explained.
pass.
You just explained exactly
Right,
why you have cult-like support for Trump. You said literally, if it were anyone else, you'd have a huge issue with it, and people would have a huge issue with it because it's Trump. People have less of an issue with it.
Trump.
Wow,
I do favor
you just
Trump.
exactly showed exactly how the Republican Party has cult-like support for Donald Trump.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? That means you guys will support him no matter what. That's the issue.
No matter
you guys
what.
will put him over our country.
Because,
You'll put him over the Constitution. You'll put him over our constitutionally protected rights. You'll put him
People
over
are fed
everything
up.
that's best for this nation. Our democracy, our rule of law, our court system.
When people were fed up with the Bushes, they voted for Clinton. They voted for change. People get fed up after a while. The Democrats have nothing to bring to the table. Nothing.
The Democrats have significantly more to bring to the table than Trump. Can you tell me one thing that you disagree with in terms of what the Democrats brought to the table?
First of all, it was Chuck Schumer's Israel policy. Chuck Schumer, who used to be a supporter for the Jews, he's not even supporting them anymore. Reason being, he can't stand Trump. Such a joke.
Well, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Can you give me like a policy of Democrats that you disagree with?
They're ineffective. They can't get anything done.
Can you tell me something that they've done that you disagree with? Because I can tell you things that they have done.
Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. I can give you multiple examples. Those are all great policies.
Trump so much success. You know, early in the morning, there's nothing like watching what Trump's done next. You know, it's just every day.
Wait, hold up. Before you go back on to talking about Trump, what about what I just said in terms of what Democrats have done? Do you disagree with? Because you said they did nothing. I gave you examples of what they did. Now you can tell me what you disagree with.
Oh, they haven't done anything lately, have they?
I just gave you examples of things that they did do. And they haven't done much lately because they're not in office. Republicans are in office.
And they probably won't be for a long time.
So what did they do that you disagree with?
They're going to come back. Maybe they'll be back when bell bottoms come back again.
Wait, what did Democrats do that you disagree with?
They're ineffective. They're not concerned with business in the USA. They traded everybody out for industries. Trump is up for businesses. It's business back to business again. I mean, look at the stock market. Look at everything going on. The place is booming. We got a real estate boom. We got a lot of positive things.
You say Trump's for business. Unemployment has increased since Trump got in office. Real GDP growth has gone down since Trump got in office.
Yeah. I mean, you heard of AI, right?
Since inflation
inflation
is trending up.
Do you know what? When a lot of people report that they're going to be doing layoffs on the earnings, they actually get a boost on their stock prices because that's what they want to see. They want to see people tightening their belt. It's actually very, very fashionable. We get laying off a bunch of workers and you go into AI. That's what they want to see. That's the new thing today. You didn't hear about AI 3 years ago. Now you don't stop hearing about it.
You heard about it.
Not like today. It's
sure.
all
Obviously,
day
we
long.
hear about it more today, but that doesn't mean that anything, right? Also, again, in terms of this, that's not going to affect the level of unemployment change that we've seen in this context. That's not because of AI, right? That's
Yes,
not because
it
of AI
is.
that we saw this.
The numbers are very effective. They're replacing everything.
It's not because of AI. It is literally because of the fact that Donald Trump has imposed tariffs.
And you don't think tariffs are a good thing?
No, they're horrible. Like on
Why? Why are they so
universalized
horrible?
basis.
Explain it. Yeah, why are they so horrible?
Yeah, because they increase the cost of consumer products for Americans, which disproportionately raises the taxes for low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
You don't think that we should have factories over here and be more independent? You think our drugs should be made in China when they're making all these AI robots to destroy us? We should have them control our drugs too. Who wants their cheap junk products? I'd rather buy them from the Germans. The quality, or get them made in the USA.
Why do you associate Germans with quality and China with no quality?
Because they sell cheap junk. They always did.
So then why are Americans buying it?
Because it's cheaper.
So okay, so then you think things made in China are cheaper and they're not good quality.
Why else would you buy
why does Donald
made
Trump
of plastic cheap
so why
garbage?
does Donald Trump sell products in his hotel in Las Vegas that are made in China?
You think he's really focusing on every aspect of every product that goes in?
You think he's
I mean, come on.
you think he's
You
thinking
watch
about his own business? You think he's thinking about his own business? Yeah. What is Trump doing? You think he's running his business? You think he's doing anything relevant to his own life?
He's got
you think
people
he set up
running
his
it, though.
business in a way in which would be effective?
He's got people running it from just like when they fill out a
Apparently,
tax
under
form.
your view, they're not doing a great job because apparently their products are bad quality.
Well, the Chinese are bad quality.
Well, again, the products were made in
The
China.
trade-
You can
trade right
you can
infringements and
go
everything
to
else.
you can go to the Trump Hotel in Vegas and you can see a bunch of the products in the gift shop are made in China.
What's that got to do with him running the country? That has nothing to do with anything.
Well, exactly. So putting a tariff on every single
Yeah.
thing specifically coming from China is ridiculous. Also, addressing this in terms of
Listen,
pharmaceuticals,
we
understand that
are
pharmaceuticals
the-
being produced in a different place around the world doesn't mean that it's bad quality. That's ridiculous for you to say.
Well, it is. It's dangerous if it's coming from China.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Then no, it's not. Then why don't you do health screenings? Why did Donald Trump defund specifically the Health and Human Services? Why did Donald Trump defund the FDA? Why did Donald Trump defund the EPA? Why is he defunding all the programs relative to like food and health and safety for Americans if it is the case that that's what he
Because-
cares about?
With bureaucracy, you have too much fat. What do you do? These people, what
what?
they do is add. They had just too much fat on the bone. Now it's time to trim it a bit.
Wait, I'm sorry. How does that have to do with cutting the FDA and the HHS and cutting the cutting the EPA? What does that have to do with people?
Do you think government should just be an employment agency? That's what you believe.
Employment
You
agency?
think government? Just one.
I'm sorry. These are health and human safety regulations that they're enforcing.
I understand safety. But
He
we
cut
can
the
always say
CDC.
word
He cut our
safety.
funding for the World Health Organization. He's cut specifically plenty of things relating to human health. I'm sorry. Can you please explain to me how that's pro-health? how that's increasing the health of Americans? He's cutting tens of millions of people, literally millions of people off their health insurance and off their food stamps, and 420,000 children on average per month off of free school lunch and breakfast. You think that's better for the health of Americans?
That's a whole nother story.
Yeah, explain to me. You think that's better for the health of Americans?
You were talking about government agencies.
No, do you think that's better for the health of American citizens?
Well, let's talk about the government agencies. We'll talk one thing at a time. Government agencies have a lot of fat. Everybody knows that. They want to get a nice, cushy government job and stay there forever. But I mean, there's got to be a limit. How many people do we need?
Yeah, that's exactly what we should get rid of.
You ever
Trump's
go to
position.
the post office?
You know, save
Send
money. Let's
something-
get rid of Trump's position. He won't be spending $140 million of taxpayer money on golf trips while he's president. You know, we won't have to spend so much taxpayer money on that. Let's get rid of all the fraud and the waste, and let's start with the president.
Yeah. And that's why the Democrats would send money out of the country to phony claims of needed projects.
Oh wait, so like Ukraine? Like Ukraine?
And then they would come back and cash envelopes.
Wait. Do you think that we should be sending money to Ukraine? Do you think that's one of those examples?
Well, I think we should be sending it, and so should our allies be sending it to help out Ukraine.
Wait, so are you
just
advocating to
avoid
send
it
money?
spreading?
You're advocating to send money abroad. Couldn't we be using that money here
when
in
I say
America?
send money, I'm talking about sending, military. That's money to me. I'm not talking about.
That's not what we're talking about. No one's sending military. We're sending funds to help out Ukraine.
No, we want to send them military. No. We're not going to send them on. We're not going to send them army personnel, but we're going to pay for
that's
bullets and ammo and stuff like that.
That's sending them military.
Yeah, it is. But we got to protect our allies. We can't have Poland and other countries get devastated. If we stand strong behind them, we all stand strong together.
Where the hell were Trump supporters saying this prior? And so like again, as it relates to this, wouldn't that be you supporting countries around the entire world, right? Rather than using
we support peace. We support peace.
Okay, so it seems like you don't have an issue with spending money on countries around the world. So what specifically is the reason why you support Donald Trump?
He's effective. He gets things done. He doesn't talk about it. He gets right to the point. He doesn't have a script on everything on the table. You ask him a question, he gives you an answer. You may not like the answer.
Really?
I don't like the answer always.
He gives you an answer? Really? Let's take a look at he always gives you an answer? Is that really?
Who always gives you an answer, Parker? But I mean, if he's very straightforward.
He doesn't always, or he does always?
He does. He's not like the Democrats. When an issue happens, they tell you, we're investigating it. We're going to get back to you. He gives you an answer right on the spot.
Really? I'm gonna see if he provides an answer in this circumstance. I got you real quick. Give me 1 second. Let me find this clip real quick. Here's him saying his daughter is voluptuous. Here's him saying on Howard Stern. 1 second. Huh, where did I put that one clip?
Maybe it's not there.
I'm losing the clips. I'm losing because I have so many clips of Donald Trump. I am losing which clip it is.
That's not there.
Or how about that? We'll just play this one because I can't find the other one.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. When I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into...
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse?
No, I don't want to do that.
Old Testament guy or New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible, the whole Bible is an incredible, I joke very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
Yeah, he really answered that question. Did he tell us what his favorite Bible verse was?
But religion is a touchy subject. We all know that.
He said any question you ask him, he answers it, right?
I mean, usually, come on, within
I found
reason.
the video. Actually, no, I didn't. Fuck. Hold on.
It's religion. Come on. Religion is a touchy subject.
I found it.
Nobody should play with religion.
I don't even think this hit legacy media yesterday. Spoke about being trained. Expected time frame that detainees will spend here days, weeks, months, and does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at Alligator
I'm going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state.
He wasn't always a friend.
I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. You know, pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from.
Can you tell me what the question was?
I forgot. You're going all over the place.
Yeah, no, I'm going all over the place. You know who's going all over the place? It was Donald Trump. So actually, the question was,
well, a good politician never answers the question. You know that.
Oh, now politicians just never answer the questions. I thought you said any question you
No, I said
Donald
a good
Trump, you'll
politician.
get the answer. Okay, so now you're saying he's a good politician for not answering the questions after just saying
No,
any
I said a
question you
good
ask him,
politician
he will answer
never
it, and that's
answers
why
the
you
question
support
the
him.
way it was presented.
What's up?
A good politician never answers the question the way it was presented.
Okay, so actually he's a good politician for not answering questions that are specifically asked, but you just claimed that if you ask him a specific
doing a
question,
hell of a
he will
job.
give you an answer to that specific question. You just said that he would do that, and that's why you
As
support him.
long as you're not CNN.
This is not CNN.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
This was actually on Fox News.
Yeah, Fox is a good news.
So can you explain to me why you're arguing now that it is the case that he shouldn't be answering questions?
He does a very good job to the best of his ability. Nobody
Really, that was the best of his ability. That was the
he's
best of
going
his
down-
ability. That was the
Parker,
best
he's
of his
going down in the
abilities.
history books
Are you kidding me?
as one of the greatest.
You said that was the best of his abilities, and you think that that's a good thing?
He's going down as one of the greatest. You and I both know that.
No, he's
Read
not.
about this 20 years from now.
How can you watch that clip and think he's going down as one of the greatest? I'm sorry.
He's
you want me
going
to
down.
keep going? Let's give you more
Look,
clips.
he gets-
take
he
a look
gets-
at this clip right here. Take a look at this clip. Tell me if you think that this is his greatest.
But you have a better chance of being struck. Listen to this. One such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis.
All right, what's the question? He's talking about
Not it. This is not it. Now listen to this one.
Yeah, he's
And
talking
then I
about
see the
windmill.
disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute.
Oh, God.
And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs.
That's
and
early days of COVID. That's what that was.
Yeah, no point during COVID did I think disinfectant by injection would be a good way to fight COVID-19. Come on, please.
Smart people don't like me.
Come on.
You know, but by all rights, they held back that vaccine. They held it back not to do it on his time. And they held it back so it was on Biden's time, so he would be the hero.
I had a crowd so big, I said, there's no way I could lose California, but automatically they mark it down if you're a Republican as a loss. that you lose by 5 million votes. I said, 5 million votes? I guarantee if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California, okay? In other words, if we had an honest vote counter, a really honest vote counter,
now after those
I do great
fires.
with the Hispanics, great.
Well, I don't know about Hispanics.
No,
but
dude. Do you
I don't
think
know about Hispanics,
do you think if there
maybe
was
after
an
those
honest
fires,
vote
he may
counter?
win.
I'm sorry. Do you think if there was an honest vote counter that he would have won California?
But talk about honesty. They says he wasn't going to win. What happened with that?
Come on, no. Answer this question. Do you think if there was an honest vote counter in California, that if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, that Donald Trump would have won?
I don't think you can find an honest counter in California.
Wait, no, hold
That
on.
guy knew.
I'm asking you, if there was an honest counter, right? Would you think that Donald Trump would win?
He's going to win next time.
California?
Because there's going to be
California?
there's going to be nobody.
Wait,
they're
next time.
They're sending everybody back.
You think that Donald Trump is going to win California in 2028? Not only can he not run constitutionally, but he would not win California if he could.
We'll see.
Do you think that Donald Trump would? Do you think Donald Trump would win California against Obama?
There's nobody left.
Wait, no. Answer this question. Do you think Donald Trump would win California against Obama?
I think so.
In 2028.
Obama's not going to run.
You think so? No, I'm saying if, because say they could run for a third term, right? Obama would come back. Obama versus Trump in 2028. Do you think that Trump would win at California?
Oh.
No?
I didn't think about Obama, but
you don't think so?
I don't know. It'd be interesting. It really depends on the end of his term to see where we are.
Who do you think wins that one? Do you think Obama or Trump?
People got a short memory. People got a short memory. They only remember a short time, and it really depends the end of his term.
So then my question is, again, do you think as of right now, that if there were an election right now, Obama versus Trump, who do you think would win?
Obama wouldn't have a fighting chance. Look at Kamala. Kamala came out with everybody. She all celebrities, which she was paying the celebrities. She made like they were her friends. She had them on the
Stop.
That's a joke.
I had a crowd so big, I said, there's no way I could lose California, but automatically they mark it down if you're a Republican as a loss, that you lose by 5 million votes. I said, 5 million votes? I guarantee if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California, okay?
That's what you sound like. That's literally what you sound like, dude. That's actually what you sound like. Like, genuinely, like when I heard you just say that, that's exactly what you sounded like.
Smart people don't like me.
I met his father years ago.
You said what?
I met his father years ago in '92.
You met Trump's father?
Fred, back in '92. He was friends of the construction business in New York.
Why are you telling me this?
They're good people.
Donald Trump is not a good person.
Listen, he's a person who is on a mission to get things done. Everybody knows government's very tied up. They can't get any. They're so dysfunctional. For once in a lifetime, we got somebody who's fed up with the system and has actually decided to revamp the whole system. And I understand we can pick that apart from A to Z.
How is Trump making the system better?
First of all, he's getting rid of a lot of fat. Come on, you got to admit, go to the post office. You got such dysfunctional people. Go ahead and order you want to get something here. You got a package that's got to get somewhere. You call FedEx, you go to the post office overnight.
So there's a few things here. Trump specifically signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending under his first administration. His campaign plans for this next administration would do $4 trillion more comparative to Harris's campaign plans.
I don't think Harris knows how to add.
You said what?
Harris had no.
Did you say you think that you don't think Harris knows how to add?
That's right. She doesn't.
Can I ask you a question?
She's got no business.
Steven, can I ask you a question?
She's not a business person.
Steven, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What is 35 plus 35?
70.
Okay. What is 25 plus 28?
Say that again, Parker.
What's 25 plus 28?
53.
Okay. Can you tell me what 12 plus 84 is?
96.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Right.
I'll keep going. I'll keep going. Can you tell me what 3 squared is?
3 what?
3 squared?
What's 3 squared? I don't know.
You don't know?
Algebra?
So apparently you can't do algebra. You can't do do what, 6th grade now? You don't know how to do 3 squared. You're saying Kamala Harris doesn't know how to add. You can't do 3 squared. You actually can't do 3 squared. You didn't know that 3 squared is 9. You didn't know how to do exponents. Literally, are you smarter than a 5th or 6th grader? Apparently this MAGA supporter's not, I tell you. Are you gonna come back, bro? Come on. That was diabolical. Like, I'm sorry. You cannot come on my live stream and say that, I think Kamala Harris does not know how to add. And then literally not know 3 times 3. Like, that's actually nuts. That's, like, kind of nuts, isn't that? He could do the addition, but damn, that was brutal. That was really bad. I can't even believe that just happened. Yo, come back in the app, man. You got to make amends for what just happened. That's what I call MAGA math, okay? Randy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate it. As always, thank you so much. D, thank you for the $5. Thank you. The other disgusted veteran, thank you so much for the $2.
I'm sure you got a lot more than $5.
Barbara, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now. They said, I'm honestly terrified right now. I feel like we're days away from martial laws. Am I wrong? Does anyone know any chance we'll avoid this? I don't know on the chances of anything. It does look like Donald Trump is trying to do stuff. Now, the courts specifically, to some degree are holding him back, but it seems like Trump is trying literally his hardest to go into areas like that the courts have set. Like they said no to Portland, and he's like now trying to go for Chicago and other places. It's really fucking scary. It's really fucking scary. Tim, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Tim. Noel, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Noel. The guy left. Ryan, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much for the $2. Absolutely. Johan, thank you for the $2. Ryan, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Sarge, thank you for the $5. Sage, thank you for the $2. Yep. Absolutely. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Allison, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Allison. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Allison in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We don't receive tax money. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. The USPS doesn't add to our national debt. We generate all of our revenue. We don't receive any tax money. Literally, though, I don't know why people bring up the post office. I must have not caught them there to be able to say that. Gabby, thank you so much for the $2. Lauren with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Does Biden know he was dead? I don't think Biden knows that. Because that guy apparently thinks that Biden was dead. That was crazy. Amy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Blair, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you as well. Really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Yes, I know that's really, really fucking scary. Kel, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you. Brian with the $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Brian. And Stephanie, holy shit, with $100 on Cash App. Can we have W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. W's for Stephanie in that comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as, oh my God, Jay with the $125. Jay! Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now with $125? Thank you so much. We absolutely will. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? It's always good to see you, Jay. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to go into the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Johan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please, can you please support me?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
How old are you? 19. What's your birth year? Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. For some reason, it's not accepting people. Do give it a second for people to join up, everybody. Do give it a second. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
February.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I feel like the thing is with the border under Biden, I was hearing a lot of problems about it, and I don't hear anything about it now.
So just because you're hearing about things does not mean it's necessarily a problem. Trump literally was just creating a bunch of lies about the conditions at the border in order to try and spew up a bunch of conservative talking points about how bad the conditions were. When in reality, the immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034, which specifically allows for us to continue and maintain things like Social Security and Medicare to a greater extent, comparative to under the under the Trump administration. He passed the Big Beautiful Bill, which will put us in a worse set of circumstances, specifically for Social Security and for Medicare, which will put us at insolvency around 2032, actually.
So,
Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. And I've talked to my parents a lot about this. Under Biden's presidency, there was a lot of, I don't know if I can say on TikTok Live, but drugs coming across the border, a lot of weaponry that, again, are used in mass shootings. So,
as it relates to this, there's a few things. In terms of DRUGS, there's no evidence that the Biden-Harris administration specifically engaged in policies specifically that would lead to that. Most DRUGS that is brought across the border is specifically by U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to engage in violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
I'm aware. I'm not...
So if you want to talk about the conditions, I think that it would be best specifically to address the conditions that exist in terms of the border by literally providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because I think that would specifically create the best conditions for undocumented immigrants to get them to go through the legal process, right, where they do not have to leave the country.
I understand. I feel like Trump advocates for asylum and he funds asylum more than Biden, so...
What do you have to believe that?
I read an article about it.
What article?
I think it was the Washington Post or something.
The Washington Post definitely did not say that.
All right. I'll get back to you. I'm going to do my research, but the border under Biden was atrocious.
Okay. What about the border was atrocious?
I already explained. It was too open. There wasn't enough security down there. The security that was down there was corrupt, and it was mistreating.
Well, then answer this question. What did Biden do to reduce the level of security at the border?
What do you mean?
What did Biden do to reduce the level of security at the border? Oh, he just left. Because I was about to say, it sounds like Trump Biden just maintained the same level of security that Trump had, and then that must have been not enough, right? So it seems like Trump didn't put enough in, right? Yo, it's about you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We have about an hour or so maximum left on the live, everybody, and then I'll probably get off for today, everyone. I'm about to do an hour or so on the debates, and then I'll probably get off. Alrighty. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
May.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'll vote for Kamala.
Oh, okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do to an extent.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I wasn't old enough to vote, but if I could vote, see, at the time, I really thought it was
With your
Donald Trump.
information that you have right now.
See, I'm on this. I don't think I'd vote for either. I don't think I would vote.
Okay. We are just looking for people who in that context would vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
23, 2004? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Why?
Really? What month were you born?
March.
So March 2003, right? How old would you be?
Yeah. I would be 21 or 22.
Yeah, and how old did you say you were?
22.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Or you said 2004, dude. That's even more wrong. Bro, crazy. Yo, oh. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
94.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
So I hear what you were saying about, the border policies and how we should make a a way for people to be able to stay in the country and become a citizen that way. However, I kind of sort of agree with you, but there's some things that I feel should be in place. Like, there are definitely criminals that have come across the border, and it happened more often with Biden's administration. Can you agree with that?
So yeah, more people did come under the Biden-Harris administration. That's one, because of the backlog that existed because of COVID, the emergency that existed not because of the Biden-Harris administration, but, you know, irrespective of that. We can also point to the fact that more people came across the border because of the economic insecurity due to the pandemic, due to the inflation caused by the pandemic and supply chain issues that impacted the entire globe in terms of inflation.
Right. But what I'm saying is, through the southern border, and it wasn't just, you know, the Hispanics coming through the southern border. It was them other countries, immigrants from other countries coming to Mexico, coming across the southern border. Therefore, it did raise the violent crime rate, because we were having violent criminals come into the country at that point.
Actually, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the violent crime raise was not due to undocumented immigrants. That would be actually due to U.S. citizens.
Okay, so I believe it was Texas that there was a young girl that was unalived in Texas by 2 illegal immigrants. Do you remember that?
And there are again multiple circumstances that we can provide to a greater extent of people getting killed by U.S. citizens. So again, I just told you, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. We're talking about a percentage. You understand that you can't just say one example would be enough to make that type of determination, because it is the case that you can find an example the other way around, and you can find actually more examples if you look at the data.
Okay. Now, what about the DRUGS increase, like fentanyl? That definitely increased.
You can't say that on the live. I'm sorry. That was massively decreasing by the end of the Biden administration. You can't say that on the live because it will limit the push to the live. That's how TikTok works. I do have to catch up real quick. Some donos. We're gonna get the next person up here real quick. We have a little bit less than an hour left on the live, everybody. Again, Johan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Randy, with the $10. Thank you, D. I appreciate the $5 again. Thank you so much. Christian, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Kelly, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. POT, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy with the $5. Thank you very much. Tracy with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And oh my fuck. Stephanie, holy fuck. Stephanie with the $500 on Cash App. Holy shit, Stephanie, what the fuck? Can we get some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Holy shit, Stephanie, oh my god. Stephanie, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Is fucking crazy. Thank you so much. That is absolutely insane. Can we get some fucking W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Stephanie. That is actually nuts. Thank you so much. Am I lagging, everyone? Hello? Are we good? Can everyone hear me fine? Can everyone hear me fine now? It said lagging for a second. I don't know why it did that. Can everyone hear me fine? We're good? We're good? Okay, I don't know why it lagged for a second. I apologize, everybody. I was responding to something. Someone asked me about Prop 50. Prop 50 is in California specifically, and it's for redistricting. I think you should vote yes on the redistricting because it's essentially a fight back to the conservatives in other states that are redistricting without asking their population, essentially to make them more red, to be able to try and essentially shift the country to the right without actually shifting the voter base to the right. So it's kind of like a thing to redistrict California to kind of fight back to that, which is great. Which is great because they're asking people before, and they're making a democratic vote before. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's good?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2000.
You said you're how old? Yeah, he got it so off. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, fuck, I'm coming.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm not old enough.
Okay. Thank you for telling me. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate the honesty. That was actually some W honesty right there. Don't know why you sent a guest request, but W honesty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? To the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I'm guessing that was like a accident. They didn't know. They didn't see, or something. That'd make more sense. I feel like that's pretty likely to occur with how many people are in the stream. If you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. Whoa.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2003.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why so?
He makes us rich, you know, good investments. He knows what he's doing, stuff like that.
Okay, how has he made us rich?
For the right people, you just got to know, like, how to invest, the patterns, and stuff like that.
Okay, so, like, if you know how to invest, then you're doing really well. But for the average American, are they doing well?
Not really, because they don't study. They don't learn stuff.
Oh, so it's just their fault that they didn't, quote-unquote, study?
Not really, but they should learn.
So then you should say that we should support a economic model that would be more beneficial to the every average day American, right? So if you look at Kamala Harris's tax plan versus Donald Trump's tax plan, Donald Trump's tax plan is meant to harm working class people to a greater extent comparative to Kamala Harris's plan. Kamala Harris's plan wanted to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year, right? And she wanted to provide an increase to the child tax credit and an increase in the tax credit for like housing first-time home buyers. Whereas Donald Trump specifically wanted to do massive tax breaks, did do massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires while stripping 420,000 children off of...
My finger slid.
Off of free school lunch and breakfast. It's okay. On average per month, 2.5 million people off of food stamps on average per month, and over 10 million people off of their access to health insurance in the context of Medicaid, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt.
Got you. Yes.
Do you have any response to that?
Nope.
Okay. So do you not support Trump anymore?
No, I do. I love him.
Okay, why so?
He just, like, he knows what he's doing.
Okay, can you name one thing that he's done that you think was good?
Fix the economy.
Oh, really? How did he fix the economy?
He's a magician. I don't know.
He's just a magician. So, what did he do?
A lot, bro. I could gather the information and come right back if you want.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Let's go on the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. The screenshot. Max Lee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for happy belated anniversary. Absolutely, to you and your girlfriend. Yes, it was great. It was great. We had a great night. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him in the last election.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why so?
There's a lot of reasons. I will say I have become increasingly critical of Trump over the last few months. I'll admit I'm pretty new to politics. I've kind of just been a normie over the last few years. But recently I've started to kind of look at policies that, since he got into office, what he's been doing. I obviously, being a Christian, I appreciate that he affirms life. I appreciate that he has made, strict kind of outlines on what gender means. So I appreciate those things. I also think his voice on the world stage has been problematic in some areas, but in other areas, I appreciate that he's kind of stepping back and kind of, laying the law down to other countries. I appreciate that. What else? If you want to bring up a specific point of something I just said, we can talk about that.
Yeah, a few things here. In terms of the world stage laying the law down, he's violated international law in multiple ways. We could point to specifically how he extrajudicially, without due process, in international waters, literally drone striked boats of people. Right, and if you want to look at the boats, there was no evidence to indicate that they were specifically DRUG boats, and even if they were, that does not justify drone striking them and murdering the people that were on the boats. So that's
I agree with that.
The law. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree with that. And I do want to say, I see people in the comments that are saying Trump's not Christian. I agree 100%. Any Trump person who would make the argument that Donald Trump lives a life that is like Jesus Christ, their eyes are closed. He does not live a life like Jesus Christ. So I'm not going to be a...
Then how is he upholding Christianity to a greater extent when Kamala Harris herself is Christian?
Well, I gave you a couple... I have no idea. But obviously, voting for Donald Trump, I looked into kind of his history, so I don't know the fruit of Kamala Harris's life. I haven't seen as much of, haven't looked into her history as much as Donald Trump, so I won't comment on her if she's a Christian or not. But Donald Trump, I think, has made that, just because he's so loud, it's kind of obvious, the things that he says, that he doesn't live a Christian life. However, I will say, I think because he knows that Christians are such a high part of his vote, he's committed to upholding certain Christian values, and he's done a few of those things since he's been in office, so I appreciate that. Like I said at the beginning, such as obviously I love that he brought abortion back to the states. I would be obviously in favor of abortion being completely gone, except for in a few cases. But I appreciate that abortion has gone back to the states. I think that's a huge step. I also appreciate him kind of outlining gender standards. That's huge. Obviously, we see that kind of funnel into every area of life. So
gender standards have nothing to do with Christianity. And then in leaving abortion access up to the state, I would argue that this doesn't have to specifically do with that either. I'll give you two things. There's two different arguments I can win here.
Hold on just a second. Can we start with just one of those? You pick one of those?
Yeah, we'll start with leaving abortion up to the states. So the first point is that do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yes. I think the waters get muddy a little bit. I think that America, if you look into the history of the world, the idea of a secular state is very new. So I think when we start to get into the separation of church and state, if we start to look at that as black and white, there have been a lot of countries in the past, and there are countries even now that are established Christianity as the national religion, but they don't force anyone to follow Christianity. I think that would be an interesting thing to consider. But yeah, did that answer your question?
Not necessarily. Like, essentially, the point that I'm arguing is that, like, do you think that every sin should be illegal?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So you could disagree with abortion. You could think abortion is sinful, but why should it be illegal?
Say that one more time.
You could disagree with abortion. You could think that it's immoral and sinful. Why should it be illegal?
Well, I would go back to kind of the basis that our country was founded on. Obviously, our country was founded on Christian values. Again, that does not mean that I think that the people who founded our country had fruitful Christian lives, but the founding documents were written on Christian principles, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I'm sorry. Actually, no. It was built in religious freedom, secularism, and the people. Most of the founding fathers we could point to, like, a lot of them were deists, actually. Right? They weren't Christian.
So are you arguing that Christian principles, Judeo-Christian values and principles, are not littered in our founding documents?
I do agree that a lot of people that live in the country are Christian, and that can influence a lot of the laws that exist. But that does not mean that, one, our laws should be based on Christian values, and two, it doesn't mean that it is the case that it originally was. We can look at the Constitution. It's very clear that there's a separation of church and state, that there's religious freedom, that the U.S. is a secular nation.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, like I said, America being is a secular country. I see that written into the founding documents. The separation of church and state is something that was done on purpose. I'm totally on board with that. Your question originally about, do I believe in the separation of church and state? I don't necessarily have any problem with it, but you have to realize that my life is based on Christian values, and I believe that if you live a life that is outlined in Scripture, that if you follow the laws that are given to you by God, that things will end up going well for you, whether you're a Christian or not, whether you follow those principles.
You can think that yourself. That's a separate argument we can run and we can talk about, and I can disagree with you on and whatnot, separate from the argument we're providing here. But that doesn't mean that the law should be based upon Christian values. You don't think that, premarital sex should be illegal, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then, just because something is sinful doesn't mean it should be illegal.
Yeah, so does having premarital sex, is the natural result of that death? Because the natural result of abortion is death. That's why I would argue that abortion being
that's specifically you saying that one sin is different from another sin, meaning that one sin should be illegal in one scenario but not the other. That's based upon your own values, not Christianity. So when you're saying that it's upholding Christianity to a greater extent, that's actually not true. You're saying it upholds your own personal views about which Christian values and norms should be enforced in the law. So it's actually your own personal prescription, not a religious prescription.
So you're saying that the Bible does not show a case that life is more important than other aspects of the law. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the Bible, especially for any specific interpretation that you have to take, doesn't establish that you specifically need to believe that abortion should be illegal. And even in some aspects of the Bible, it says and gives conditions in which people should get abortions.
I would be interested to hear that. The reason that I say...
Number 5, it talks about how specifically if a woman who's married cheats on their partner and gets pregnant from cheating, it is the case that they should get an abortion in that context. Right, essentially induce an intentional miscarriage.
I'm not familiar with. You said Numbers 5.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I would have to reference that. I don't know. As far as the standards of life, which I think you would probably disagree with me on the fact that abortion would be the taking of a life. Maybe you wouldn't, but that's just my assumption.
Cellular life.
But
I don't think that's murder. Just because it's cellular life. I mean, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No, but does a fetus have brain activity?
They're cellularly alive. And prior to the point of 6 weeks, there's no brain waves at all.
So if you leave,
the point of 20 weeks, there's no subjective experience. So the brain waves required to create a subjective experience.
Yeah, so if you leave a child in the womb, will it end up getting better, or will it end up getting worse if you leave a person that's on life support there, will they end up getting better? Will they end up getting worse? Do you equate those things as
What do you mean
as
by
perfect
better
equals?
or worse? I thought you were just granting value based upon the idea of them being cellularly speaking alive. But now it's not just based upon them being cellularly speaking alive, because brain dead individuals are cellularly speaking alive. So it's not just about life. It's not just about life. What is it about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Parker. I got lost a little bit on how we got there.
You said it was just about life. That's what you said.
I said that. I'm sorry. I got lost a little bit here.
Yeah, you said that the value you were upholding is just based upon human life. That was the argument you were providing. And you were essentially saying that every Christian has to view that, like, because there's human cellular life, that it's murder to engage in getting access to an abortion. That's what you were arguing. But I was arguing,
yeah, and
you don't believe that yourself already, because you don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So there are some connotations that you would consider it murder, and others that you don't. If there's medical death at the point of the end of a sentient life or subjective experience, why wouldn't the beginning of medical life also be at the beginning of subjective experience?
Well, it's now that I'm glad you said that, and I appreciate you kind of bringing that point back around. Like I said, I'm not used to doing this kind of thing. The politics debates are new for me, so I appreciate you being patient with me. But the idea that pulling the plug on somebody in your family that's or just anyone that is on life support, I don't know. I've been really wrestling with this question of life from the point of Scripture, and I see a lot of places where it's really kind of laid out by God that it's never our prerogative to take a human life. So I don't know if that would
the plug. And I don't know. That. So it's what do we mean by life in this context? What we mean could be the medical definition of life, that it's based upon the subjective experiences, past or present and future subjective experience. If that condition is not met, then it is the case that you wouldn't consider it meeting the context of medical life.
Say that again for me one more time.
Medical life begins at the point of sentience, right? Because it is the case that it ends at brain death. And that's medical life that you already have yourself. So conception is the point of cellular life beginning, but medical life begins at sentience at 20 weeks, 20 through 24 weeks. Prior to that point, there's no subjective experience. So from my current, again, I appreciate you taking it slow with me. This is new. All of this is new to me. So you're saying that from my point of view, what I've laid out so far, that life begins, cellular life has begun, and you would argue that abortion is not an issue that we need to take with cellular life, but it's an issue that we need to take with sentient life. Is that correct? I'm saying that it's not abortion, especially in the context of the first trimester, is not murder, even though it's taking away cellular life, because the connotation that we care about in terms of personhood and the connotation of life that we care about is medical life, not cellular life, right? Because otherwise you would consider it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So again, medical life is what you care about, and it's completely consistent with the Christian worldview to specifically care about medical life. Right? You don't have to care about cellular life to be a Christian.
Sure. No, I don't believe that you have to hold to all of these things that we were talking about are secondary issues. Obviously, I think that to be a Christian, there's a very specific set of things you have to believe in. The rest are thank the Lord, up to interpretation. But I specifically, I'll grant you the idea on the pulling the plug scenario and that kind of metaphor that helps me balance out the abortion argument. I really don't know. I really don't know what my stance would be on the pulling the plug question. We were just having a conversation, me and a couple of my friends the other day, about capital punishment, kind of along the same argument of, do we think from a Christian worldview that we should be able to or we should support, taking somebody's life if they've taken somebody else's life. And I see so much throughout Scripture, right? Like, earlier in the New Testament, it talks about if you take someone else's life, then man shall take your life, right? And so it's kind of built back in that way. But then I see so many other scriptures that are kind of backwards. And going back to the idea of cellular life versus sentient life, I'm trying to think from my worldview if I see a difference in those two things. And obviously I would have to reason through that. But it's a good point that you bring up. That's never a difference that I've reasoned through. So I'll definitely go back and look into kind of the medical definition of life versus the sentient, or the sentient medical definition of life versus cellular life, and I'll reason through that. But that's a good argument. I appreciate you bringing that up.
For sure. Is there any other reason why you support Donald Trump? Because I don't think that, especially if you base it on Christian values, that it's going to lean more towards Trump, especially not only because of his character, but we can also point towards his economic policy, that it shifts the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income. And I definitely don't think that's more in accordance with the Christian worldview. I think you'd want to, build up compassion, empathy, taking care of others, and the big beautiful bill, cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month, 2.5 million people off of their food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their health insurance while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt, definitely is something that wouldn't be more in alignment with benefiting your community, right, and trying to take care of others and loving thy neighbor.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And one of the reasons, I just want to kind of make this clear, one of the reasons I wanted to jump on here is I don't like the idea of kind of segregating myself with just people that agree with me. Like these kind of conversations that are with people, I mean, like you just brought up a completely new way for me to look at the definition of life, right? And I never would have heard that if I hadn't have jumped in this conversation. And like I said at the beginning, when I first jumped on here, the last few months have been a lot of me learning, more about the economic policies and, obviously the mass amounts of executive orders that Trump dropped at the very beginning. And economically, I was listening to somebody debate earlier that Trump's made the economy so much better, and there's absolutely, I don't find at least any evidence for that. You're right. I see the evidence. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how everything plays out. But the way that the laws are built in the big beautiful bill, it seems like, the rich are kind of getting another little tick in their checkbox, and so I don't love that. So it's definitely, I'm definitely not one of the Trump voters who, I'm sure there's 5,000 people in here who would probably be understanding to this. I'm not one of the Trump voters you probably hear from often that will just defend everything Donald Trump does. He's not had a passing grade, I wouldn't say, yet as president. And so that's definitely something that I will be thinking about. Obviously, I hope everybody has grace for me that I got a kid and I'm newly married. And so the politics has recently become, it's been revealed to me how important that I know what's going on and that I, kind of vote with my head and my heart at the same time. And so I'm trying to get to a point where I know what's going on and I actually pay attention this cycle so I know how to vote next way around. But yeah, I definitely, there are things about Trump's actions so far that I appreciate and I have some hope for. I don't like listening to him very much because he's just an old guy and he rambles on all the time, and he's obviously not a Christian. Again, I just want to make that really, really clear. If you're somebody that's in here and you're spouting off that Trump is some Christian, just like someone that we should be emulating, you aren't thinking and you aren't listening. It is very easy. We will know them by their fruit. Scripture makes it very, very clear. So please, if you're not using your brain and you're spouting off Trump, just save your language. Please quit it. But if you see in his policies things that are matching up to Christian values, which I do in some ways, that's a whole nother question. But am I just rambling at this point? I think I am.
Well, no, I appreciate you coming up on the live stream, and I always hope that you can, think about these things and, I can keep changing your mind. I appreciate you coming up and doing that. That's great.
Yeah, if there's another point that you want to talk about, that's cool. If you want to let somebody jump on, that's fine too.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a good one.
Appreciate you. Well, let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Hit some... tapped on the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes real quick. We're almost there. Mel, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody, for the 3,000 people in the YouTube stream. Try to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Cedric, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Kirsten, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Chelsea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $18. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elida, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much, Elida. Good to see you. Livy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Livy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yudi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the under control. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get on the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Nessa, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Nessa. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Well, I'm glad, Nessa, that we can provide some community here. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Can we get some W's for Nessa, W's for Libby, W's for Elida in the comment section right now? W's for all of them. Willie as well. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Willie. Can we get some W's for Willie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. So kind of you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely say Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Otto, thank you so much for the $10. And Satter, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, a variety of different areas, really. His border security, his dedication to put America first.
Okay. Can you name a policy of his that he influenced to get passed that is America first?
In what aspect?
In any aspect. And also you can mute the TV behind you. Oh, they left, by the way. Okay. All right. I guess they couldn't answer the question. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you like this type of content, make sure to follow me if you have not already, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I don't know. They're laughing. I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
In terms of Hamas,
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some TikTok or some debates. Some TikTok debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Okay, so first of all, I want to ask you why you support Kamala Harris.
First, could you answer my question? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Okay. Why so?
Okay, first of all, I hope that you don't make fun of my English.
Oh, of course.
My English, yeah, okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I support Donald Trump because he is anti-woke.
Okay. What? Could you tell me what you think woke is, and then we could see what you're against.
Wait, hold on, baby. Hold on, close the door. Close the door. I'm sorry.
Could you tell me what you think it means to be woke? Because I want to know kind of like what you're
Okay, it
against when you
means
say that you're anti-woke.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so I have 4 kids. I'm Mexican. And you know that the Kamala Harris and Biden, they were pushing the woke stuff like you can be gay, you can be transgender, it's okay, you can be whatever you want, and kids were killing themselves because of that. So don't you think that that's evil?
Actually saying that it's okay to be gay and trans actually reduces the likelihood of people being harmed. You understand that saying that it's bad to be gay and trans and stigmatizing being gay and trans actually leads to more children being in situations where they would engage in self-unaliving. So we don't want that to happen. Obviously, we'd want to create a culture where it's more accepting, and we understand that bullying leads to self-unaliving, and that's a bad thing. So if we want to be anti-bullying, we have to say that it's okay to be gay and trans, and that's really important. And it also should be important to you to like care about.
So it's okay to be confused.
Wait. Being gay and trans does not mean you're confused. I think actually
it is, man.
How does it mean you're confused?
Because you're fucking 12 years old. You don't know what you are. You just have to find out.
So you're saying everyone is confused as a 12-year-old, not just children who are trans or children who are trans, or children who are gay.
12-year-olds are confused. They don't know what they are.
Okay,
so they just
so then what?
They don't need to be pushed agendas.
Okay, so then what does us having to say that it's okay to be gay and okay to be trans have to do with specifically whether or not kids under your view are confused?
I'm sorry?
What does saying it's okay to be gay and okay to be trans have to do with children being confused at 12 years old?
How are you going to tell that 12 years old that it's okay to be gay? How? If they are not...
You say that. I'm confused how that's a complicated conversation when they're 12 years old. I think that you can understand that concept. That it's okay to be gay.
It's okay to be gay.
Yeah.
That's your agenda.
Absolutely.
Okay. Even if they're gonna cut your genitals at 12 years old, that's okay.
I'm sorry. Do you know that being gay and being trans are different? And also, no one's getting that type of surgery when they're a child. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about? You know that there's doctors cutting genitals to kids? You don't know that?
How old?
Underage.
You think that underage children are specifically getting surgeries?
Okay,
no,
okay. Let's go to another topic. Why do you support Biden?
Okay, well, I support Joe Biden over Donald Trump because he was a better candidate comparative to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is significantly worse. We can point to Joe Biden's policy, and actually the last candidate was Kamala Harris, but we can talk about Joe Biden for a second. He passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, policies that are meant to benefit working class and middle class Americans.
So you don't think that Joe Biden was sleeping most of the time?
What's up?
He was sleeping most of the time.
No, Biden was.
He was just not present.
Biden was not sleeping.
He was not present. Okay, so he was not present. I didn't see a lot of reporting on him. He was just sleeping.
Biden was not sleeping all the time. Actually, Donald Trump is the one that has fell asleep. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump like literally just rambles incoherently all the time. He says things that are anti-science and factually have been factually disproven, which are ridiculous to say. Like he said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, which is obviously ridiculous.
All right, man. I got you. Thank you.
Okay. So why do you like Donald Trump?
Me specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I like Donald Trump. I'm Mexican. I already told you that because I have 4 kids. I have 4 girls. They go into school every day. I don't want them to be brainwashed into becoming transgender or lesbians or whatever. I just want to be normal.
I'm sorry, you can't brainwash kids into being trans and gay. That's just not how it works.
Okay, so why would you bring that into schools?
Well, I'm sorry. Can you explain? Because we want more acceptance of people who are gay and trans. Because our society right now stigmatizes people who are gay and trans. Now,
listen.
Wait, I have a question. When you were a kid, do you think that you could have been brainwashed to be trans or gay?
Yes.
Really? How?
Yes. If they pushing that into me every day, every single day,
Wait,
yes.
I'm sorry. So if they just said that being gay or being trans was okay, you think that would have made you gay or trans?
I mean, probably, yes. Yes.
Well, I just want to let you know, I think that it's okay to be gay and trans, and I'm also not gay and trans. So could you explain to me how that could be the case under your view?
Okay, listen, if you want to be gay, if you want to be kissing girls, if you are a girl, you want to be kissing girls?
Want to do anything?
I'm actually
sorry.
kind of lost.
I'm sorry. Listen, if you want to be gay, it's okay to be gay behind doors. Yeah. Don't be kissing.
Wait, no. It's okay. It's okay to be. It's okay to be gay, right? In public as well, right? Being gay is just who you are. It's okay to be straight in public. It's okay to be gay in public. There's nothing different about them in terms of that context. Or do you think it's okay to watch this? Do you think it's okay to be straight in public?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it okay to do that in front of children? Why is it okay to push being straight on children?
Okay, how many straight people you see making out in front of kids?
It's all over the media. Have you seen TV shows and movies? It's all over the media all the time.
If you
see people walking in public, you see them kissing on the street. Like straight people kiss everywhere, all the time.
No, if you take a walk in the beach, if you take a walk in the beach, you're just gonna see.
When I go to the mall, I see straight people kissing all the time, including myself. Right, like. And kissing my girlfriend, like literally, like when I'm out in public. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, genuinely, if you think it's not wrong for people who are straight, why is it wrong for people who are gay? That's ridiculous.
Because that's fucking that's a scene.
What do you mean it's a scene? What about the scene is different?
Okay, where in the Bible say that it's okay to be kissing another man?
I'm sorry. Why do we have to judge this based upon the Bible? And where in the Bible does it say it's wrong?
Are you a Christian?
Wait. Where in the Bible does it say it's? Wait, I have a question. Where in the Bible does it say it's wrong for two women to kiss?
Okay, so are you a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian.
Where are you?
I'm an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. He got removed through community guidelines. Okay, all right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. It didn't even tell me what he got banned for. He just was gone. I mean, agnostic atheist just means I don't know what the explanation is for like what caused like the Big Bang or what came prior to the Big Bang. And then atheist just means I just don't believe it's a god. That's all it means. So when I say agnostic atheist, it's not like contradictory. Some people think it's like contradictory, but in the way that I'm using it, it's not contradictory. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Yudi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Viking Hammer. Thank you. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think I'd vote for Donald Trump.
You would vote for Donald Trump? Why so?
Well, I don't really know. Like, I've been watching you. I've been watching a lot of other people, and just politics in general is crazy. I don't support everything Donald Trump does. I don't support everything Biden did, but I don't know. I'm indecisive.
Okay, so what about Donald Trump is less crazy than Kamala Harris?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that if we were to talk about the word crazy, I think that would be applicable to Donald Trump, and it would not be applicable to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has said that the climate is going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He talked about possibly using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, and he talked about using nuclear weapons to fight hurricanes. He also said that if California if California had an honest vote counter, if Jesus came down as the vote counter for California, that he would have won in California. I can play all of these clips if you'd like, by the way.
Man. No, I don't know. I don't really know what to say. I think politics is crazy right now.
And so why to vote for the guy that makes it crazy? Why support the guy that's making it crazier?
I don't know. Do you think Kamala Harris would have been able to run the country good?
I think everything would be better off right now if Kamala Harris were president. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you or anything. I don't know. I just wanted to see what your opinion was, just in general, of politics right now with everything going on. Like,
well, think about it this way: Trump literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol like 4 years ago, and then he just recently, about 9 months ago, pardoned the violent rioters that beat police officers, and he called them patriots. Right? So, I mean, that's like a literal I know you probably heard this from a million liberals, but that's an actual threat to our democracy, and it cannot be overstated enough that the reason why politics is so crazy is because the guy in office right now literally is causing it to be more divisive. He's causing more hate, and he's causing division amongst our population, and he's causing it to be crazier. So if you don't want it to be crazy, don't vote for this ideology, this MAGA ideology. Vote against it.
I feel you. All right, man. I appreciate you letting me on.
Appreciate you coming up.
Have a good one, man.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everybody, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It will help get it out to more people. It will help get it out to more people. If you like the morning stream separate and also having a later stream, let me know also by liking the stream. I would really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I don't. Sorry, but I want to.
I'm sorry, I am just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Yudi, thank you so much for the Chasing the Dream. Thank you so much. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think, no, I'm just kidding. I love you, Parker. Free Palestine, free Palestine.
Absolutely, free Palestine. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why so?
100% Trump. Because you said Christian. Are you Christian?
No, I'm not Christian.
Okay, fuck off.
What's wrong with me not being Christian? Okay. Okay. All right. You know, Jesus said that in the Bible. Jesus said, whenever you encounter an atheist, say, Fuck off. That's exactly what Jesus commanded you to do in the Bible. Yo, it's how old are you?
What's up, brother?
How old are you?
I'm 27.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, but I do got a quick question.
Okay, what's up?
So it's completely different from what you're talking about, actually.
Okay, wait. Could you keep it on topic? Why do you support Donald Trump?
It's sort of like on topic, but like you got to debate Charlie Kirk, and I wanted to see what kind of person he was.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Okay. Yeah, I do.
Okay, why so?
I feel like his morals stood for America than how Kamala did, because it was more of, we're just going to figure it out as it comes and everything like that. We got these big plans, but the thing is, we don't know how we're going to support said plans at the end of the day.
What was Trump's healthcare plan?
I honestly don't remember, to be honest with you.
He said concepts of a plan for 9 years. So he didn't really have plans. He didn't know how to support his plans. So if we want to talk about plans, he was the one who didn't know how to support his. And if you want to talk about morals, he's the one who very clearly lacked morals. I mean, he cheated on every single one of his wives. He was held liable for sexual abuse. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent on Howard Stern's podcast. And an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He specifically said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. And he said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He also called her voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive.
But the thing is, he was actually never convicted of SA. Was it Jean Carroll couldn't put the time, the date, or anything like that. But all she could say was he was there at the end of the day. I mean, if you were sexually assaulted, you would remember the time of the day, what day it was, everything like that. And Jean Carroll couldn't remember absolutely any of that. So I don't think that's really believable at the end of the day. And he also did not cheat on every one of his wives or anything like that. I'm not saying that he's this amazing man or anything like that. And the man's not innocent, just like everybody else. Nobody is innocent. We've all done things we're not proud of. But the thing is, it's something that we can reflect on as his character and everything like that. But the thing is, back to what I was saying, I would still support him. What's up?
Can I respond real quick?
Of course.
So many people who are assaulted don't specifically remember the exact time, right? And a lot of things specifically that happened, because it is the case that trauma represses memories. So specifically not remembering like the exact month, time of the day, and specifically is not something that is uncommon for great victims. It's actually very common for great victims as a trauma response to not remember certain things like that. And if we want to talk about E. Jean Carroll, she said 1995, 1996, which is in the context of a year time period that is giving a set of time. And then also, you also didn't address any of the evidence brought up in the case. There were plenty of other things we could bring up. Trump lied, said that he never met her. There was pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife, thinking it was Marla Maples when it wasn't, when it was E. Jean Carroll. So clearly indicating that she was quote unquote his type, so he would have sexually abused her either way. And it's also a disgusting thing for him to say that, saying he wouldn't sexually abuse someone who's quote unquote not his type, but apparently would so if they were his type. That's like actually nuts. And then he absolutely did cheat on every single one of his wives. I mean, this is very well documented. Everyone knows about this, and it's very clear. Especially we can point to specifically with Stormy Daniels, where she literally talked about it under oath.
Well, are we going to talk about the Stormy Daniels hush money that they try to say, where it was all like 32? What is it? 32 counts of felony, 34. Supposedly 34. Okay, 34. My apologies. It was 34. But the thing is, we got to look at it of what system where the judges are district in. It was a Democratic jury at the end of the day. And the thing is, if you actually look into like the court cases and everything like that, the thing is, a lot of them, they were just cooked up charges and everything like that because didn't have anything on Trump at the end of the day, so they had to cook something up because they wanted to get him out of the race, just like they tried to do it in Colorado or New Mexico, and then they tried to suppress Donald Trump on Twitter, or if you want to call it X, whatever you want to call it, by suspending his account. I had to shut him up and everything like that. But
because he tried to incite a violent insurrection at the Capitol. And then you say, this is a Democratic jury. None of these juries were just solely Democratic. His lawyers were actually a part of the process of determining who was on the jury. So why did they pick an entire Democratic jury? That wouldn't make any sense. Also, if you look at the proportions of New York, right, it is the case that it wouldn't make sense to say that every single one was Democratic. One, because not everyone is involved in politics. And two, because of a percentage of people in New York are Republican and independent. So we would obviously clearly see at least a few of them that would have been either independent, Republican, or apolitical, which would have been clear enough evidence because it was a unanimous decision in the context of a jury that even people who are not Democratic said that specifically about him. So he was absolutely guilty. For you to act like he wasn't guilty is ridiculous. If it was just specifically a thing that they could place on them, like they did specifically with quote unquote Russia, well then how come they didn't have any charges stick in that context, but they did have charges stick in this context? Well, it's because he specifically had wrongdoing, and the other one was just an investigation. Literally, he just doesn't want investigations into him. He doesn't want people to call him out for his bad behavior, and whenever he does, he just says it's the other side politically going after him. Literally, even if he's guilty. In the context of a court system, a criminal court system indicated his guilt in terms of the felonies case, and then literally a civil court in terms of a jury unanimously determined that he sexually abused E.G. Carroll. So again, we can point to the countless court systems that have indicated his guilt that he can't acknowledge, and seemingly you can't acknowledge either.
Okay, but the thing is, let's go back to where you said January 6th was an insurrection. Insurrection means that there was weapons used. There was no weapons that were said used there. Honestly, if we look at the
riot shield that they used to break into the door, there was police officers beaten with rods. DJ Rodriguez had a stun gun and drove it into the neck of a police officer. There were absolutely weapons on that day. Donald Trump pardoned the violence on that day that they committed. People beat police officers like DJ Rodriguez, drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and literally was pardoned by Donald Trump and called a patriot.
There was no weapons that were used. Actually, if you look at the surveillance,
there were no weapons that were used. I just gave examples. I literally just gave examples.
Parker, the thing is, are you always the trusted source on absolutely everything? At the end of the day,
these were determined to be in the context of the court case. The jury made a determination on this. They convicted them. This is from the court system. It's not just me. There's video of this happening too.
Well, I mean, if you watch
did the injuries come out of nowhere? Did the cops injure themselves?
I'm not saying the cops injured themselves.
So where did the injuries come from?
Not by. What's that?
Where did the injuries come from?
See, I actually haven't seen anything where they said that there was cops who were injured or anything like that.
Really? So you need to do more research into this, because this was a whole thing. Even Mike Pence talked about this. Mike Pence condemned this. He acknowledged that this happened, that they pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he said that was bad. Even Mike fucking Pence said it. Even Mike Pence. Literally.
Okay, but the thing is, if you watch the surveillance videos of like the protests and everything like that, you can actually see that they just walked through the halls.
No, there's actually a video of them breaking in with a riot shield. You can literally watch I can't show you on the live because my live stream will get taken down. But there's literally video of them breaking in with a riot shield. I'm serious. You can watch it. You can see them breaking the windows and breaking in.
But the thing is, I'm still going to say it was a peaceful protest at the end of the day.
What's up?
Regardless of what you want to say, from what I've seen, it was nothing but peaceful. I mean, compared to what the left has done, I mean,
It
it's
was
just like
nothing but peaceful. No one got hurt on that day. You think
mean,
no
we
one
can
got
just-
hurt on January 6th? You think January 6th was totally and 100% peaceful?
Let me ask you this, Parker.
No, was it 100%
is-
peaceful?
Yes, but let me ask you this.
Yes. I just gave you an example. I literally told you DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, literally, right, and was pardoned. I'm sorry, you have to acknowledge this. You think that okay, so again, the police officer just faked the injuries? Is that your view?
I'm not Parker. I have not seen anything like that. But let me ask you this:
How? It's been like 4 years, dude. How the
can I
hell?
ask you a quick
You
question?
didn't look into this? I'm sorry, that's very pressing information. To look into the fact that, yeah, he literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and you support him? And by the way, some of these people that we're talking about, not only were they convicted of it, they admitted to it themselves. And they were caught on video doing it. I'm sorry. If
Can I ask you a quick question?
With video, admission, and conviction that they're guilty, what could I give you in terms of evidence that you would believe?
Can I ask you a quick question, Parker?
Go ahead.
Would you say the left or your party is peaceful?
I would say it's more peaceful than the right.
Are you sure? What about Charlie Kirk?
I'm not saying every single political ideology is 100% and totally peaceful. And by the way, in terms of the situation, they determined a nihilist violent extremist. That was their determination. They said it was like a leftist or like a super liberal, politically involved person. But that was their determination. But if you want to,
it's still the left. It's still the left. The left has blood on their hands.
And also, wait, do you say the right has blood on their heads in terms of Melissa Hortman and her family getting literally murdered by right-wing MAGA extremists? Do you think the right has blood on their hands? What about Paul Pelosi getting beaten with a hammer by a right-wing MAGA extremist?
No.
He left. He actually just left. Wow. It's all the left. It's all the left. I give explicit examples of multiple different circumstances where it happened on the right, and he literally runs away. He literally runs away. Look at that, right? I don't know why. I'm serious. Why is the right doing this? Why are they doing this to themselves? They're running with this argument that the left is more violent, and it's the most incoherent piece of gibberish ever. If you look at FBI statistics, they indicate that right-wing domestic terrorism is significantly higher. There are significantly more examples that you can provide of the right wing going after the left wing, specifically and literally attacking them, right? And especially using violence. Appreciate this, Starlight. Thank you. There's also the pardoning Donald Trump, literally pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th. There's right-wingers that are going after the right-wingers, like Donald Trump, in terms of the assassination attempt. I mean, it's obviously more likely going to exist on the right if you look at the actual data and you critically think. But the right wingers that are perpetuating this, even some influencers are saying this because they genuinely think that the Republican base is so stupid that they'll believe it. Like, I actually can't come up with any other explanation. I'm trying to be as charitable as I possibly can. I can't think of anything else. They genuinely think that the Republican base is stupid enough to believe it. Like, are you serious? Like, it's the worst argument I've ever seen. It's blatantly false. It's blatantly false. By the way, everyone, if you liked my content here, make sure to follow me if you have not already. Subscribe if you haven't on YouTube. I think I'm going to do one more conversation, and then I'm going to get off for today, everybody. One more conversation, and then we're going to get off for today. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube if you haven't already. Follow me if you have not already as well. Let me say thank you to people and get caught up. Mallory, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy that they thought that. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Mallory. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. Absolutely, as always. Ariana, thank you so much for the $5. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Madeline. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe I would. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, he was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Nessa, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate it. I think I said that. I saw that earlier. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. And then we're going to go into the last conversation for the day, everyone. Again, make sure to like the stream on YouTube if you have not already. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let me say thank you, H. Thank you so much for the $10 in midnight. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up real quick. Stephanie, oh my god. With another fucking $200. Stephanie, holy shit. Thank you so fucking much. That is crazy. Stephanie, holy shit. Thank you for the fucking $200. Oh my god. That is fucking nuts. Stephanie, holy shit. Can we get some fucking W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Holy fuck. What is going on today? What is going on today? Steph, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melody as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Stephanie, thank you. Like, that's actually insane. That's actually insane. We're going to try and get one more debate up here for tonight. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I think we currently have, what, 1,500 likes? Try to get to 2,000 before we ended, everyone, on YouTube. And also, make sure to subscribe to me on YouTube if you haven't already. I post a bunch of videos there. I'm actually starting to send out there a lot more. Dara, thank you so much for pushing the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Dara. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Dara in the comment section right now? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
I'm Devin.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Well, so I'd eventually like to get into kind of the January 6th conversation that you were just into. But aside from that, immigration was a big voting issue for me. The economy, safety, and national security. Those were all voting issues.
Okay. And then, okay, we got a few things. Okay. Can you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like? That he influenced?
Well, I liked what my pocketbook looked like the 4 years under Donald Trump compared to what it looked like 4 years under Joe Biden.
Okay, just the pocketbook. Couldn't that just be like also related to your own personal decisions and things in your life, things not related to the president?
No, I think if you look one of my favorite statistics to go to was how much it costs to own a home under 4 years of Donald Trump compared to what it costs to own a home under 4 years of Joe Biden. It cost almost, I think it was like 75 to 80 under Donald Trump to own a home, $80,000 a year. You could own a home. Under Joe Biden's economy, it was up to $125,000. So for our generation, Parker, we're the same age. Like, we want to own homes. Our generation wants to own homes. And under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, owning a home was not financially feasible.
Yeah, so the prices didn't go up because of the Biden-Harris administration. That was global inflation that impacted countries around the entire world. There was global inflation, not specific to the United States, not related to the Biden-Harris administration. Their policies didn't cause it. And Trump actively ran on policies like tariffs that increased the cost of housing prices in the context of the United States. Secondly, we can look at the prices under the Obama administration and compare that to the Trump administration. Under the Obama administration, housing prices were lower than what they were under the Trump administration. Does that mean that it was worse under the Trump administration comparative to the Obama administration?
Well, I think you can make the same global trend argument with regard to Donald Trump's economy, but I guess I have a question. If you're claiming that the only reason inflation was so bad under Joe Biden was because the global inflation rate was so bad,
yes.
Why did we see such a drastic change in the 6 months since Donald Trump has been in office?
In what way? We've seen inflation go up since...
rate.
Yeah, inflation has gone up since April, since Trump announced Liberation Day tariffs. We're about to hit 3% here probably pretty soon. We're at 2.9% right now from 2.3% in April. So it's trending up because of tariffs. So what
no,
specifically
it's not.
is better
It's
off?
trending down. If you look at...
Really?
If you look
want me to
at
show you a
US
graph? I'll show you a graph
I
right
can show you... Okay, Parker, where are you getting it from?
The Bureau of Labor
Which
Statistics.
Okay, my point is that you and I both know you're a smart guy. You and I both know that you can put any any amount of numbers into a graph and make it say whatever you want it to say.
No, this is inflation rate. It's the inflation rate. I'm sorry. What do you mean I can put any? This is also the data from the Trump administration.
Right. If you look,
right? This is the Trump administration Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yes, I understand that. I also understand that it's all based on which way you want to analyze that quote unquote inflation rate. It's all about, you're looking at consumer price index. You could also look at GDP. You could look at it compared to.
It's 2.9%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's on a trend up. You see 2.4%.
Yeah. So what is that
here
peak?
In April?
Yeah. But compared to the rest of that graph, go to that peak. What's the date there?
This is global inflation. This is all global
got it.
inflation.
Okay. And when did it? Okay, so where did it peak down right there at the bottom?
It started trending down in 2022.
Yep. Where's that lowest peak right there?
It got down to 3%.
Keep scrolling to the right. Nope. Farther right. Farther right. Farther right. Yeah, right there.
2.4%.
Okay. So my point being that, I mean, you're kind of proving my point, right? Like, you can look at where inflation was and where it is now. It's still at like 2.9. The lowest it got under Joe Biden was 2.4, and it's 2.9 right now. The highest it got, what's that peak at? 6 point something?
No, it was 9.1, but that was global inflation.
Like,
That's nothing
literally
to do with
my
the president. This is specifically due to Trump's policy, though, because of tariffs being implemented.
So it had nothing to do.
Think about it this way. If Trump never imposes tariffs, we wouldn't have seen this trend up inflation right here. We would have actually been on a trend down, and we could have then lowered interest rates to a greater extent, and we would have had a more of a booming economy. We would have seen more real GDP growth. We would have seen better jobs.
Why didn't Joe Biden do that?
What again? Because he wasn't the elected president.
Why didn't he do it in the 4 years he was president?
It was already operating in that type of way.
And was it working?
Yes, it was already starting to trend down by the time Trump was getting into office.
I disagree. I think your data, you're cherry picking your data. You're not being truthful about what it says. I just proved that. And I think just anecdotally speaking, if you talk to the average American voter, I'm from the Midwest, especially here in the Midwest, and you ask them, what did your bank account look like now? Or no, this time last year compared to what it looked like pre-pandemic under Donald Trump, I think you're going to be hard pressed to tell you, and to find anybody who's going to tell you they were financially better off under Joe Biden. But okay, that was just one of my points. Do you want to move on to something else?
If you want to look at this again in terms of the economy, let's look at it. Since Trump's got into office, unemployment has increased. The jobs numbers have been so bad that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, claiming that the information coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Can I please finish?
The reason he fired that guy is because you and I both know he was lying about the numbers. Because
you see what I mean? You see what I mean? You think it's politically biased information? No, it wasn't. The person he put into office right after, they indicated even less numbers for the jobs report even after.
You and I both know that you and I both know that the deep state is very entrenched by very political hate. Yes,
Trump is the deep state. Trump must be the deep state then.
Okay. Would you like to move on to something else? I listed a lot of things.
I want to look at what these views are. These views are crazy. You literally think that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because you think that the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was manufacturing false information to try and make Trump look bad. So then let me ask you this question. The same person that specifically came out with that revision, the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that they actually came out with an 818,000 jobs revision about 2 weeks after Kamala Harris launched her campaign. So was that politically biased against Kamala Harris? Was
it politically
because that really harmed?
They came out and made the change. No, you're literally proving my point. He couldn't even get his reports done correct. He was incompetent. He was regularly putting out numbers that were incorrect. That's literally the reason he got fired. I'm sorry. With the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in terms of these numbers, they regularly revise them because they get better information over time. It's not specifically due to the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics that they revise the data. That was an absurd claim for you to make. That was an absurd claim for you to make. It's not. They regularly update them, but regularly updating them with such such large swings mean that they are out of touch with what is actually happening.
There have been relative percentage change revisions in the past. It's just the greatest 100%. Number because it is the case that there's more people within our economy now than in the past.
Oh my gosh. See, this is what you guys do. Like you twist the truth. The reality with it is... I'm not twisting the truth.
I'm telling you what economists will tell you.
Okay. Well, I would also like to point out that these are the same kind of people that tell you that they don't lie about numbers, but then going back to the January 6th thing, you want to talk about how it was super violent. How many FBI informants did we just find out were undercover that day? You laugh.
So I have a question. Did Trump pardon an FBI informant?
Did he I don't know.
Trump pardoned
I don't know.
So Trump pardoned all the people at January 6th. If a lot of them were FBI informants, you're telling me Trump pardoned FBI informants that were sent there who were liberals specifically to literally undermine him?
Considering that for 4 years under Joe Biden, considering that for 4 years under Joe Biden, the FBI sat there and told us that the FBI had no involvement on January 6th, and now we're finding out.
Why did Trump pardon the FBI informants?
I'm answering you because for 4 years, Joe Biden claimed there weren't any FBI informants, so nobody thought there were, right? Because Joe Biden and his administration was so truthful, and all of his agencies put out the truth all the time, like the FBI in that case, except for the fact that it came out this week that over 400 FBI informants and agents were in plain clothes on that day. So we only recently found out, according to your logic, that there were even FBI informants. So I'm confused on your argument. Your argument doesn't make sense.
So
why did Trump do it when he didn't even know?
Well,
Is your claim?
No, essentially the point that I'm making is that, one, you think that Trump didn't have that information prior and didn't have the ability to identify that prior, yet he was specifically claiming this was true from the very first place. Secondly, it was under Trump's administration. Whose FBI was it?
Joe Biden took office literally
Really? Joe Biden, you think Joe Biden was in office on January 6th? Are you serious?
Trump's FBI. Well,
You think Joe Biden was in office on January 6th, 2021?
See, this is what you do.
Let me
That's
let
not
you
what I
know.
said.
Joe Biden wasn't inaugurated until the 20th. Okay?
Yeah, I'm
so
aware.
He wasn't even in office yet. It was Trump's FBI. So his own
You
FBI
just cut me
informants
off. You cut
were
me
there
off. I
on
literally
January
said Joe
6th.
Biden.
So Trump's
Joe
own FBI
Biden-
informants were there. That's what you're saying.
Trump's FBI was trying to was targeting him politically while he was in office the first time.
Trump's own FBI was going after him. Yes.
I mean, considering his former FBI director was just indicted, yeah.
Oh, okay. You mean is he going to do the same thing to Mike Pence because Mike Pence put the Constitution over
probably
Donald
not.
Trump?
No, because he didn't break the law. It's a pretty simple concept.
Oh, he did
Call me
break
broke
the
the
law.
law.
Oh, interesting. You know who did?
Yeah.
Trump.
When did he break the law?
Trump broke the law.
During what? During what?
What? I'll give you many examples. One is
Okay,
the
go
case that
ahead.
he passed an executive order saying that he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Two, he's been violating.
Okay, what about when
due
Joe
process
Biden?
rights, which is a
Okay, what
violation
about
of
when
the
Joe
Fifth and
Biden
14th
said that he
Amendment.
was going to forgive student loans even after the Supreme Court explicitly told him he did
He said
not
he was
have
gonna
the
look for
authority to do so?
He said he was going to look for another legal pathway.
Isn't that exactly what Trump said about burning the flag?
No.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No,
so it's
no,
rules for
because-
you. It's rules for
What are you
thee and
talking
not for
about?
me. With you
No,
all
because
the
he's
time.
actively undermined the law. He specifically
So
said
is Joe Biden.
No, he didn't.
What did Joe Biden do when
Joe
he
Biden
opened our
tried to-
borders? When he refused to.
When did he open the
refused to
border? What
report-
policy opened the border?
When he refused to enforce immigration law. We had immigration law on
What
the
policy
books.
did he pass? Wait, no, tell me. What policy did he pass that limited the enforcement of an immigration law?
That's the best part. He didn't pass any legislation. He just refused to enforce the law that he was supposed to by underfunding Border Patrol.
Okay, what policy did he pass to underfund Border Patrol?
He didn't do it. That's the best part. He didn't pass it.
So if he didn't
pass
change
policy
anything, you're
because he's
telling me that
corrupt,
this.
because he broke the law.
Wait, listen.
He
to this.
broke the law.
Wait, listen to this. Listen
That's
to
the best
this.
part.
If you're telling me that Biden didn't change a single thing, then you're telling me he kept the same set of enforcement that existed under Trump's administration, same set of funding that existed under Trump's administration, and it wasn't enough. So why didn't Trump invest enough?
What?
Yeah.
That's funny because how have immigration numbers changed since Trump took office this January?
Tell me, what
If
did
your
he do?
argument is that
What
nothing-
did he do to address this? And by the way, his own administration.
He increased the number of border agents. He refunded the border wall. He increased the support system that's down there. He implemented federal resources to continue to help down there. He started back partnerships with the state of Texas once Joe Biden. Do you remember when Joe Biden shut down wall funding and then started selling pieces of the wall at a loss to the federal government? So the taxpayers were effectively subsidizing his decision
come on.
to just open out the southern border.
Trump spent $140 million of taxpayer money on golf trips. So if you want to talk about wasting taxpayer money, let's talk about Trump playing
Joe
golf at
Biden spent more
at his own
time-
businesses like Mar-a-Lago. Let me address this. You said he increased in border agents. He literally, Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have increased the amount of border agents. Secondly, right, he's not increasing federal resources towards things that would actually benefit the legal conditions for immigration. What he's doing is putting more money into ICE specifically, that is literally detaining people without due process, stripping people out of their communities without due process, right? Specifically in inhumane conditions. You have to acknowledge
funny that you want to
ICE
talk about
specifically
due process.
being militarized is the prioritization rather than putting money into immigration judges specifically to make the immigration process go faster to vet people through a quicker process, I would prefer wait, hold up, listen, let me please finish. I would prefer to incentivize people to go through said legal process because it is the case that we have a quick and safe legal process. Trump's not trying to do that. Trump is trying to militarize ICE to specifically blame and scapegoat undocumented immigrants for problems not caused by them.
Well, so maybe this is something we can agree on, Parker. I 100% agree that we should be incentivizing people to come here the legal way. 100%. Coming the legal way is the way to make sure that we have none of these issues. The problem is the single worst thing that Joe Biden did with the border was in the Remain in Mexico policy. Because what he effectively said was he said, okay, cartels, come on in, up your human trafficking through the southern border, which is what happened. And then more people came to the rates of children who were being separated from families, the rates of young girls and women being sexually assaulted
can I address
through
this?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me finish. And then absolutely. That was the single worst thing they could have ever done, because what happened was it sent a message to the world, really. Our borders are open, and once you're here, you can stay. And that's what, and not only can you stay, you can get healthcare in states like California. We will give you a cell phone. We'll put you up in hotels in places like New York City. So yes, do you understand how much money these people pay to the cartels to sneak them into the country? Like, we're talking these people's entire life savings. People sell their homes and pay the cartels like $30,000, $40,000 to sneak them into the country. And that journey involves some of the most inhumane conditions that you can ever believe. And Joe Biden was incentivizing that.
So I'm going to debunk every single point that you just made and show you how every single thing you said was false. Watch this. So the ending of the Remain in Mexico policy specifically has to do with a legal process of immigration through the context of the asylum process. It did not increase the amount of the ability for the cartel to come to this country by specifically getting rid of the Remain in Mexico border policy, as that's specifically relating to the asylum process, right? The asylum process is a legal immigration process in the context of the United States.
Then why are
Secondly,
the numbers so different?
Undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to national U.S. citizens. Thirdly, right, if you want to address the level of human trafficking that exists in relation to the context of the border, defund the very basis of where they're getting that money from in the first place. If you have a fast and legal immigration process, it will actually incentivize people to go through said legal immigration process, meaning that they won't go to the cartel in the very first place, and it will defund the cartel at the very basis. Thirdly, it is the case that undocumented immigrants can't get any access to federal benefits at all. If you're talking about state benefits, those state benefits are applicable to legal asylum seekers, people that are here legally in the country because of the asylum process. And if you want undocumented immigrants to come to this country through the legal way, how about you tell Donald Trump to specifically go through the legal way in terms of deporting them by utilizing due process?
Okay, so two thoughts. First off, I love the way that you just completely spun what I said, because you had no actual argument against what I said, so you completely spun it. Second, I think it's funny that you want to talk about due process when the entire reason Trump extended the January 6th pardons was because of due process issues. So it's funny for you to care about due process for people who broke our laws to get here, but you have no concern about due process rights of American citizens who actually, like, so that's crazy.
What
but
due process rights were violated?
If your argument doesn't stand.
Wait, tell me. What due process rights were violated? Tell me.
The hundreds of January 6ers that were kept in prison in inhumane conditions without access to legal resources for up to 6 months.
Wait, who specifically had zero access to legal resources?
I don't have names, but I like look it up. You're the one who always says do your research.
Give me a single source that said they had zero access to legal resources, please.
Okay, give me a second and I will.
Yeah. In the meantime, let me thank some people real quick. Dara, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Glad to see you. Deanna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jonathan with the $25. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melody, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Abby with the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Nevaya, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually don't have it with me right now, by the way. Let me go to YouTube real quick and make sure I've caught up on YouTube real quick, and then hopefully will have found the source by then. Ariana, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Zeed, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Zeed. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Zeed in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. That would be great. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you. As well as Tammy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everybody. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think right now we have like 1,700 right now. And Joe, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Give them a second to find the information real quick. Give them a second to find the information. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Mara, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you very much. Grandma Diane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Grandma Diane. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Grandma Diane in the comment section right now? As well as Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Stephanie, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Here, I found something for you.
Go ahead.
NPR, June 28th, 2024. Supreme Court says prosecutors improperly charged January 6th defendants. The court's decision that the defendant impaired the availability of integrity for use of official proceedings, records, documents, objects, or other things typically used in an official proceeding. It talks about how they were kept in conditions in DC prisons.
Okay.
And then
where does it say that for 6 months they were without any legal access?
I mean, you'd have to give me more time to find. I've heard it before. I've read it. I know it's there.
I can give you more time for that. This is an NPR article, which is a good article about that. And it does,
I know, and that's what I'm trying. Like, I'm trying to be genuine here. I'm not trying to give you like.
Where does it say that they weren't granted due process, though? So just because they were improperly charged doesn't mean that they could have just revised the charge. That doesn't mean that they were not granted due process rights.
It was the fact that they were kept for as long as they could without any charges. They were kept for, like, you and I both know you cannot be held.
No, they were just
without
improperly
charges.
charged. They were just improperly charged.
That's not true.
That's what the article says that you just cited to me.
Okay, well, like I said, I know it's there. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of people who actually report on it, so trying to actually find it is hard. I know I've heard it.
I wonder why they're not reporting on it, if it's so true.
You and I both know the answer to that question.
What is the answer to that question? I want to hear your answer.
That the media leans left. The media is biased to the left. It always has been. It always will be. It's the reason they don't report on things that are unpopular, kind of like Joe Biden's laptop.
NPR leans left?
Yeah, it's National Public Radio. Of course, it leans left. That's why Donald Trump wants to cut the funding for it, because it's not non-biased. It's not nonpartisan.
Interesting.
It no longer does what it
just
used
like
to
they
do.
call out Trump for what they do. That's bad. But let's go through this. Let's talk about this. Which, by the way, they can't have a partisan bias if it is the case that there's public funding for it. I just want to.
Then why does over 85% of the staff?
Secondly, hold up. Let me.
Why is over 85% of the staff registered Democrats and not registered Democrats?
Can you tell me? What specific news is better?
The truth.
Such as?
Personally, I prefer things like X, where you can go and you can actually see 100% of what's happening. You laugh because you actually like censored media. I like to see things.
That's like citing TikTok. That's like citing TikTok and saying Parker Get a Job said this on TikTok, therefore it's true. You know what I mean?
I mean, are you asking what kind of media I consume?
I said you're wrong. So, like, can you cite me as a source in saying that you're wrong?
I mean, you guys do it.
I'm on TikTok. I also have a Twitter account. I don't ever use it, but I have a Twitter account and I've posted on it before.
Sure. Well, you asked me where I'm getting my sources of news. Like, I follow a bunch of independent journalists on there who are actually reporting frontline news. So like that. I mean, that is where I get a lot of my source because it's unbiased. I don't like to get it from big corporate
Twitter is totally
media.
biased, by the way. You know that.
But I'm not following Elon Musk. I'm following independent journalists who are on the left, right, and center, who are like living in Israel, living in Palestine. What's your point?
Again, in terms
like they're reporting from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not think
how about you name
how
about you name a specific journalist that you get your information from in typical in relation to, like, say, for example, January 6th? Where do you typically get your information in relation to January 6th? Is it Fox News? Is it Newsmax? Is it Alex Jones on X? You got to come back into the app for me to be able to hear you. Because I got to see if it's Alex Jones on X.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you caught me red-handed. It's Alex Jones. 100% of my news media comes from Alex
Not surprised, honestly.
Jones.
Not surprised.
Yeah. No. My point is that I personally get a variety of news sources. I don't have one news source I look to because I regularly am like researching on my own, like similar to you. And I hope this is what you're doing because you have quite the following. And despite what you may feel about me, I actually am really thankful for what you do. Hopefully you educate a lot of people. Hopefully you open them up to viewpoints they hadn't considered before. But my point is, somebody who actually cares about politics is going to get their news from a lot of different sources, such as I do. I look at CNN regularly. I regularly watch Fox as well. I read a lot of the Washington Post, the New York Times. I read a lot of NPR, Politico.
I thought this was all leftist media. Why do you read leftist media?
Because I think it's important to know why people believe what they believe.
So it's all just like fake news, though, right? So
we live in a society.
Can you tell me the real news that you look at? What's the real news that you look at that gives you good and factual information from your perspective?
Independent journalists, people who are on the ground. Like, truthfully, Parker, people who
January
are like,
6th. Name one person that is truthful in relation to January 6th that you accept. Crucible, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
Honestly, when it comes to January 6th.
W lurking. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
When it comes to January 6th, there's nobody that I would say is like the gold standard of media. The one thing I don't know is that I do not believe the FBI, and I don't believe anything that this federal government tells us about it. That's
exactly.
What I know.
I do not believe the Trump administration and their faulty information coming out of Kash Patel and the FBI, right?
Yep, you're right, 100%. Yep, the 400 plainclothes FBI agents that were encouraging people to enter the doors and break down the windows into January 6th.
That were FBI agents under the Trump administration.
Right, under the same head of the FBI who was just indicted for criminal acts. You're correct.
That Trump appointed? Did Trump appoint them?
Did I ever say that Trump didn't make some bad decisions first term? No, that would have been one of them.
So if Trump appointed corrupt individuals on his administration, why did you trust him to not put corrupt individuals on his administration this next time?
Because he actually learned his lesson. Because he was able to watch that come to fruition. I mean, he watched the people that he appointed.
Wait, and I'm sorry, you accept the convictions against that guy? I thought that was like, I thought that,
what are you talking about?
Against the person who was the head of the FBI, you accept the convictions against
Comey?
him?
James Comey?
Yeah. Or no. Chris Wray.
I mean, yeah, I think they both are insanely corrupt and
really?
like 100% linked to the sealed dossier.
Can you tell me when Chris Wray was indicted?
I'm specifically talking about the indictment for James Comey that just
hold on. I mean, Chris Wray who's relevant in this context. So can you tell me when he was indicted?
No, it's not. That's not who I was talking about. I've been talking about James Comey this entire time.
Didn't Comey get fired at like the start of the term? So that's not even relevant to January 6th?
Because he got you. This is exactly what you do. You twist it. James
I'm
Comey
not twisting. I'm just providing factual information.
He was the one who hired a lot of the people that were at the FBI as of January 6th. He was the head of the FBI when that phase of
during January 6th. Really?
The FBI.
So during January 6th, you think Comey was the head of the FBI?
Literally not what I said. Just like how I said that it wasn't Joe Biden.
Who was the head of the FBI on January 6th?
Not James Comey. Is that your point?
Who was it? Who was it? Are you looking it up? I've already told you in this conversation, by the way.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I keep trying to open Twitter.
And FBI informants to get people to specifically engage in the incited insurrection of the Capitol. That's your view?
I think you're proving my entire point. Yes.
How am I proving your point? I just asked you, is that your view?
You're proving that the FBI was corrupt when Trump got there, and it was still corrupt when he left.
Wow, the FBI was corrupt under Trump's term due to the fact that he appointed people that were corrupt under your view, right?
Do I think that
corrupt individuals?
Do I think that Christopher Wray and James Comey are corrupt? Yes, I think they're not only corrupt, I think they're criminals.
Yes, Trump appointed corrupt criminals, like himself.
I mean, yes. Like, it's funny because Joe Biden's son is a criminal that he pardoned. It's like, what's your point here?
Did he put him on the administration or something?
I mean, pretty much. If you read the books that have come out, it sounds like he was.
No, Hunter Biden was never put on
staff.
the Hunter Biden was never put on the Biden administration. That's obviously ridiculous. He was not in politics. Like,
would you
just
say
deflecting
that,
like crazy. The fact that you're talking about Hunter Biden in 2025 is nuts.
Would you say that Donald Trump Jr. is involved in the Trump administration?
No.
Oh, interesting. You wouldn't?
He could try to talk and like talk to Trump, but he's not in the Trump administration.
You don't think that he has any impact at all? You don't think he's involved in conversations? He's in rooms? You don't think any of that?
He could be involved in conversations and be in rooms. Yeah.
You don't think Hunter Biden was doing that when he came by the White House?
Actually, no, I don't think Hunter Biden was doing that. No.
So what was he doing when he was gallivanting on private jets and hanging out in the West Wing? What was he doing?
I'm not sure, but I don't think that he was like involved in like the governmental processes. Can you give me any evidence that he was?
I mean, I could give you a load of evidence. How much do you want?
Provide me anything.
Well, so we can look at all the different, like, first off, we can look at the money that Hunter Biden has no explanation for. We can look at the laptop and the
what about the laptop shows anything? What about
$6 million for the big man?
That wasn't Biden. That was literally determined.
Who was it then?
It's been a while. I forgot the person's name. But it was not. It was determined to not be Joe Biden. I remember that. I could go find it if you'd like me to.
Have you read
Bobolitsky? It was Bobolitsky. Tony Bobolitsky. That's who it was.
Have you genuine question here? I'm not like genuine question. Have you read Jake Tapper's book?
No, I haven't.
Okay, and I'm not saying this in a partisan way. I genuinely implore you to, because I was shocked, and that I think we would both agree that Jake Tapper is by no means right wing. So why would he have any reason to say the things he's saying if there's no political partisan?
What did he
reason
say
there.
that you're pointing to?
Well, it's hard because I can't. I have a bunch of notes from the book, but I can't get to them on my phone without closing this app. So,
well, I mean, do you have anything off the top of your head?
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that had to do with that laptop. There's a lot of things had to do with that, such as his link, the link to money coming from Burisma. There's a bunch of just illegal stuff that he was doing on there. What does this have to do with Joe Biden? What does that have to do with politics? Because he pardoned him. He pardoned him for all of it. You want to talk about pardoning?
Were those crimes? Wait, I have a question. Were those crimes in the United States?
Yeah.
Really? So he committed them while in the United States, but I thought the board in Burisma was in Ukraine.
I mean, it had to do with U.S. policy, but he also had the crimes I'm referring to, and you know what I'm talking about.
What U.S. policy?
What U.S. policy did he violate?
Yeah.
Treason? Insider, inside.
That's not what he was convicted. That's not what he was convicted of.
Yeah, you're right, because he was pardoned for it before anybody got the chance to try him.
No, he was convicted and then pardoned. What was he convicted of?
Gun charges.
Okay, so nothing related to what you were just talking about.
Right, because for 4 years the FBI said that
the only person that actually was
real.
committing treason was Trump. Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Okay,
That's treason.
what treason did he do?
He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
What did he do to
violent
incite
riders
it?
who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. He said, "Fight like hell and take back the country from those that stole it from them." And he incited the lie specifically that he won the 2020 election.
And then
with
what did
absolutely
he
no
do
evidence that he still supports to this day.
Okay, funny. What did Joe Biden say during the 2020 BLM protests, if that's what you want to call them?
He didn't pardon anyone who engaged in violence.
Did he condemn it?
Yeah, he continually did over and over again.
He continually said, "Stop doing that." That's what he did.
Yeah, he said peacefully protest continually over and over again.
And what did Donald Trump say when things started to get out of hand on January 6th?
He took hours upon hours upon hours, and then finally, after getting a bunch of backlash, then finally said to stop and to go home after he realized that they fucked up.
Wrong. He immediately said...
And then he pardoned the violent riders who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
See, this is wrong. If you actually look at the transcripts of that day, no, it's not. Look at the transcripts of that day. He regularly, repeatedly said the word peaceful. You can look it up. Also,
but that's contradicted by him pardoning the violent rioters who beat cops.
He pardoned them because of due process rights. We already talked through this.
No,
it had to do
not
with
the violent rioters.
Okay, then what did he
Again,
pardon
those
them
were
for?
not those were not violations of due process. And
What
again,
did he
Donald
pardon them
Trump-
for? What did he pardon them for?
The violent offenses.
That's what he said. He came out and said, "I love violent people, so I'm going to pardon them."
He pardoned them for the violent offenses.
Why?
Ask him that.
Because their due
I'm
process
asking you
rights-
that right now. That's literally what I'm asking
Because
you.
due process rights were violated. They were not given due process.
No, due
properly.
process rights were not
Yes.
violated. And two, as it
Yes.
relates, no, that's not true. Give me a
Okay.
source that says that
it
the
is-
specific people who committed violent offenses, that their due process
I
rights were
encourage
violated.
I encourage you to do your own research. Where
How
did you
about
get your media?
I implore you to find a fucking source for your own claims. I can thank people in the meantime while you go look it up.
No, I'm kind of over it. Like, I have been
Yeah,
nothing
you're
but
overlooking
respectful
for
to
sources.
you.
You're overlooking for evidence.
No, I'm over in trying to engage in an honest debate with you. Like, I've tried to be like genuinely nice. You keep like telling me I'm an idiot. You keep like twisting my words.
I didn't
appreciate-
call you an idiot.
You this entire time you've been laughing at me, saying I don't know my sources. As you sit there with, I'm sure probably
I'm saying that you don't have a
block files off block
source.
files
I'm
for
literally
every
just saying
topic
that you
you're
don't have a
talking about.
source.
Yes, you're right. I'm in the middle of yes. Okay, that's fine. I appreciate what you do. Thank you for the conversation. Have a good night.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Absolutely diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. I have a few people to thank, everyone. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Cheryl, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Cheryl. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Cheryl in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Jamie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section right now. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. If you like my content, by the way, follow me if you have not already. Subscribe if you haven't already as well. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I do these different debates every single day. So make sure to follow me on TikTok if you haven't already and subscribe to me on YouTube if you haven't already as well. Ariana, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully actually caught up with... No, actually, I'm not. I just needed to hit a restart. Generation Lost, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Christopher, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alrighty, everybody. I'm actually going to be getting off now. I really appreciate everyone coming through today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up as well. I would really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone coming through so much. I actually did like 3 hours earlier as well. I'm sorry, everyone. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. It really, really means a lot. I apologize. I'm getting off right now. My girlfriend wants me to get off. Okay, everybody. I'm going to go spend time with my girlfriend. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone. Everyone here on TikTok. Everyone go to Erica's live. Look up Erica_Shantae. Spam Parker Raid, spam Love from Parker, everyone. Go to Erica's Live and spam a Parker Raid, spam Love from Parker if you're on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, everyone. Like the stream, I'd really appreciate it. Check out some of my other YouTube content. I have a bunch of content over on here that you can check out. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye, y'all. Good night, everyone.